Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was master of illusions like Aizen? The cupboard door clicked shut. Harry did not flinch. He had learned what flinching bought him. It bought him louder. Outside, Vernon Dursley's footsteps thudded away, heavy and pleased with himself. Dudley's laugh followed, quick and sharp, like he had won something. Petunia's voice drifted in after them, thin with a forced kind of cheer. He needed it, she said. He needs to learn. Harry sat with his knees drawn up, back against the wall, chin tucked down so his forehead nearly touched his arms. The air in the cupboard smelled of dust and old shoes and the faint tang of polish that never quite covered the rot underneath. A spider worked a corner above his head. Harry watched it move with patient little steps. One thread, another. It did not rush. It did not panic. It built. His stomach ached. That part was normal. The bruise on his shoulder was new. Dudley had used the door this time, slammed it hard enough that Harry's shoulder took the edge. Harry rolled it carefully, testing, then stopped when the pain sharpened. He let out a slow breath through his nose. The house settled. Pipes ticked. The fridge hummed. Somewhere the television muttered to itself. Normal noises in a normal house that pretended it was normal. Harry stared into the dark and thought of the spider again. If he moved just right, if he planned it, if he waited, he could make the spider step exactly where he wanted. He had done it before. Not with the spider. With bigger things. The first time he noticed, he had been 6. Petunia had grabbed his wrist, yanked him toward the sink, and hissed about dirt and stains and disgrace. Her nails dug in. Harry looked up at her face, pale and tight, and something in his chest went still. Not empty. Not sad. Still. Petunia blinked. Then she screamed. Not a normal scream. A raw, tearing scream that came from somewhere deeper. She let go of him and staggered back like she had been shoved. Her eyes went wide and wet. Her mouth worked, but no words came out for a second. Then she started yelling at the air. She slapped at her own arms like spiders were crawling over her skin. Vernon had run in, red-faced, shouting. Dudley had started crying. Petunia had rocked on her heels, panting, saying she could smell smoke, saying she could hear a baby crying, saying the walls were closing in. Harry had watched. He had watched the whole thing with his hands at his sides, heart steady, face calm. He had not meant to do it. He had not asked for it. But it had happened, and a quiet part of him had liked the way the room obeyed. After that, it came back in pieces. When Dudley shoved him down the stairs, Dudley spent the night sobbing because he swore there were hands under his bed, cold hands, grabbing his ankles when he tried to sleep. When Vernon smashed one of his school projects and shouted about freaks, Vernon woke up choking in the middle of the night because he thought the ceiling was dripping blood. He had dragged Petunia out of bed and made her sit in the kitchen with him until morning, both of them shaking, listening to nothing. They never blamed Harry. They did not dare. They never said his name when it happened. They just looked at him with a new kind of fear, like he was a cupboard they could not lock. Harry never smiled when they looked like that. He never showed teeth. He kept his face soft, blank. He learned how to make his eyes wide at the right moments, how to say sorry in a small voice, how to swallow his anger like it was a stone and let it sit there. He learned a mask. He learned it so well that sometimes, when he looked at his own hands, he wondered if the mask was the real thing and the rest of him was just a thought in the dark. Tonight, after the door slammed, he listened for Dudley's footsteps. He heard them bounce down the hallway, then stop in Dudley's room. Harry waited until the television clicked off and Petunia's footsteps padded up the stairs. The house went quiet, the kind of quiet that made the darkness feel thicker. Harry closed his eyes. He did not need words. He did not need a wand. Not yet. He just needed a picture. Dudley, in his bed, proud, safe, warm. Harry imagined Dudley's room. He imagined the posters, the toys, the shelves packed with things Dudley got bored of after a day. He imagined the bed with its clean sheets and its fat pillow. He imagined Dudley's face in the dark, smug even while asleep. Then Harry imagined a sound, a soft crack, like glass underfoot. Dudley's breathing hitched in the distance. It was faint, but Harry heard it. He heard the way Dudley's mattress creaked as he shifted. Harry kept his eyes closed, calm as a stone. He pictured a shadow sliding along the wall. Not fast, slow, patient, like the spider. Dudley made a noise, half a whimper, half a gasp. Harry pictured Dudley opening his eyes and seeing something that should not be there. Not a monster. Monsters were too easy, too obvious. Dudley would tell a story about monsters and people would laugh, and then Dudley would feel brave again. Harry pictured Dudley seeing himself. He pictured a mirror in Dudley's room, a big one, bigger than it should be, leaning against the wall where Dudley could not avoid looking at it. In the mirror, Dudley was not a boy. Dudley was something soft and pale and helpless. Dudley was small. Dudley was the one in the cupboard. Dudley was the one with bruises. Dudley tried to look away. The mirror followed. Dudley's breath went ragged. He started to cry high and ugly. He scrambled, feet kicking, sheets twisting around him. The bed frame banged the wall. Harry opened his eyes in the cupboard and listened to Dudley's panic, quiet and satisfied. He did not think, I have heard him. He thought, he will not touch me tomorrow. Outside, Vernon's voice cracked down the hallway. Dudley, shut up. What is wrong with you? Dudley screamed again. Harry leaned his head back against the wall and let the darkness press around him. Ants, he thought, not with anger, not with heat, just with a cold, clean certainty. Ants could bite. Ants could swarm. Ants could sting if you were careless. But they were still ants. He listened until Dudley's crying turned into hiccuping and then into soft, broken sniffing. Harry breathed in. Dust. Old shoes. The faint sour of the house. He breathed out. Tomorrow the cupboard would open again. Tomorrow he would put the mask back on. But tonight, in the dark, he let himself feel the shape of power for a moment, and it fit him like it had been waiting. Later that week, the first letter arrived. Harry did not see the owl. He heard it, a scratch at the window, a soft thump. He was washing dishes. Petunia had his hands in hot water and soap until his skin burned. Dudley sat at the kitchen table, shoveling cereal into his mouth like he had to prove something. Vernon came in, snatched the letter from the mat, and froze. Harry watched him. Vernon stared at the envelope like it was alive. The writing was neat. Green ink. It had Harry's name. Vernon's face went an odd color, like all the blood had rushed somewhere else. Petunia took one look, made a small strangled sound, and grabbed it. It's for him, Dudley said, mouth full. Petunia's hands shook. She tore the envelope open too fast and the paper ripped. She read. Her eyes went wide. Her lips moved silently, like she was praying. Vernon snatched it back. Read it himself. Then crumpled it in his fist and threw it in the bin. No, he said, voice thick. No, no, no. Absolutely not. Harry kept washing the dish. Petunia stared at the bin like she could not believe it was real. Dudley leaned forward, squinting. What's it say? Nothing, Vernon snapped. It says nothing. Eat your cereal. Harry's fingers tightened on the plate. He forced them to relax. He kept his head down. He made sure his face looked empty. Inside, his thoughts were sharp and quick. A letter. For him. Addressed properly. Someone knew where he lived. Someone wanted him. That meant something. That night, the second letter came. And the third. The owls started gathering. At first, Vernon tried to pretend it was normal. He went to work. He came home. He snapped at Harry. He yelled at the postman. He shouted at the air. He ate dinner too fast and sweated through his shirt. Petunia scrubbed the walls until her knuckles bled. Dudley complained that the owls' hooting gave him a headache. Harry watched it all like he was watching weather. On the third day, Vernon pulled Harry aside in the hallway, away from Petunia and Dudley. Vernon leaned down until his face was close enough that Harry could smell his breath. Meat, beer, anger. Listen here, boy, Vernon said. If you think you're going to bring any more of that freakish rubbish into my house, you're wrong. You hear me? Harry looked up with wide eyes. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Vernon's mouth twitched like he expected fear. He wanted fear. He fed on it. Harry gave him something else. Not defiance. Not rebellion. Something smaller. Confusion. Hurt. A soft kind of obedience. Vernon's shoulders loosened. Just a fraction. He straightened. He felt in control again. Harry watched that too. Vernon stomped away. Harry turned back to the cupboard door and waited until Vernon was out of sight. Then, quietly, Harry thought of paper. Of ink. Of a name that had been written neatly in green. A letter would come again. It would come because it had come before. Because it was meant to. He did not know how it worked yet. He did not know why he could do what he could do. He just knew the world had rules, and rules could be bent if you found the right place to press. By the end of the week, Vernon had snapped. He boarded up the letterbox. He blocked the chimney. He sealed the windows. He shouted himself hoarse. The letters still came. They came under the door. They came through cracks in the walls. They appeared in the fridge. They appeared in Petunia's flour tin. They slid out of Dudley's socks. Vernon looked like he was losing his mind. His eyes were bloodshot. His hands shook. Petunia cried quietly in the bathroom when she thought no one could hear. Harry did not cry. When the 1000th letter arrived, Vernon grabbed his coat and screamed that they were leaving, that they were getting away, that no one could find them if they went somewhere no one would go. Petunia did not argue. Dudley whined about his toys, but Vernon shoved him into the car anyway. Harry sat in the back seat, silent, watching the world blur past the window. Rain streaked the glass. The road was gray. The sky was heavy. Vernon drove like the devil was chasing him. Harry wondered briefly if the devil was real, and if so, what it would look like when it saw him. They ended up in a place that smelled like damp stone and old fish. A tiny shack on a rock in the middle of nowhere. Vernon looked at it like it was salvation. They spent the night in that shack, huddled together like a family in a story. Petunia tried to make it feel normal. She lit a small fire. She gave Dudley crisps. She ignored Harry unless she had to look at him. Vernon sat in a chair, clutching his shotgun, staring at the door. Harry sat on the floor with his back against the wall. The wind howled outside. The sea slapped the rock. Midnight came. Then the knock came. It was not a polite knock. It was a heavy, slow thud that made the whole door shudder in its frame. Vernon bolted upright, face wet with sweat. "Who is it?" he barked. Another thud. Harry's heart did not race. It should have. He knew that. He knew what normal fear felt like in other people. He had watched it enough. But inside him, something steadied, like a hand on a blade. The third thud cracked the door. Vernon raised the shotgun with shaking hands. "I warn you," he shouted. "I warn you, I've got a gun." The door exploded inward. A man filled the doorway. Not a normal man. He was huge. He had hair like a wild thing, a beard like a nest, and eyes that looked tired and kind at the same time. Rain dripped off him like he did not notice. Petunia screamed. Dudley screamed louder. Vernon fired. The man did not flinch. The gun went off with a bang that made Harry's ears ring, and the man just stood there, like the sound was a fly. The man looked at Vernon, slow, almost disappointed. "That wasn't very nice," he said. Then he stepped forward and took the shotgun as easily as taking a toy from a child. Vernon made a strangled noise, backing away. The man's eyes moved to Harry. Harry held his gaze, calm, curious. The man's face changed, softened, like he had seen something he had been searching for. "Hello," the man said. "Harry." Petunia made a choked sound. "How?" she whispered. "How did you find us?" The man ignored her. He kept looking at Harry. "Got something for ya," he said, voice thick with something like relief. He reached into his coat and pulled out a letter. This one was not damp. It was clean and crisp, as if the storm could not touch it. Harry took it with both hands. He could feel the paper. Real, heavy, important. He opened it. The words swam for a second, then settled. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read it once, then again. The meaning sank in like a stone. He was not just a boy in a cupboard. He was something else. He looked up at the man. Harry began, then stopped. Because he did not want to sound stupid. He did not want to give away too much. The man smiled wide and warm. "You're a wizard, Harry," he said. Vernon made a sound like a wounded animal. "No," he snarled. "No, he is not." The man's smile vanished. "He is," he said. And the room felt smaller suddenly, like the air had tightened. Petunia's face was white. Tears ran down her cheeks. "Please," she whispered. "Please, not him." Harry watched her. He watched the way she shook. He watched the way her eyes darted to him and away again like looking at him hurt. Harry kept his face soft. "What is this?" Harry asked quietly, holding up the letter. "What does it mean?" The man's shoulders dropped a little, like he remembered he was meant to be kind to him. "Means you're comin' ter school," he said. "Means you're comin' home, in a way." Harry tasted that word. Home. He did not know if he believed it, but he liked the shape of it. Vernon surged forward. "He's not going," he shouted. "He's staying right here where he belongs." Harry looked at Vernon and thought of Dudley's screams. He did not do anything. Not yet. The man stepped between them like a wall. "He's going," he said. "And if you've got a problem with that, you can take it up with me." Vernon raised his fists, shaking with rage. "You," he spat. "You freak." The man's eyes flicked to Dudley, who had stopped screaming and was now staring, fascinated and terrified. The man lifted an umbrella. Harry watched. He watched the small movement, the casual flick. He watched the way the air seemed to shift when the umbrella moved. Dudley yelped as something happened to him, something quick and wrong. He clapped his hands to his backside and started shrieking again. Petunia wailed. "Oh my Duddy!" she cried, grabbing him. Vernon went purple. "You did something," he roared. "You did something to my son." The man looked guilty for half a second, then stubborn again. "He shouldn't be said that," he muttered. Harry stared at the umbrella. A tool, a focus, a way to make the world obey with something as simple as a flick of the wrist. Harry felt something in his chest shift. Not excitement, not joy, something colder. He wanted one. The man turned to Harry again. "Name's Hagrid," he said, as if the room was not full of screaming. "Rubius Hagrid. I'm ter take ye to get your school things." Harry nodded slowly. "All right," he said. Petunia's head snapped up. "No," she sobbed. "No, you can't. You don't understand. You can't." Harry looked at her. He let his eyes fill with a careful, measured sadness. "I have to go," he said, voice quiet. I think I have to." Petunia's mouth trembled. She stared at him like she wanted to say something else. Something true. Something she had been choking on for years. But all that came out was a broken, hateful whisper. "You have your mother's eyes." Harry blinked. "My mother," he repeated. Hagrid's face tightened. "We'll talk about that," he said, gently but firm. Vernon's hands were still clenched. "He's not taking anything from this house," Vernon spat. "He's not taking a penny." Hagrid looked at him like Vernon was a small problem in the way. "He's got money," Hagrid said. "His parents left him plenty." Vernon's eyes bulged. Petunia made a sound like she was choking. Harry's mind went very still. Money, his parents, a life that existed outside this cupboard, outside these walls, a life they had hidden from him. Hagrid took him out into the storm like it was nothing. Vernon shouted after them until his voice cracked. Dudley cried. Petunia sobbed. Harry did not look back. He climbed into Hagrid's boat. The waves slapped the sides. The wind tugged at his hair. Rain hit his face in cold needles. Harry stared at the dark sea and thought, briefly, of the spider again. Threads. A world made of threads. If you learned where to touch, you could make it shake. Diagon Alley was loud. Harry had imagined magic as fireworks and sparks. Something obvious and bright. This was different. This was people. Too many people. Wizards in strange robes arguing over cauldrons. Witches with sharp eyes counting coins. Children dragging parents toward shop windows. It smelled like warm sugar and smoke and old parchment. It sounded like laughter, shouting, owl hoots, the clang of metal, the thump of footsteps on stone. Hagrid walked like a ship through it, people moving out of his way. Harry stayed close, eyes taking everything in without letting his face show too much. Hagrid talked the whole time, explaining things in a rumbling stream. "That's Gringotts," he said, pointing at a white building that looked too clean to be real. "Goblins run it." Harry stared at the building. He stared at the sharp angles, the tall doors, the way it seemed to glare at the street. Hagrid led him in. Inside it was colder. The air smelled like metal. Goblins stood behind counters, eyes bright and calculating. Harry met one goblin's gaze and felt like the goblin was measuring him in pieces. They went down into the vaults in a cart that screamed along tracks. Harry gripped the side, steady, watching the dark flash by. When the vault door opened, gold spilled out like a joke. Coins, piles, heaps, more than Harry could imagine. Hagrid smiled at him. "See?" he said. "Not gonna be wantin' for much." Harry reached out and touched a coin. It was cold. Real. Vernon's face flashed in his mind, purple with rage. Petunia's hands, raw from scrubbing. Dudley's pile of toys. Harry put the coin back. He did not grin. He did not gasp. He did not let the gold make him look greedy. He made his face soft again. "Thank you," he said, voice sincere. Hagrid looked pleased. Mask, Harry thought lightly. The mask works. They bought robes, books, parchment. Hagrid made a list and ticked things off with a stubby finger. Harry let Hagrid lead him into Madame Malkin's. The shop smelled like fabric and pins. A witch with kind eyes measured him without asking, quick and efficient. "Stand there, dear," she said. Harry did. Another boy was in the shop, pale and sharp-faced, wearing fine clothes like he belonged in them. He looked Harry over with open interest, like Harry was a new toy. "Hello," the boy said. "Hello," Harry replied. The boy smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "First time at Hogwarts?" "Yes." The boy's eyes narrowed. "My father says it's not what it used to be. Too many wrong sorts. But it can't be helped, I suppose, if you have the right friends." Harry watched him talk. The boy spoke like he had practiced, like he had listened to adults and copied them. "What's your name?" the boy asked. "Harry," Harry said. The boy's smile sharpened. "Harry what?" Harry paused. He could feel the air shift slightly. Hagrid's voice was muffled in the back of the shop, talking to Madame Malkin. The witch measuring Harry did not look up, hands busy. This was a fork. He could say it and watch what happened, or he could hide it and see if the boy pushed harder. Harry chose the simplest thread, the one that gave him the most information. "Potter," Harry said. The boy froze for half a second. Then he recovered fast, but not fast enough. Harry saw the flicker of surprise, the sudden hunger. "Harry Potter," the boy repeated softly. Harry smiled, small and polite. The boy stepped closer, voice lowering like it was a secret. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said. "My father would be very interested to meet you." Harry nodded as if he was flattered. "Really?" Draco's eyes gleamed. "Of course. Everyone knows about you." Harry tilted his head, pretending curiosity. "Do they?" Draco looked thrown for a second, like he expected Harry to already know his own story. "Well," he said quickly, "you survived. You know, the Dark Lord. Everyone talks about it." Harry made his eyes widen slightly. "I don't remember it," he said. Draco's mouth twitched, like he wanted to call him stupid, but he held it back. Harry watched that restraint. Not natural. Taught. Draco leaned in. "I can help you," he said. "Hogwarts can be complicated, but if you stick with the right people, you'll be fine." Harry considered him. Draco wanted control. Draco wanted to be important. Draco wanted to feel like he had reached out and pulled the famous boy into his hand. Harry let him believe it. "That's kind," Harry said. "Thank you." Draco's chest puffed, pleased. "No problem." The witch measuring Harry adjusted his sleeve. "Arms out, dear." Harry obeyed. Draco watched him like he was already planning a story about how he had met Harry Potter first. How Harry Potter had listened to him. Harry kept his face open, friendly. Inside, he filed Draco away as a tool, Not an enemy. Not yet. A tool that could be placed in other people's pockets and left there, waiting. Hagrid came back for him, grumbling about prices, and Draco's eyes flicked to him, wary. "Who's that?" Draco asked. "Hagrid," Harry said simply. Draco sniffed. "Looks like a gamekeeper." Harry smiled again. "Maybe." Draco leaned closer, voice sharper. "You'll be in Slytherin," he said, like it was a fact. "You want to be great, don't you?" Harry let a beat pass. Then he said, gently, "Do you?" Draco blinked, thrown by the question. Harry's smile stayed soft. Draco's cheeks colored. "Of course," he snapped. Harry nodded like he understood. "Then I hope you get what you want," he said. Draco stared at him, confused and a little unsettled, like he could not tell if he had been praised or mocked. Harry turned away at just the right moment, leaving Draco holding the feeling. Hagrid took him to a small, narrow shop that smelled like dust and old wood. The sign read Ollivanders. Inside it was quiet. Not empty quiet, heavy quiet, the kind of quiet that listened back. Wands lined the walls in long boxes. The air tasted faintly of smoke and something sharper, like old lightning. Harry stepped forward and felt the hair on his arms lift. A voice came from the back, soft and dry. "Good afternoon." An old man appeared between shelves like he had always been there. His eyes were pale and bright. He looked at Harry like Harry was not a boy, but a problem. "Mr. Potter," the man said. Harry did not ask how he knew. He did not show surprise. He just nodded. "Yes," Harry said politely. The old man smiled, barely. "I remember every wand I have ever sold," he said. "It is not what you get from a wand. It is what the wand expects from you." Harry held his gaze. Hagrid shifted behind him, uncomfortable, like the air in here made him itch. The old man stepped closer. His eyes were fixed on Harry's face, on his scar, on something deeper. "Your mother's wand," the old man murmured. 10¼ inches. Willow. Swishy. He looked pleased, nostalgic. "Your father's wand. 11 inches. Mahogany. Pliable." His voice hardened slightly. "And you?" Harry did not look away. The old man's smile returned, sharper. "We will see." He pulled a wand box out and handed Harry a wand. "Try." Harry took it. The wood was smooth. He lifted it. Nothing. The old man watched him like a hawk. Harry flicked it. A puff of dust shot from the shelves and made Hagrid cough. "No," the old man said instantly, and he snatched it back. Another wand. Another try. This one made a stack of boxes jump and crash to the floor. Hagrid swore under his breath. The old man did not blink. He was watching Harry's hand, Harry's wrist, Harry's face. Harry tried another wand. A wind whipped through the shop like a breath, rattling the boxes. The old man's eyes narrowed. Harry set that wand down carefully. He could feel it now, faintly, like an itch under his skin. Each wand had a shape, a pull, a pressure. Some pushed him away. Some leaned in. He wondered if this was what it felt like to grab threads. "Interesting," the old man whispered. Hagrid cleared his throat. "Air," he began, like he wanted to make the moment less intense. "Harry's been through a lot. Maybe he just needs a normal wand." The old man ignored him. He went very still, as if listening to something far away. Then he moved quickly, almost excited. "I think," he said softly, "I know." He slid a box out like it was precious. He opened it and lifted a wand with careful fingers. "Holly," he said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. Harry's chest tightened. Hagrid made a small sound. "That's the one," he murmured. "That's the one you know who had in it?" The old man's eyes glittered. "Yes," he said. "A curious case. Very curious." He held the wand out. Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed, the shop changed. Not physically. The shelves stayed. The dust stayed. The old man stayed. But the air felt different. Harry lifted the wand. Slow, deliberate. A warmth flowed up his arm. Not comforting warmth. Alive warmth. Harry flicked the wand. A shower of golden sparks burst from the tip. They did not just fall. They hung for a heartbeat, suspended, like they were thinking about where to land. Harry watched them, For a second, he imagined the sparks were not sparks. He imagined they were tiny pieces of light, tiny eyes watching. He felt the wand answer him. He smiled, small and sincere. Ollivander looked almost reverent. "Extraordinary," he whispered. Harry lowered the wand. "Is it good?" he asked politely, as if he did not already know. Ollivander's eyes stayed locked on him. "It is powerful," he said. "And it is yours." Harry nodded. "Thank you." The words were simple, polite, correct. Ollivander's smile tightened. "I wonder," he murmured, "what it will do when it fully wakes." Harry's grip tightened a fraction. Ollivander blinked, then stepped back as if he had felt something cold brush him. Hagrid reached for Harry's shoulder, clumsy and gentle. "Let's go," he said. Harry tucked the wand away. As they left the shop, Harry glanced back once. Ollivander was still staring after him, face pale, eyes bright. Harry felt a flicker of amusement. Even here, in a world that called itself magical, people still wanted to believe the right story. The right boy, the right hero. He could use that. King's Cross was crowded. Harry stood near Hagrid, clutching his trunk handle, watching families hug, watching kids run, watching owls in cages, watching it all like it was a play. Hagrid pointed. "Platform," he said, and his big finger jabbed at a wall between two platforms. Harry stared at the solid brick. Hagrid leaned down. "Just walk straight at it," he said. "Don't stop." Harry nodded, steady. He pushed his trolley forward. The brick wall swallowed him. For a split second, the world squeezed, like he was being pulled through cloth. Then he was on the other side. A red train waited, steaming. People moved around it, laughing and shouting, calling names. Harry stood still and listened. The sound was different here, richer, full of life. He felt the wand in his pocket like a heartbeat. Hagrid clapped him on the back. "Right," he said. "Off ye go. I'll see ye soon." Harry looked up at him. "Thank you," he said. Hagrid smiled, eyes shiny. "Take care, Harry," he said, voice rough. Harry nodded once and turned toward the train. He found an empty compartment, shoved his trunk up, and sat by the window. He watched families blur past. He watched a girl kiss her brother's cheek. He watched a boy punch his friend's arm. He watched a mother fuss over a scarf. He watched it all with a careful, quiet hunger. Footsteps stopped outside his compartment. A boy with red hair peered in. Is this free?" the boy asked. Harry nodded. "Yeah." The boy stepped in, dragging a trunk. He was lanky, all elbows and nervous energy, cheeks freckled. He shoved his trunk up and sat opposite Harry, then immediately looked awkward, like he did not know what to do with his hands. "I'm Ron," he said after a second. "Harry," Harry replied. Ron's eyes flicked to his scar, then away too fast. "Right," Ron said, voice cracking slightly. You know, right." Harry waited. Ron shifted. "D'you mind if I—" he began, then pulled out a sandwich wrapped in paper. "Mum packed loads." Harry shook his head. "Go on." Ron took a bite, then grimaced. "Corned beef again," he muttered. Harry watched him chew, watched the way he tried to make it seem normal, watched the way he stole glances at Harry like he was trying to figure out what to say. "What's it like?" Ron blurted suddenly, then flushed bright red. "I mean, sorry. That was stupid. Ignore me." Harry tilted his head, pretending innocence. "What's what like?" Ron scratched the back of his neck. "Being you," he said, then winced. "That sounds worse. I mean, everyone knows you. You're famous." Harry let his shoulders lift slightly, a small shrug. "I don't really remember anything," he said. "So it just feels like me." Ron stared at him, confused. "You don't remember?" "No." Ron's expression shifted, a mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that Harry was not bragging. Disappointment that the story was not exciting. Harry filed that away. Ron wanted stories. Ron wanted to matter. Ron wanted his life to feel bigger than it was. Harry could use that. A girl with bushy brown hair appeared at the door like she had been hunting them. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked, voice brisk. "A boy called Neville has lost one." Ron opened his mouth, then shut it again, intimidated. Harry shook his head. No, the girl huffed. Honestly, she muttered, you'd think people would be more careful. She stepped in without asking, eyes scanning the compartment like she owned it. She looked at Ron, then Harry. Her gaze snagged on Harry's scar and held. You're Harry Potter, she said, not a question. Ron went stiff. Harry kept his face calm. Yes, he said. The girl's eyes widened with satisfaction, like she had just solved a puzzle. I thought so, she said. I've read all about you. Ron's ears went red. Harry gave her a polite smile. Have you? Yes, she said. I'm Hermione Granger. And honestly, you two should really be changing into your robes. The feast will start soon, and I don't want to be late. Ron gaped. How'd you know when it starts? Hermione looked at him like he was slow. Because we are nearly there, she said. The train has slowed. You can feel it. Ron blinked, then looked out the window like he had to check. Harry watched Hermione's confidence. The way she spoke like facts were weapons. The way she took up space. Hermione wanted control too. Not like Draco. Hermione wanted control because she feared not having it. Harry could use that too. Hermione's eyes flicked to Ron's sandwich. That looks dreadful, she said. Ron bristled. It's fine. It's not, Hermione said flatly. Your mother should have packed something with actual nutrition. Ron glared. She did. Hermione sniffed. Not if that is what you chose first. Ron opened his mouth, then shut it, losing the argument without understanding why. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Hermione turned to Harry. Have you done any reading? She asked, eager. There's so much you should know. I mean, you must know some things, surely. Harry tilted his head slightly. Like what? Hermione started listing things, fast and excited. Hogwarts founders, house traits, basic spells, rules. Harry listened and nodded at the right places. He asked a question here and there, simple questions that made Hermione feel clever when she answered. Hermione brightened. Ron looked increasingly annoyed. Harry kept his face kind. Inside, he watched the threads tighten. By the time the train stopped, Hermione had told them exactly where to go, what to do, and why, and Ron was muttering under his breath about bossy girls. Harry stepped out into the cold night air and breathed it in. Smoke, wet grass, lake water, something old and stone deep. Hagrid's voice boomed in the dark, calling first years. Harry followed, quiet, eyes sharp. They crossed the lake in boats that rocked gently. The castle rose ahead, huge and lit up, windows glowing like eyes. For a second, Harry felt something like awe. Then he let it settle into something calmer. A place like this had rules. A place like this had weaknesses. A place like this could be rewritten. The great hall was loud. Candles floated overhead. The ceiling showed the night sky. The tables were packed with students in black robes, faces turned toward the front. Harry walked in with the first years and felt hundreds of eyes land on him. A murmur rippled. Harry kept his face calm. He did not grin. He did not wave. He did not look for attention. He let the attention come to him. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, sharp as a blade. She lined them up and explained the sorting. The hat looked old and patched, like it had seen too much. Harry watched it. He felt the wand in his pocket like a quiet promise. Names were called. Kids went up. The hat shouted houses. Cheers erupted. Then McGonagall called, Potter, Harry. The hall went very still. Not silent, but quieter. Harry stepped forward. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness pressed down. The hat smelled like dust and age. Then a voice slid into his mind. Well, the hat said, slow. This is interesting. Harry did not react. The hat hummed. A sharp mind, it murmured. A hunger, an ability to see where others do not see. There is ambition here. Harry kept his thoughts calm. He did not push. He did not beg. The hat continued, voice thoughtful. Slytherin would help you. Slytherin would polish you. Slytherin would give you tools. Harry pictured Draco's face. He pictured the way Draco had wanted him. He pictured the way Slytherin would watch him, measure him, try to claim him. He did not want to be claimed. Not yet. He thought of Dumbledore. The headmaster sat at the staff table, beard long, eyes bright behind half-moon glasses. He looked calm, almost cheerful, like he was watching a show he already knew the ending of. Harry felt a faint irritation at that. No one gets to know the ending, Harry thought, and his thought was simple, not philosophical, just a fact. The hat chuckled in his mind. "Oh," it said softly, "so you already know where the real game is." Harry did not answer. The hat pressed again. "Gryffindor," it murmured, like it was testing the word. "Bravery, loyalty, a place right under Dumbledore's nose." Harry made his decision, not with words, with intent, with a quiet, iron certainty. The hat sighed. "Very well," it said. "If that is what you want." The hat's mouth opened. "Gryffindor." The hall exploded. Gryffindor cheered like they had just won something. Ron whooped. Hermione clapped hard, eyes shining. Draco's face pinched, then smoothed into something polite. Harry stepped off the stool, mask in place, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat between Ron and Hermione. Ron leaned in. "Brilliant," he whispered, grinning. Hermione looked smug. "Of course," she said, like she had known. Harry smiled, small. At the staff table, Dumbledore's eyes met his for a second. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Harry smiled back. Two masks, Harry thought, and kept his face pleasant. The feast began. Food appeared. Plates filled. Students dug in. Ron ate like he had been starving. Hermione tried to look polite while still eating fast. Harry ate enough to look normal. He listened more than he spoke. He learned names, faces, who laughed too loud, who stared too long, who watched him and tried not to. When the feast ended, Percy Weasley led them up to the Gryffindor common room. Password, portrait, stairs. Harry did not waste attention on the moving staircases or talking paintings. He noted them. He filed them away. He was shown his dorm. 5 beds, trunks, a window that looked out on dark grounds. Ron flopped onto his bed and groaned with happiness. Neville, a round-faced boy with anxious eyes, kept apologizing about his toad. Seamus Finnegan talked about blowing things up. Dean Thomas asked questions about football. Ron made jokes. Harry smiled at the right moments. He asked Neville if he was all right. He laughed softly at Ron's stupid joke. Inside, he listened. He listened to the way Ron's laugh cracked when he thought no one noticed. He listened to the way Neville's voice got small when he talked about home. He listened to the way Seamus tried to sound brave. Threads. By the time the lights went out, Harry knew which of them would follow him if he asked and which would run. He lay in his bed and stared at the canopy above him. The castle made noises at night. Soft creaks, distant footsteps, wind against stone. Harry kept his breathing steady. He slept with one hand near his wand. The weeks that followed moved quickly. Classes, homework, Hermione raising her hand every time, Ron complaining, Snape gliding through potions like he owned the air. Harry learned. He learned spells and herbs and potion smells. He learned how professors reacted to praise, to questions, to silence. He learned that Hagrid loved talking about dangerous things like they were pets. He learned that McGonagall watched him like she was waiting to see what he would do. He learned that Dumbledore watched him like he was reading a book. Harry smiled whenever Dumbledore looked at him. He kept the mask strong. He did not show how often he tested small things. He tested how long it took for someone to look away from his eyes if he held their gaze. He tested whether a whisper could change the way someone remembered a moment. He tested whether he could make someone feel watched when no one was there. He did not do it loudly. He did not do it recklessly. He did it like the spider. One thread, another, started small. In charms, Hermione got stuck on the levitation charm. Her voice grew tight with frustration. Ron snorted. "Maybe the book's wrong," he said. Hermione snapped. "The book is not wrong. You are doing it wrong." Ron went red. "I'm saying it right." Hermione rolled her eyes. "You're emphasizing the wrong syllable. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa." Ron glared. "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were the Queen of Spells." Hermione's face tightened. Harry watched the moment tilt. He turned slightly toward Hermione, just enough to be seen. "That makes sense," Harry said quietly. Levi OSA. Hermione's anger shifted. Relief. Gratitude. She nodded hard. Yes, she said, and her voice softened. Exactly. Ron's glare slid to Harry, then away. He looked conflicted, like he wanted to be angry but could not justify it. Harry filed the feeling away. Later, after class, Harry walked beside Ron. Ron shoved his hands in his pockets. Hermione's a nightmare, he said, but his voice lacked bite. Harry hummed. She just wants to be right. Ron snorted. She always is. Harry glanced at him. That bother you? Ron's ears went red again. No, he said too fast. It's just, she acts like she's better than everyone. Harry nodded like he understood. He did, because Ron wanted to feel special. Hermione made him feel ordinary. Harry could offer Ron something else. Later that week, Halloween came. The castle was full of pumpkin smells and noise. Students buzzed with excitement. Ron complained about food again. Hermione corrected him again. Then the troll got in. The chaos was loud. Screams, footsteps, professors shouting. Harry saw Hermione's face across the corridor, pale and determined, and he knew she was going to do something stupid. He caught Ron's sleeve. She's in the bathroom, he said. Ron blinked. What? Harry's voice stayed calm. She went. She looked upset. She's there. Ron's face twisted with guilt. We should, he started. Harry was already moving. They ran. The corridor smelled like smoke and panic. Students shoved past. A prefect shouted at them to go back. Harry did not stop. The bathroom door was half off its hinges when they reached it. A low, wet grunt came from inside. Ron swallowed hard. This is mental, he whispered. Harry pushed the door open. The troll filled the room. Huge, gray, smelled like filth. His club dragged on the floor. Hermione stood near the sinks, wand trembling in her hand, eyes wide with terror. Harry did not think a speech. He did not think about bravery. He thought, it is between her and the door. He stepped in. The troll's head turned toward him. Harry lifted his wand. He did not shout yet. He pictured the troll's eyes. He pictured a crack in its vision like glass splitting. He said, quiet, clear, shatter. The word left his mouth like a key turning. The troll blinked. For a second, its pupils widened, and Harry felt something slide into place, like a thread catching. The troll roared and swung its club, but it swung at empty air. Harry moved sideways, fast, simple. The club slammed into the tiles and cracked them. Dust jumped. Ron yelped. Hermione made a small sound, frozen. Harry kept his wand up. He did not wave wildly. He did not panic. He whispered, look at me. The troll's eyes locked on him. Harry did not make it see a dragon or a monster. He made it see what it already feared. He made it see itself. A troll in a small room. A troll with no space to swing. A troll trapped. The troll's breathing went ragged. It roared again, but this time the roar sounded uncertain. Ron, behind Harry, found his voice. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron shouted, cracked with panic. Harry heard the spell, felt the air shift. Hermione's eyes widened. The club lifted. The troll looked up, confused. Harry stepped back one pace, just enough. The club dropped. It hit the troll's head with a sick thud. The troll's eyes rolled. Its huge body swayed, then crashed to the floor, shaking the room. Silence followed, thick and ringing. Hermione stared at the troll, then at Ron, then at Harry. Her mouth opened. No sound came out at first. Then she gasped, breath shaking. You, she whispered. You came back. Ron's face was white. We, he said weakly. We did. Harry lowered his wand slowly. He made his hands look like they were shaking a little. He made his breathing sound heavier. Hermione's eyes softened. Footsteps pounded outside. Professors burst in. McGonagall's eyes went wide at the sight. What on earth? She began, voice sharp with panic. Hermione spoke fast. It was my fault, she blurted. I went looking for it. I thought I could handle it. They came and saved me. Ron stared at her. What? He mouthed. Harry looked down, face serious. We thought she might be in trouble, he said quietly. McGonagall's lips pressed thin. Her eyes flicked to Harry's face, searching. Then she looked away quickly, as if she did not like what she saw. Snape's gaze was like a knife. He stared at Harry as if he could see under skin. Harry smiled faintly, polite, tired. Later, in the common room, Ron started talking too loud about how mental it all was. Hermione hovered near them like she did not know how to be grateful without sounding awkward. Harry sat in a chair and listened. When Hermione finally said, "Thank you," her voice small and sincere, Harry met her eyes and nodded. "You're welcome," he said. He let her believe she owed him. He let Ron believe they were heroes together. He let the house believe the story it wanted. The boy who lived saves the day again. A hero, a brave Gryffindor, a child. Harry kept the mask so well that even he almost believed it for a moment. Then, late that night, when the dorm was quiet, he sat on his bed and stared at his wand. He whispered, "Shatter." Again softer. The air did not explode. The room did not change. But for a heartbeat, the shadows in the corners felt deeper, as if they were listening. Harry smiled. Threads. It was working. The stone came later. Harry noticed it before anyone else, not because he was smarter than Hermione, but because he watched people more than books. He watched Hagrid's hands tremble slightly when he talked about Gringotts. He watched the way Professor Quirrell's eyes flicked away when anyone mentioned the third-floor corridor. He watched the way Snape's anger sharpened whenever Harry was near, like he had decided Harry was a problem long before he knew him. Ron spotted the three-headed dog first. They had been walking back from a detention, tired and annoyed, when Peeves chased them down the wrong corridor, and they pushed through a door to hide. The dog filled the room. 3 heads. 3 sets of teeth. Ron's breath hitched. Hermione made a strangled sound. Harry's heart stayed steady. He did not think about dying. He thought about doors. The dogs' heads turned toward them. Sniffed, low and wet. Harry lifted his wand. Slow. He did not attack. He did not shout. He leaned into the dog's senses. Dogs lived in smell. Dogs lived in instinct. Harry pictured a smell. Meat. Fresh. Thick. He pictured it outside the room, far down the corridor, pulling the dog's attention like a hook. The dog's left head twitched. His nostrils flared. It whined, confused. Hermione whispered, "Harry?" Voice cracking. Harry kept his wand low and stepped back, careful. The dog's middle head turned toward the corridor, ears pricking. Harry took another step. Ron followed, pale, moving like his legs were made of wood. Hermione clutched her books to her chest like they could protect her. The dogs' heads turned fully toward the imagined smell. Harry backed them out, slow, controlled. They shut the door. They ran. When they were safely away, Ron slammed a hand against the wall and wheezed. "That," he gasped, "was 3 dogs stuck together." Hermione looked furious. "It was guarding something," she said. "It must be. There's no reason otherwise." Ron looked at Harry. "How'd you—" he began, then stopped. It turned away." Harry shrugged lightly. "Maybe it got distracted." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "By what?" Harry smiled faintly. "I don't know," he lied. Hermione stared at him like she wanted to press. Then she swallowed and turned that energy into a plan instead. "We need to find out what it's guarding," she said. Ron groaned. "Do we, though?" Hermione snapped. "Yes, we do." Harry watched them argue. He could have stopped it. He could have said, "No, we do not need to stick our noses into this." But then the story would drift away from him. And Harry did not like stories that drifted away from him. He wanted the story close, tight, in his hands. So he let Hermione pull. He let Ron complain. He let himself look reluctant, like he was being dragged into trouble by friends. It made him look brave. It made him look innocent. It made him look like Dumbledore's favorite kind of boy. Weeks later, the opportunity arrived wrapped in panic. Dumbledore left the castle. Harry stood in the Great Hall and watched Dumbledore walk out, calm, as if he was leaving a chessboard for a moment and expecting it to stay the same. Harry watched him go and felt a faint, cold amusement. Even great men made mistakes. That night, Hermione came to him in the common room, eyes wild. "It's tonight," she hissed, grabbing his sleeve. "I know it is. Snape will go for it. Ron looked up from his chess set. What's tonight? Hermione glared. The stone. The thing under the dog. The thing everyone is pretending not to talk about. Ron's face went blank. That's... he began. That's mad. Hermione leaned closer. If we do nothing, someone steals it, she said. If we do something, we might stop it. Ron swallowed. Or we die. Hermione snapped. Stop being dramatic. Ron's eyes flared. Stop acting like dying's not a problem. Harry watched them. He could have gone alone. He could have slipped out and handled it quietly. He could have dealt with whoever was there. But there was value in this. Ron and Hermione were not just friends. They were witnesses. They were parts of the hero story. Harry looked at Hermione, then Ron. He let his face show worry. Not too much. Just enough. All right, Harry said quietly. We'll go. Hermione's shoulders loosened like she had been holding her breath. Ron stared at Harry like he could not believe him. You're serious? Harry nodded. Yes. Ron rubbed his face hard. Fine, he muttered. Fine. But if I die, I'm haunting you. Hermione snapped. You can't decide to haunt someone. Ron blinked. Why not? Hermione rolled her eyes. Because... she began, then stopped because she was too stressed to explain. Harry stood. Come on, he said. They slipped out after curfew. The corridors were dark and cold. The castle creaked softly around them. Harry kept them moving with jump cuts of thought rather than endless walking. He did not focus on every staircase. He focused on doors, corners, shadows. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was locked. Hermione whispered, Alohomora, and the lock clicked open. Ron swallowed. I hate this, he whispered. Harry pushed the door open. Fluffy was there, huge and breathing, 3 heads shifting. Harry's senses sharpened. He could smell the dog, thick and hot. He could hear its nails scrape stone. Hermione froze. Ron made a small, terrified noise. Harry reached into his pocket, pulled out Hagrid's flute. Hagrid had shown it to them, half drunk, half proud, months ago. Harry had watched him play it, watched Fluffy's eyelids droop. Harry lifted it now. He played. The sound came out thin and shaky at first. Ron winced. Harry steadied his breath. The notes smoothed. Fluffy's heads started to droop one by one. Hermione stared at Harry, impressed despite herself. Ron whispered, When did you learn to do that? Harry kept playing. Hagrid, he whispered back. He showed me. That was true, but not the full truth. Harry had watched Hagrid's fingers. He had practiced alone. He had planned. Fluffy sank down, heavy, asleep. Harry stopped playing. They moved toward the trapdoor. Hermione pulled it open. A black hole waited. Ron leaned over, peering down. I can't see anything, he whispered. Harry saw it. Not with eyes but with instinct. Threads pulled down. He looked at Hermione. You first, he said gently. Hermione's eyes went wide. Me, Ron blurted. Why her? Harry kept his voice calm. She opened it, he said. She knows the spell. She can light the way. Hermione swallowed hard. She nodded, trying to look brave. She climbed onto the trapdoor edge. Harry leaned in, voice soft. You've got this, he whispered. Hermione's face steadied. She dropped. A second later, her voice floated up. It's... she began, then coughed. It's some kind of plant. Ron looked at Harry, panicked. Plant. Harry climbed down next. The plant wrapped around him instantly, thick vines squeezing his arms, his chest. The air smelled green and damp. Hermione struggled nearby, breath ragged. Ron landed on top of them with a yelp, and the vines tightened. Hermione gasped. Devil's snare. Ron's voice went high. What's that? Hermione snapped. Stop moving. It likes movement. Ron froze, trembling. Harry felt the vines tighten around his ribs. Breath got harder. He could have forced them off with raw magic, but that would show too much. Too loud. Hermione knew the answer. Let her be right. Hermione's voice shook. Light, she said. It hates light. Ron yelped. Light a fire then. Hermione's hands were trapped. She struggled, panic rising. I can't, she hissed. My wand. Harry's wand was free enough. He lifted it. He could have shouted a spell. He could have made flames roar. Instead, he did something smaller. He pictured sunlight. Not real sunlight. Not heat. Just the idea of it. The sensation. Brightness flooding the plant's senses. He whispered, "Lumos," and the wand lit. But the light felt bigger than it should, warmer than it should. The vines recoiled. Hermione gasped as the pressure eased. Ron wheezed. "Merlin." Harry watched the vines shrink back like they were afraid. Hermione stared at his wand light, brow furrowing. "That's—" she began, then stopped. Harry let the light dim slightly. He made it seem normal. Hermione shook her head, pushing the thought away. "Come on," she snapped. "We need to keep going." They ran. The next room was full of keys. Keys with wings, fluttering in the air like metal birds. A broom waited in the corner. Ron stared. "Brilliant," he muttered. "Because flying's what we need right now." Hermione spun in a tight circle, eyes scanning. "There will be a key that fits," she said. "Look for one with a bent wing or something." Harry looked at the keys. He did not need to search long. He could feel which key mattered because he could feel the story pulling toward it. He lifted his wand slightly. He did not make the key fly to him. That would be too obvious. He made the other keys drift, just a fraction, like a current moving through air. The right key hesitated, then moved against the current. Harry pointed. "That one," he said. Hermione blinked. "How do you know?" Harry shrugged. "It's got a dent," he said. Hermione squinted, then nodded quickly, satisfied. "Yes," she said. "Good catch." Ron grabbed the broom and took off, wild and clumsy. Keys scattered. Ron swore loudly. Harry watched Ron's fear turn into determination. Ron wanted to prove himself. Harry let him. Ron chased the key, swerving, nearly slamming into the ceiling. The key darted. Ron reached, missed, swore again. Hermione shouted, "Aim ahead of it." Ron shouted back, "I'm trying." Harry lifted his wand and whispered, so softly no one heard, "Slow." The key's wings beat a little heavier, a little slower. Ron lunged and grabbed it. Ron nearly fell off the broom with relief. He landed hard, panting, hair a mess. He held up the key like a trophy. "Got it," he wheezed. Hermione grabbed it, hands shaking. "Well done," she said. Ron's eyes widened. Hermione almost never praised him. Harry watched Ron's face light up, hungry for more. Threads. They reached the next door. The key fit. They went through. A huge chessboard waited. Pieces tall as men. Cold stone. Sharp edges. Ron froze. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." Hermione's voice went thin. "It's wizard's chess," she said, as if naming it made it safer. Ron swallowed. "It's life-sized," he said. Harry stepped forward and watched the pieces. They moved slightly as if aware. Ron's eyes sharpened. Fear turned into focus. "We have to play," he said, voice steadier. "We have to win." Hermione's gaze flicked to him. "Can you?" Ron glared. "Yes." Harry let Ron take control here. It made Ron feel important. It made Ron feel needed. Ron moved them onto the board, placing Harry, Hermione, and himself as pieces. The first time a stone knight moved, the sound was like a boulder scraping. Ron gave commands, voice tight. "Harry, stay there." "Hermione, move." "I'll take the bishop." Hermione's lips pressed thin, but she obeyed because she had no better plan. Harry watched Ron's mind work. Ron was good. Not perfect, but good. He saw patterns. Ron made sacrifices. He used Hermione as bait. He used himself as bait. Harry listened, calm. Then the moment came when Ron's eyes widened. He saw the end. He saw the path. But the path required him to die. Ron's voice shook. "It's—" he began, then swallowed. "It's the only way." Hermione's face went white. "No," she whispered. Ron's jaw clenched. "Yes," he snapped. "If we don't, we lose." Hermione's eyes filled with tears. "Ron," she started. Ron cut her off, voice too loud. "Stop," he hissed. "Just stop. You'll get through. You'll be fine. Harry, you have to keep going." Harry met Ron's eyes. Ron looked terrified. Harry did not say, "You will not die." Harry did not promise anything he could not control. He just nodded once. All right, he said. Ron swallowed hard. He looked away quickly. He moved his piece into place. The queen raised her stone sword. The sword came down. Ron's piece shattered. Ron's body was thrown off the board and hit the floor with a hard crack. Hermione screamed. Harry moved fast, dropping to Ron's side. Ron's eyes were open, unfocused. He breathed in short, painful gasps. Harry's hands moved with practiced calm. He checked Ron's head, Ron's ribs. Ron coughed, then winced. Did we? Ron rasped. Harry nodded. Yes, he said quietly. Hermione knelt on the other side, shaking, hands hovering like she was afraid to touch. We need help, she choked. We need to get him to Madame Pomfrey. Ron's eyes fluttered. No, he rasped. You go. Both of you. You have to. Hermione sobbed. I can't leave you. Ron's voice was weak but stubborn. You will, he whispered. Harry, he forced out. Promise. Harry looked at Ron and saw something honest there. A boy who was scared but chose to be brave anyway. Harry felt a faint, strange tug in his chest. Not guilt, not warmth, something like respect. He nodded. I will, he said simply. Hermione's face twisted. Harry, she pleaded. Harry's voice stayed calm. Hermione, he said, and he made it gentle. Go get help. Run. Hermione's eyes darted, torn. Harry leaned closer, voice low. Ron bought us time, he said. Do not waste it. Hermione swallowed hard. She nodded, blinking tears away. All right, she whispered. She stood, shook once and ran. Harry stayed a second longer, watching Ron's breathing. Ron's eyes found him again. You? Ron rasped. Better win. Harry nodded. I will, he said. Then he turned and went through the next door. The room beyond was quiet. Professor Quirrell waited. He stood near a final door, hands clasped, face pale, eyes wide behind his turban. He looked like a frightened man trying to look brave. Harry stopped in the doorway and watched him. Quirrell's voice shook. Harry Potter, he stammered. He swallowed. I'm sorry. I had to. Harry tilted his head slightly. Did you? He asked. Quirrell blinked. The question threw him. It was not the reaction he expected. Quirrell licked his lips. You don't understand, he whispered. He looked around like he feared being overheard. He's here. He's always here. Harry watched him carefully. Quirrell was afraid. Real fear. Deep. Quirrell was also lying. Harry could smell it in the way Quirrell's eyes flicked to the door behind him. Protective. Harry stepped closer, wand down but ready. You want the stone, Harry said quietly. Quirrell's face twitched. He began, then steadied himself with effort. Yes, he admitted. Yes, I do. Harry nodded like that made sense. And you think you can take it? Quirrell's breath hitched. I have to, he whispered. He will kill me if I fail. Harry watched Quirrell's hands. They were trembling. Harry wondered, briefly, what it felt like to be trapped inside someone else's story. Then he pushed the thought away. It was not useful. He raised his wand slightly. Quirrell flinched. Harry did not attack. He smiled, small and polite. Tell me, Harry said softly. What do you see when you look at me? Quirrell blinked, confused. He stammered. Harry stepped closer. He let his eyes hold Quirrell's. Tell me, Harry repeated. Quirrell's throat bobbed. A boy, he whispered. A child. Harry nodded. That's what they want you to see, he said. Quirrell's eyes widened. Harry whispered, shatter. The word fell into the air like a drop of ink. Quirrell blinked hard. For a second, his pupils dilated. His breathing sped up. Harry felt the thread catch, deep. Quirrell's gaze slid past Harry's face. His eyes went unfocused, like he was staring at something behind Harry. Quirrell's lips parted. Harry did not need to build a whole new world in Quirrell's head. He just needed to tilt what was already there. Quirrell feared Voldemort, so Harry gave him Voldemort, not in the room, in Quirrell's own mind, close enough to feel. Quirrell made a small, desperate sound and stumbled back, bumping into the wall. No, he whispered. No, I'm trying. Harry watched him plead to empty air. Harry's face stayed calm. Quirrell's hands clawed at his turban. He yanked at it like he could pull the fear off his head. Harry stepped forward. He could end it now. He could stun Quirrell, bind him, take the stone, and walk away. But that would change the story too much. Dumbledore expected a certain ending. The world expected a certain ending. The boy who lived must protect the stone through love. Harry wanted that narrative intact. Kept people soft. Kept them blind. So he chose the path that looked right. Quirrell's eyes snapped back to Harry, wild. You, he hissed, voice suddenly sharp. You don't know what you are. Harry smiled faintly. Maybe, he said. Quirrell lunged. Harry stepped aside, quick and smooth. Quirrell's hands grabbed at air. Harry flicked his wand. Petrificus totalis. Quirrell froze mid-step, body locking, then toppled backward like a board. Harry watched him hit the floor. Quirrell's eyes rolled, trying to move, unable. Harry walked past him to the final chamber. The door opened. The mirror of Ariste stood in the room, tall and silent. Harry stopped. The air felt different here, heavy and cold, like the room itself was holding its breath. He stepped closer. The mirror's frame was carved with strange words. Harry did not read them yet. He did not need to. He looked into the glass. At first he saw himself. Small, black hair, green eyes, scar. Then the image shifted. It did not shift like a normal reflection. It shifted like a choice being made. Harry's breath caught, just for a second. In the mirror he stood taller. Older. Not much older, but enough. His robes were dark and clean, hanging perfectly. His face was calm, almost gentle. Behind him the great hall stretched, but it looked different. The banners were not just red and gold. They were colors that did not exist in the real hall, deep and wrong in a way that made the image feel like a dream. Students and professors stood below him, heads bowed. Not forced, not screaming, not fighting, bowing like it was normal. Harry sat on a throne that did not belong in Hogwarts. It was not a gaudy throne. It was simple, old, carved from something that looked like polished stone and bone. He rested one elbow on the arm of it like he had done it 1,000 times. His other hand held a wand. Not his wand. A different wand, longer, darker, almost like a blade. Harry's reflection smiled. Then the image behind him changed again. A basilisk eye flashed, huge and cold. A diary page turned itself, ink bleeding into shapes. A Dementor drifted closer. And instead of fear, Harry's older self looked bored. A man with a snake face stood in a graveyard, screaming at nothing. A phoenix burned in mid-air, and the fire froze. The images came fast, like years being offered in a heartbeat. Harry felt his pulse quicken. Not from fear, from recognition. The mirror was not showing him what he wanted. It was showing him what he could have, what he could build, what he could make people believe was real. Harry's fingers twitched near his pocket. He could feel the stone, not in his hand, not in his pocket, but present like a hidden weight in the story. Behind him, a soft scrape sounded. Harry did not turn yet. He listened. A faint cough, a familiar calm presence. Dumbledore. Harry kept looking into the mirror. Dumbledore's voice came, gentle. I had a feeling I might find you here, Harry. Harry let a beat pass, just enough to seem startled. Then he turned, face carefully open. Professor, Harry said quietly, I didn't know you were back. Dumbledore smiled warmly. I returned as soon as I realized I had been misled, he said. His eyes moved to the mirror, then back to Harry. This mirror has tempted many. Harry nodded, letting his shoulders sag slightly like a tired child. It shows, he began, then stopped like he could not find the words. Dumbledore's eyes softened. It shows the deepest desire of our hearts, he said. Harry looked back at the mirror. He let his face show confusion, hurt, longing. He let Dumbledore see exactly what he expected to see. A boy who had grown up unloved. A boy who wanted family, belonging, safety. Dumbledore stepped closer. What did you see? He asked gently. When you looked into it, Harry swallowed. He thought of the throne. He thought of bowed heads. He thought of the basilisk eye and the graveyard and the frozen phoenix. He thought of threads tightening into a net. Harry turned back to Dumbledore and let his voice go quiet. "I saw," Harry said, and he made it sound like a confession. "My parents." Dumbledore's gaze softened further, exactly as Harry predicted. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "That is a common vision," he said. "A painful one." Harry lowered his eyes, letting silence do work. Dumbledore sighed, voice gentle but firm. "The happiest man on earth would be able to use the mirror of Ariste as a normal mirror," he said. "It does not give us knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see." Harry nodded, mask perfect. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment longer, and for a heartbeat, Harry felt something like pressure, like Dumbledore was trying to see past the mask. Harry held still. Dumbledore's gaze shifted away. He relaxed. Dumbledore believed the story. Good. Footsteps came from the other room. Quirrell, dragging himself, whispering, "Broken." Dumbledore's head snapped up. "Stay here," Dumbledore said. Harry did not argue. He stood where he was, obedient. Dumbledore went to the doorway, wand already up. Quirrell stumbled in, eyes wild, hands clawing at his turban. "He's here," Quirrell rasped. "He's here." Dumbledore's voice went cold. "Enough." Quirrell's eyes snapped to Harry behind Dumbledore. His mouth twisted. Harry met Quirrell's gaze, calm. Quirrell's face broke into panic again. He fell to his knees, shaking, whispering apologies to someone who was not there. Dumbledore moved fast. Spells snapped through the air, clean and controlled. Quirrell slumped, unconscious. Dumbledore stood over him, breathing steady. Harry watched. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. His eyes were bright, serious. "You were very brave," he said quietly. Harry looked down. He murmured, letting his voice shake a little. "I didn't want him to take it." Dumbledore nodded, satisfied, exactly as Harry had planned. Dumbledore's hand rested on Harry's shoulder for a moment, warm and steady. "You did well," Dumbledore said. Harry let his face soften. He let himself look like a boy who wanted that praise more than anything. Inside, his thoughts were sharp. He had passed the first test. He had kept the narrative intact. He had set Quirrell up to fail without revealing the full shape of his hand. He had let Dumbledore feel in control. Dumbledore led him out, talking about rest and safety and the end of the year. Harry listened and nodded and played his part. But later, alone in the hospital wing, when the lights were low and the castle was quiet again, Harry lay awake and stared at the ceiling. He could still see the mirror. He could still see the throne. He could still feel the way the future had flashed like shards of glass. He raised a hand slowly, watching the moonlight slide over his fingers. He thought of Vernon's face when the letters came. He thought of Dudley crying in the dark. He thought of Draco's hungry eyes. He thought of Ron throwing himself in front of a Stone Queen's sword. He thought of Hermione's shaky thank you. Threads. So many threads. Harry turned his head slightly, staring at the faint reflection of himself in the glass of the window across the ward. It was not the mirror of Ariste. It was just glass. But his eyes caught the reflection anyway, and for a heartbeat he saw the other version again. Older, calmer, sitting on a throne that did not exist yet. Harry's mouth curved, barely. He whispered, so softly the empty ward did not echo it. "Since the beginning, no one has stood in the heavens." The snake hit the floor with a wet slap and slid forward, thick as Harry's arm, its tongue tasting the air like it already knew who to bite first. Ron's breath came out in a sharp little noise. Hermione froze beside him, eyes huge, wand half raised and trembling. Up on the platform, Lockhart was still talking, still smiling, as if he had not just unleashed a problem he could not solve. Snape stood behind him with his arms folded, expression flat. Draco Malfoy stood across from Harry, pale and pleased, like he had been waiting for this exact moment. Draco lifted his chin. "Oops," he said, voice light. "Looks like it slipped." The snake's head turned toward Hermione. Harry felt the room tighten. Students backed away, feet scraping the floor. Someone squealed. Someone laughed too loudly, like fear made their mouth stupid. The snake coiled, muscles bunching, ready to strike. Harry did not shout. He stepped forward, wand down at his side, and let the mask sit on his face like it belonged there. Calm eyes, neutral mouth. A boy who did not understand how dangerous things were. Inside, his thoughts were quick and clean. Snakes were not smart like people. They did not want stories. They wanted heat, smell, movement, a clean moment to feed. So Harry gave it something else. He met the snake's eyes. He did not try to force it to see a dragon or a monster. That would be pointless. A snake did not fear dragons. A snake feared hunger, fear, and the sudden cold certainty of being hunted. Harry pictured a shadow above it, just out of sight. A shadow that moved like a bird, fast and silent. He pictured talons. He pictured the air turning sharp and thin, the way it did right before something died. The snake hesitated. His tongue flicked faster. Harry took one more step, steady, making himself the stillest thing in the room. He whispered, soft enough that only the snake would hear. Stop! The word was not a spell. It was a thread tug. The snake's body went rigid. Its head lifted, swaying slightly as if it could not decide which direction to run. Hermione's breath hitched. Ron stared at Harry like he could not understand what he was seeing. Draco's smile faltered. Harry could feel the room leaning forward, waiting for him to panic, waiting for him to fail, waiting for him to prove he was only a boy. Harry did not give them that. He spoke again, voice low and simple, and the words came out in a sound that made half the room go cold. Back! The snake slid backward, slow and unwilling, like something had grabbed it by the spine and pulled. There was a beat of silence that felt too big. Then the whispers started. What did he say? He talked to it. That's not normal. He's one of them. Ron's face went pale. Hermione's eyes flicked from Harry to the snake and back again, like her brain was trying to label what had happened so she could control it. Snape's gaze sharpened. Lockhart finally stopped talking. His smile slid away for a second, replaced by something close to fear, then snapped back into place. Well, Lockhart said too loudly. That was quite something, wasn't it? Harry turned his head slightly. He let his eyes look confused, as if he had no idea what everyone was reacting to. I just told it to go away, Harry said. A few students laughed, high and shaky. Snape's voice cut through it. Enough! The word landed like a slap. Students fell quiet. Snape stepped forward, wand flicking once. The snake vanished in a burst of smoke. Draco's mouth twisted. He glanced at Snape, then at Harry, and his eyes held something new now. Not just smugness, interest, a cautious kind of respect he did not want to admit. Snape's gaze stayed on Harry. Where did you learn to do that? Harry lifted his shoulders in a small shrug. I didn't, he said. It just happened. Snape's eyes narrowed. It always does. Lockhart laughed. Too bright. Now, Severus, he said, waving a hand. No need to interrogate the boy. Heroes have instincts. Snape ignored him. His stare did not move. Harry kept his face open. Harmless. The famous boy. The brave Gryffindor. He felt the thread of fear in the room, and he let it pull. When class ended, the whispers followed him out into the corridor like a flock of birds. Ron walked too close, shoulders hunched, eyes darting everywhere. Hermione marched on Harry's other side, chin up, furious like she could fight the entire school if she had to. Don't listen to them, Hermione snapped, voice tight. They're idiots. Ron swallowed. They're not all idiots, he muttered. Some of them are just... He waved a hand, searching for a word. You know, they've heard things. Hermione glared at him. He's not, she started. I didn't say he was, Ron snapped, then flinched, like he had not meant to. Harry listened. He let their voices wash over him. He let the tension sit there. Ron wanted to say it. He wanted to say the ugly thing out loud so it could stop hanging above them. Hermione wanted to crush it because it threatened the neat world she was building in her head. Friends. Right and wrong. Rules. Harry wanted something else. He wanted the idea to live. Not because he wanted people to fear him for fun, but because fear made people predictable. Fear made them careful. Fear made them look where he guided them. If they thought he was dangerous, they would watch his hands, not the threads he pulled behind their backs. They reached a junction. A group of older students came toward them, and their chatter died when they saw Harry. One of them, a tall girl with a sharp face, whispered something to her friend, eyes flicking to Harry's scar, then away. Harry kept walking. Ron's voice dropped. "It's—" he began, then stopped. His ears went red. "It's just weird, that's all." Hermione snapped. "Lots of things are weird here. That doesn't mean anything." Ron looked at Harry, jaw tight. "Is it true?" he asked, too fast. "That you know who could talk to snakes?" Hermione's head jerked toward Ron like she wanted to bite him. Harry made his eyes widen a little. "I don't know," he said. "I don't remember him." Ron's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Right," he said, but his voice sounded smaller. Harry turned his head slightly, meeting Ron's gaze. He softened his voice, just enough to sound sincere. "You saw what happened. I didn't hurt anyone." Ron swallowed. "No," he admitted. "You didn't." Hermione took a breath, calming, like she was collecting herself. "We should go to the library," she said. "I'm going to find out what it is, what it means. Not because it's bad, but because people will make up rubbish if we don't know." Ron groaned. "Library," he muttered, but he followed. Harry followed too. He did not mind the library. The library was quiet. The library had answers. The library also had blind spots. Hermione dragged them to a table, dumped books down, and started flipping pages like she was at war. Ron slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling. "Why can't we just ignore it?" he whispered. Hermione shot him a look. "Because then people get to decide what it means. And they'll decide the worst thing." Ron looked at Harry again, guilt and worry twisting his face. "Are you—" he began, then swallowed. "Are you all right?" Harry nodded. "I'm fine." Hermione leaned closer to Harry, voice lowered. "Don't worry," she said fiercely. "If anyone says anything, I'll—" She stopped, frustrated that she did not have a good threat. Harry smiled, small and grateful, and he let her see the approval in his eyes. Hermione brightened instantly, like that smile mattered more than she wanted to admit. Ron watched it happen. He looked away, face tightening. Harry filed it away. Later, when Ron finally drifted off toward the dorm, grumbling about homework, Hermione stayed. Harry stayed too because Hermione stayed, and because people did not notice things as much when they thought they knew why you were there. Hermione flipped another page. "Parselmouth," she read, voice quick. "A wizard who can speak to snakes." Harry watched her lips form the word like it was a puzzle piece clicking into place. Hermione's eyes lifted to his. "It says it's rare," she said. "Very rare." Harry nodded. Hermione's voice went a little smaller, more careful. "It says people associate it with dark wizards." Harry let his face fall just a fraction. Not panic, not anger, just the quiet hurt of a boy who had grown up being called a freak. Hermione's expression twisted with sympathy. "But that doesn't mean anything," she said fast. "It's just a skill. It's like being good at charms. People are stupid." Harry looked down at the book, lashes low, as if he was trying not to show how much it affected him. Hermione reached out and touched his wrist, quick and awkward, then pulled her hand back like she was embarrassed. Harry looked up again and gave her another small smile. Hermione's shoulders loosened. Ron would have hated that touch. Harry could feel that already. Harry leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Should I tell a professor?" he asked. Hermione's eyes sharpened. "Not Lockhart," she said instantly. "He'll make it about himself." Harry kept his face neutral. "McGonagall." Hermione hesitated. "McGonagall is fair," she said. "But she'll tell Dumbledore." "And Dumbledore?" She stopped, eyes flicking away. Harry waited, patient. Hermione huffed. "He's—" she began, then corrected herself like she always did. "He's kind, but he's also—" she searched for the word. "He's a lot." Harry nodded like he understood. He did understand. Dumbledore looked kind. Kindness was a mask too, sometimes. Harry let the silence stretch, letting Hermione fill it. Hermione leaned closer again. "Maybe," she said, voice almost conspiratorial, "maybe we should just learn more first. Together, there it was. Together. Dependency wrapped in a nice word. Harry smiled. All right, he said. Together. Hermione's face lit up, satisfied. She went back to her books with renewed energy, like she had just claimed something. Harry watched her for a moment, then looked down at the page. He did not read. He listened. He listened to footsteps passing outside. He listened to the way the castle breathed around them. He listened to how easy it was to make people reach for him when he gave them the right kind of silence. That night, when Harry lay in bed, Ron's breathing uneven in the darkness, Harry stared up at the canopy and let his thoughts settle. A snake, a word, a whisper. Already the board had shifted. The first time Harry saw the diary, it looked harmless. Ginny Weasley sat near the fire, knees drawn up, hair spilling over her shoulders like a curtain. She was younger than the rest of them, still new enough to look like she thought Hogwarts might bite. Her hands were clenched tight in her lap. Harry noticed because he had learned to notice what people tried to hide. Hermione was at a table behind her, buried in another book. Ron was playing Exploding Snap with Seamus and laughing too loudly. Harry sat in an armchair near the fire, posture relaxed, mask in place. Ginny's gaze flicked to him, then away. Harry waited. It did not take long. Ginny stood abruptly, face red, and hurried toward the stairs to the girls' dorm. Harry watched the way her hand moved to her robe pocket as she ran, like she was checking something was still there. Thread. Hermione looked up, frowning. Ginny's been acting strange, she said. Ron barely glanced over. She's just... He waved a hand. You know? Shy. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She's been crying. Ron shrugged. Uncomfortable. Mum fusses over her. She'll be fine. Harry said nothing. He just stared into the fire like he was thinking. Hermione leaned closer, voice dropping. Harry, she whispered. I think something's wrong. Harry turned his head. What kind of wrong? He asked gently. Hermione swallowed. People are getting attacked, she said. Cats, students, messages on the wall. And now Ginny, she stopped, eyes darting. I don't know, but it feels. She searched for a word and hated that she could not find the exact one. It feels connected. Ron finally looked up, face uneasy. It's not Ginny, he said too fast. Harry watched him defend his sister out of instinct. It was real. It was warm. Ron would not like how easily Harry could step into that space and use it. Hermione's voice sharpened. How do you know? Ron flushed. I just do. Harry lifted a hand slightly, calming. We can check on her, he said. Quietly. Ron opened his mouth to argue, then shut it. Hermione nodded immediately, relief flashing across her face like she had been waiting for Harry to give her permission. Harry stood. He did not rush. He did not look dramatic. He just moved like he had decided something, and people tended to follow decisions. Hermione followed him. Ron followed too, grumbling but close. They went up the stairs. Ginny's dorm door was shut. Hermione hesitated. We can't just... she began. Harry raised his hand and knocked once. Soft. Silence. Then Ginny's voice, muffled. Go away. Ron's face tightened. Ginny, he said, voice rough. It's me. Pause. Then the door opened a crack. Ginny's eyes were red. She looked at Ron, then at Hermione, then at Harry, and her face went paler. Harry smiled gently. Hi, he said. We just wanted to see if you were all right. Ginny swallowed. I am fine, she lied. Hermione's mouth pressed into a line. You're not, she said bluntly. Ginny flinched. Ron shot Hermione a look. Hermione, he hissed. Hermione ignored him. She stepped closer. You've been crying, she said. And you've been acting strange. You keep disappearing. You jump when someone says your name. That's not fine. Ginny's breath caught. She began, then stopped. Harry watched her hands. Her fingers were stained faintly with ink. Harry's eyes flicked down, quick. Ginny's robe pocket bulged slightly. Thread. Harry's voice stayed soft. Ginny, he said, careful. Is there something you're carrying that you don't want anyone to see? Ginny froze. Ron's head snapped toward Harry. What are you talking about? Ginny's eyes widened with panic. Her hand shot to her pocket. Hermione saw it too. Her gaze locked on the pocket. "Ginny," she whispered. "What is it?" Ginny shook her head hard. "Nothing." Harry took one slow step closer, hands visible, not threatening. "You can show us," he said. "We won't shout. We won't tell anyone." Ginny's breathing sped up. Tears welled again. Ron's voice cracked. "Ginny, please." Ginny's eyes flicked to Ron, and that was the mistake. Ron's worry pulled her forward. Ron's fear made her desperate for help. Ginny yanked the diary out of her pocket and shoved it at Ron like it was burning her. Ron caught it clumsily. He stared at it. "It's a book," he said, confused. Hermione stepped closer, eyes sharp. "It's blank," she said. "Why are you carrying a blank diary?" Ginny's face twisted. "It's not blank," she whispered. "Not for me." Harry watched the diary. It looked old. The leather was worn. The edges were soft, like it had been held too many times. There was a name pressed into the front. T.M. Riddle. Harry kept his face neutral. Inside, his mind went very still. A name. A thread. A door. Hermione reached for it. "Let me see," she said. Ginny flinched. "No," she said, voice rising. "You can't touch it." Ron frowned. "Ginny, it's a book." Ginny shook her head harder. "It talks to me," she whispered. And then her eyes widened like she realized what she had admitted. Hermione's face changed instantly. Alarm. Excitement. Fear. "It talks to you," she repeated. Ron stared at Ginny like he did not know her. "That's—" he began, then stopped. Harry stepped closer. "What does it say?" he asked. Ginny's breathing went shallow. "It," she swallowed. "It listens. It understands. Told me I wasn't stupid. It told me I was special." Ron's face crumpled. "Ginny," he whispered. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "That's manipulation," she said, voice hard. "That's exactly how—" She stopped because she did not want to sound like she was lecturing, then failed. "That's how dark objects work." Ginny's eyes filled with tears again. "I didn't know," she whispered. "I didn't. It was just—" She looked at Harry, suddenly, voice desperate. "It was like you. Everyone knows you, and everyone expects things. And I just wanted someone to talk to me." Harry held her gaze, calm. He could have told her to hand it over. He could have taken it and smashed it and ended it. He did not. He wanted to know what kind of voice lived inside it. He wanted to know what it knew. Harry nodded slowly, as if he understood pain. "It's all right," he said, and his voice was gentle enough to make Ginny's shoulders drop a fraction. "We'll fix it." Hermione blinked at him, startled by the softness. Ron stared at Harry like he was grateful and scared at the same time. Harry reached out, slow, and took the diary from Ron's hands. The leather felt cold. For a heartbeat, Harry felt something press against his mind. A faint curiosity, like someone had leaned closer to look at him. Harry kept his face calm. He did not fight it. He did not slam the door. He opened it just a crack. He pictured a mirror of thought, not the real mirror of Ariste, just a mental surface, a place where he could watch without being touched. The pressure shifted. Ginny's breath hitched. "Don't," she whispered. Harry glanced at her, gentle. "It won't hurt you," he said. Hermione's voice snapped. "Harry, you don't know that." Harry looked back at the diary. "Neither do you," he said softly. Hermione flinched because it was true, and she hated being wrong. Harry opened the diary to a blank page. He took a quill from his robe pocket. He wrote one word, "Hello." The ink sank into the page, then vanished. Hermione sucked in a breath. Ron leaned closer, eyes wide. Harry waited. Letters began to form, slow and deliberate, like a careful hand. "Hello, Harry Potter." Hermione swore under her breath. Ron whispered, "Bloody hell." Harry's heart did not race. He felt a cold, quiet satisfaction. It knew him. Harry wrote again. "Who are you?" The answer came faster this time. "Tom Marvolo Riddle." Harry stared at the name. Hermione whispered, "That's not possible." Harry did not look away. He wrote, "How do you know my name?" The diary answered, "Everyone knows your name. I know many things." Harry felt the pressure against his mind again, faintly probing. He kept the crack open. He let it peek. He let it think it was safe. Harry wrote another line. Why are people getting attacked? The diary paused. Harry could almost feel it choosing a response. Then the ink formed. There is a monster in the castle. Hermione's face went white. Ron swallowed hard. What monster? The answer came. The heir of Slytherin will open the chamber again. Harry's fingers tightened slightly around the quill. He kept his face calm. Hermione's voice shook. Harry, she whispered. We need to tell a professor. Ron nodded fast. Dumbledore, he blurted. Harry did not respond immediately. He watched the diary. He felt its curiosity pressing at him, like it wanted to know what he would do next. Harry wrote, Do you know where the chamber is? The diary's ink stopped. A beat passed. Then words formed. Perhaps. Harry smiled faintly. Hermione saw the smile and bristled. This isn't funny, she hissed. Harry lifted his eyes to her. Calm. I know. Hermione swallowed, eyes darting, trying to regain control. We have to, she began. Harry wrote again. Show me. The diary went still. For a heartbeat, Harry felt the pressure surge. Then the page rippled. Ink bled outward, spreading like smoke. Ron stumbled back. What's it doing? Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve. Harry, she breathed, panic rising. Harry kept his hold on the diary. He felt the pull like a hand grabbing him by the front of his robe. The room tilted. Then Harry was falling into ink. He landed on cold stone. The air smelled damp and old. The corridor was lined with torches that burned greenish. Wrong. A boy stood ahead, tall and neat, hair dark, eyes bright. Tom Riddle. He looked like a memory wearing a body. He smiled at Harry with polite interest. So, he said, voice smooth, you are the famous Harry Potter. Harry's mask stayed on. And you're Tom Riddle, he replied. Tom's eyes flicked over him, quick and assessing. You're younger than I expected, Tom said. Harry's voice stayed mild. People say that a lot. Tom's smile tightened. Amused. Clever. Harry walked forward. He did not rush. He did not show fear. Tom watched him like he was studying a specimen. You are different, Tom murmured. Harry stopped a few steps away. Different from what? Tom's eyes gleamed. Different from the others who have come here. Harry kept his face neutral. How many have come here? Tom's smile widened slightly. Enough. Harry felt the thread behind the words. He felt the hunger. Tom was not a diary that wanted to help. Tom was a thing that wanted to grow. Harry lifted his chin slightly. Ginny, he said quietly. Where is she? Tom's smile did not move. Safe, he said too easily. Harry watched him lie like it was nothing. Harry's fingers brushed his wand in his pocket. He did not draw it yet. You can't control me, Tom said suddenly, voice soft, as if he had read the shape of Harry's mind. This place, he spread his hands, is mine. Harry met his gaze. Is it? He asked. Tom's eyes narrowed. Harry felt the pressure against his mind again, stronger now, like fingers digging. Harry let the crack open a little wider. He let Tom see something. He let Tom see a boy in a cupboard, eyes bright in the dark. Tom's smile flickered. Harry watched it happen. Tom pressed harder, trying to push into Harry's mind. Harry pictured a web. Not a spider web made of silk, but a mental net, threads crossing and crossing, layered so deep that if someone grabbed one, they only got a decoy. Tom's pressure slid off. Tom's expression shifted, just for a second. Surprise, then interest. A clemency, Tom murmured, voice low. So young, so rough. But there. Harry did not answer. Tom stepped closer. Who taught you? He asked. Harry smiled faintly. No one, he lied. Tom's eyes hardened. Liar. Harry shrugged slightly. You're a diary, he said. You're not exactly in a position to judge. Tom's mouth twitched. Amusement again. You're brave, he said. Or stupid. Harry's gaze did not move. I'm here for Ginny. Tom's smile softened. Fake. Ah, he said. The Weasley girl. Sweet, loyal, desperate. She poured herself into me. Harry's stomach turned, but his face stayed calm. Tom leaned closer, voice dropping. She told me everything. About the school. About you. About your friends. Harry watched him circle. Tom wanted to bait him. Tom wanted him angry, careless. Harry did not give it. Instead, Harry tilted his head and spoke softly. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. Tom blinked, thrown. "Of course," he said. "You are Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Harry nodded. "And do you know why I lived?" Tom's eyes sharpened. "Luck," he said, disdain creeping in. "A mistake. A fluke." Harry smiled, small. "Maybe," he said. "Or maybe he saw something when he looked at me." Tom's jaw tightened. Harry leaned in slightly, voice calm. "Maybe he saw a boy who could look back." Tom's eyes widened a fraction. Harry felt the thread catch. Tom's mind, for all its arrogance, had a fear underneath. Fear of not being the most in control. Fear of someone else understanding him too well. Harry whispered, "Shatter." The word landed in the ink air like a crack. Tom blinked. For a heartbeat, the corridor behind him changed. The torches flared brighter, then dimmed. Tom's gaze slid past Harry, like he saw something over Harry's shoulder. Harry fed it. He showed Tom a memory that was not Harry's. A dark room, a cradle, a baby crying. Tom's breath hitched. Harry watched the reaction, quick and sharp. Tom's face went pale. "No," he whispered, and the word did not sound like a threat. It sounded like a child. Harry stepped forward. Tom jerked his head up, furious now, but the fury was thin. "Get out," he snarled. "Get out of my head." Harry kept his smile faint. "You opened the door," he said softly. "You knocked first." Tom's hands clenched. The corridor shook slightly, stone groaning. "I can show you things too," he hissed. Harry did not doubt it. He just did not care. Harry lifted his wand. Tom's eyes flicked to it. A flash of caution. Harry did not attack Tom. He flicked his wand toward the air beside Tom. A burst of light snapped, bright and sharp. Tom flinched despite himself. Harry moved past him, quick. The corridor stretched ahead, deeper. A pull tugged at Harry's chest. Like Ginny's fear was a beacon. Harry followed it. Tom shouted behind him, voice snapping back into control. "You cannot take her from me." Harry did not respond. He kept moving until he reached a wide chamber. Ginny lay on the stone floor, pale, hair spread out, eyes half closed. Her chest rose and fell shallowly. Harry knelt beside her. Hermione was not here. Ron was not here. It was just Harry and Ginny and the echo of Tom's voice behind him. Harry's fingers brushed Ginny's cheek. Cold. He felt the diary's pull. It wanted her life. It wanted her warmth. Harry did not have time for kindness now. Kindness wasted motion. He pressed his wand to Ginny's shoulder. "Ginny," he said softly. "Wake up." Her eyelids fluttered. Tom's footsteps echoed into the chamber. He stopped at the entrance, smiling again, but the smile was strained. "You're too late," Tom said. "She has given me enough. I will return. I will be whole." Harry looked up at him, calm. Tom's eyes flicked to Ginny, then back to Harry. "Step away from her," he said, voice tightening. Harry did not move. He stared at Tom and thought about fear again. Not fear in a person. Fear in a predator when it realizes there is a bigger predator watching. Harry whispered, very softly, "Shatter." Tom's pupils widened. This time, Harry did not show Tom a baby. He showed Tom a room full of mirrors. Not the mirror of Erist, just mirrors, hundreds of them. And in each mirror, Tom saw himself. Not handsome, not neat, a thing. A face split, eyes empty, mouth smiling too wide. Tom stumbled back, breath catching, anger cracking into panic. Harry used the moment. He leaned down, grabbed Ginny under her arms, and dragged her away from the center of the chamber. Ginny groaned faintly. Tom snarled, forcing himself steady. "Stop," he hissed, and the air in the chamber went cold. The stone floor trembled. A sound rose from below, a deep scraping. Harry's muscles tightened. A hiss rolled up through the chamber, massive and wet, like the castle itself had breathed out. Hermione had said monster. This was it. Harry stood, pulling Ginny closer behind him. From a tunnel in the wall, the basilisk emerged. His head was huge, scales glistening, eyes bright with a killing kind of focus. Its body slid forward in thick coils, stone grinding under it. Ginny made a small, broken sound. Harry's grip tightened on her sleeve. "Don't look at its eyes," he said, voice calm but firm. Ginny's head jerked slightly, dazed. Harry kept his own gaze low, focusing on the basilisk's jaw, its teeth, the way its tongue flicked. He could feel the basilisk's mind like a dark weight. Not complex, not human, but old and hungry. Tom's voice rang behind him. "Kill him," Tom ordered. The basilisk hissed and lunged. Harry moved sideways, dragging Ginny with him. The basilisk's head slammed into stone where Harry had been. Rock cracked. Dust exploded. Ginny coughed, weak. Harry's chest tightened with adrenaline. Sweat broke out on his skin. He raised his wand. A normal boy might try a spell and pray. Harry did not pray. He pictured the basilisk's world. Heat, smell, vibration, the pulse of prey. He could not make it see a dragon. It did not care about dragons. He could make it feel something else. He could make it feel the sudden certainty that it was not the top predator in this room. Harry whispered, "Shatter." He pushed an image into the basilisk's mind. A bigger coil, a shadow moving under stone, a cold, calm presence that did not rush, did not roar, just waited. The basilisk hesitated for a fraction. His tongue flicked faster. His head lifted slightly, searching. Harry used that beat. He flicked his wand. Diffindo. The spell cut the air and struck the basilisk's snout, slicing a shallow line. Blood welled, dark and thick. The basilisk roared, furious now, and lunged again. Harry dove, pulling Ginny down. The basilisk's teeth snapped shut inches above Harry's head. Hot breath blasted his face. The smell hit him hard. Rot, damp, meat. Harry's stomach lurched. He swallowed it down. He shoved Ginny behind a fallen stone pillar, then rolled away as the basilisk struck again, smashing the pillar, splintering it into chunks. Stone slammed into Harry's shoulder. Pain flashed. He grunted, breath knocked out. Tom laughed. Sharp. "You cannot win," he called. Harry's mind stayed clean. He did not answer. He pushed again into the basilisk's senses. Not a fear this time. Command. Tilt. He showed it movement to the left. Prey running, quick. Heartbeats. Warm blood. The basilisk snapped its head left, striking at nothing. Harry sprang up on the right. He flicked his wand again. Confringo. The blast hit the basilisk's neck. Not enough to kill, but enough to make it recoil. Scales scorched, smoke rising. The basilisk screamed, furious, and whipped its tail. The tail slammed into Harry's legs, throwing him across the chamber. Harry hit the ground hard. Pain shot through his ribs. His breath came out in a harsh cough. His vision blurred for a second. He forced it clear. He forced his body to move. The basilisk slid toward him, mouth opening, venom dripping. Harry's hand shook as he raised his wand. Not from fear, from impact. He could feel sweat on his forehead. His heart thudded fast now. His throat tasted like metal. He could not keep this up forever. He needed an ending. He needed a weapon. A sound like wings cutting air tore through the chamber. A phoenix dropped from above, red and gold, eyes bright. It shrieked once, a sound that made the basilisk hesitate. Harry stared for a heartbeat. Dumbledore's bird. The phoenix dove straight for the basilisk's face and struck, claws and beak fast. The basilisk roared, thrashing. Its eyes attacked, blinded. Harry's breath hitched, relief and irritation mixing together. Help, he thought. Dumbledore was never far. The basilisk snapped at the phoenix, missing, venom spraying. The phoenix darted away, feathers singed, but alive. Then something clattered beside Harry. A sword, silver, heavy, the hilt shaped like a cross. A ruby gleamed in the pommel. Harry stared at it. A gift, a story being handed to him. The brave boy and the heroic sword. Harry's mouth tightened. He took it anyway. His fingers wrapped around the hilt. The weight steadied him. He rose, ribs screaming. The basilisk, blinded, still moved fast, sensing vibration. It lunged toward the phoenix, then toward Harry, snapping blindly. Harry stepped in, close enough to smell its blood and venom. His arms trembled with effort as he raised the sword. He could not let the basilisk see him. It did not need eyes. It needed vibration, so Harry gave it the wrong vibration. He pushed an illusion into its senses. A heartbeat to the left. Footsteps that were not there. The basilisk struck left. Harry drove the sword up into its mouth, into the soft roof, with both hands and all the force he had. The blade sank deep. The basilisk screamed, body convulsing. Blood sprayed hot and foul. Harry gritted his teeth, holding on as the basilisk thrashed. Pain tore through his ribs. His shoulder burned. His hands slipped on the hilt, slick with blood. He shoved harder. The basilisk's body jolted, then sagged. The scream died into a wet rattle. The chamber went quiet except for Harry's ragged breathing. Harry stumbled back, sword still in his hands, and felt his legs shake. Ginny made a weak sound behind the pillar. Harry turned. Tom stood at the entrance, face pale now, eyes burning with hate. "You," Tom whispered, voice shaking. "You shouldn't be able to do that." Harry stared at him, calm, though his body was screaming. Tom stepped forward, anger sharpening. "Give me the diary," he hissed. "Give it to me, and I might let you live." Harry did not answer. He looked down at the basilisk's dead body. He looked at the sword. He looked at Tom. Then Harry lifted the diary, which had appeared in his hand again as if the story insisted it be there. Tom's eyes flared with hunger. "Yes," he breathed. Harry held the diary out for a second, making Tom lean toward it. Then Harry drove the basilisk fang, still dripping venom, straight into the diary's page. The diary screamed, not out loud. In his head, ink erupted, black and thick, spraying like blood. Tom's face twisted in horror. "No," he snarled. "Stop." Harry did not stop. He stabbed again. The diary shuddered. The pressure against Harry's mind shattered like glass. Tom screamed, a sound of rage and fear, and his body began to peel away like smoke. "You don't understand," Tom hissed as he faded. "This is only the beginning." Harry met his eyes. "I know," he said softly. Tom's image vanished. The ink smell faded. The chamber dimmed. Harry's knees buckled. He caught himself on the sword, panting, sweat pouring now, nausea rolling up hard. He swallowed it down and crawled to Ginny. "Ginny," he said, voice rough. "Look at me." Ginny's eyes fluttered. Her gaze found his, unfocused. Harry softened his voice. "You're going to be all right," he said. Ginny's lips trembled. "Harry," she whispered, and tears slid down her cheeks. Harry pulled her up, supporting her weight. He felt the pull again, the story tugging. They had to get out. They did, later, in a rush of movement and noise and adults and shouting. Harry let it happen. He let Dumbledore take Ginny. He let the professors praise him. He let the school believe the simple version. A brave boy, a monster, a sword, a victory. Harry stood in the hospital wing again, ribs bandaged, shoulder bruised, and watched Ron and Hermione hover near his bed like satellites. Ron's face was pale. Hermione looked furious and scared at the same time. "You could have died," Hermione hissed, voice shaking. Ron nodded too fast. "You should have told us," he blurted. "You should have waited." Harry looked at them, calm. He chose the right response. He let his eyes go a little damp. He let his voice go quiet. "I didn't want Ginny to die," he said. Hermione's anger faltered instantly. Ron's face crumpled with guilt. Hermione leaned closer, voice softer now. "You're not alone," she said fiercely. "You don't have to do everything by yourself." Harry nodded as if he believed it. Ron swallowed. "Thanks," he said hoarsely. "For Ginny. For—" He waved a hand helplessly. "For all of it." Harry held Ron's gaze and smiled faintly. "Of course," he said. Ron's shoulders loosened. Hermione watched Harry like she wanted to climb into his skull and organize it for him. Harry let her try. That night, when Ron finally left to check on Ginny, Hermione stayed. She sat in the chair by Harry's bed, hands clenched in her lap. Harry could hear the hospital wing, distant footsteps, curtain rustling. Madame Pomfrey muttering at someone. Hermione stared at Harry's bandaged ribs. That diary, she whispered. It was... She swallowed. It was alive. Harry nodded. Hermione's eyes lifted. How did you know what to do? She asked. You looked... She hesitated. You looked like you were thinking 10 steps ahead. Harry kept his face calm. He could not tell her the truth. The truth was that the diary had looked into him and seen something it did not expect. The truth was that Tom's fear had been the sweetest thing Harry had tasted in this world so far. Harry chose a safer thread. I didn't know, he lied gently. He searched for a word, letting it sound uncertain. I just kept moving. Hermione stared at him, frustration and admiration mixing together. Harry gave her a small smile. But you were right, he added. About dark objects. If you hadn't pushed, we wouldn't have found it. Hermione's face softened instantly. Validation hit her like warmth. She nodded, eyes shining, and leaned forward. We need to learn more, she said, voice intense. There could be other things like that. We need to be ready. Harry nodded. Together, he said. Hermione's shoulders loosened again. He watched her cling to the word like it was a promise. From that point on, Hermione came to him first with everything. Every rumor, every theory, every fear. Harry listened. He asked calm questions. He guided her to the answers he wanted her to find. Hermione thought she was building a shield. Harry was building a web. Ron started to notice. It began small. A look when Hermione leaned in too close to show Harry a line in a book. A sharp laugh that sounded fake when Harry and Hermione shared a quiet joke at the table. A sulk when Hermione said Harry was right about a spell and did not even look at Ron. Ron did not know what he was feeling. He just knew it sat under his ribs like a bruise. Harry watched it grow. He did not need to push hard. He just needed to be kind at the right moments and absent at others. When Ron was proud of something, Harry praised him, quick and sincere, then moved on. When Ron wanted attention, Harry gave it to Hermione instead. Ron's jealousy did not explode. It simmered. Simmering was useful. By the time third year rolled in, the castle felt different. The joy of novelty was gone. The corridors had familiar corners now. The teachers had predictable moods. Harry's web had grown. He knew which portraits repeated gossip. He knew which staircases creaked. He knew which students listened when he spoke and which pretended they did not. The Dementors arrived with the cold. They glided into Hogwarts like the air belonged to them. Everything near them dulled. Harry watched the first one float along the platform at Hogsmeade Station, and he felt the world dim in a way that was not illusion. It was real. His breath caught. His chest tightened. He heard a woman scream somewhere far away, thin and desperate. His scar burned. For a second, the mask slipped. Then Harry's mind steadied. He watched the Dementor like it was another predator, fed on fear, on memory, on pain. Harry had pain. He also had practice. When the Dementor drifted closer on the train later, the compartment went cold. Frost spidered across the window. Ron's hands started shaking. Hermione's lips went pale. Harry felt the old pull, that sinking feeling, like a hand around his throat. He heard a baby cry. He heard a man shout. He saw green light. He gritted his teeth. Professor Lupin's voice cut through it. Sharp. Get back. A silver burst of light. The Dementor recoiled. Warmth returned slowly. Color came back to faces. Ron slumped, breathing hard. Hermione blinked fast, like she was trying not to show she had almost cried. Harry's hands were shaking slightly. He hated that. He looked away, staring at the floor. Lupin studied him, eyes kind and cautious. You all right? He asked. Harry nodded, but his voice came out tighter. Yeah. Lupin did not push. He just watched him like he was filing something away. That night, in the common room, Hermione hovered near Harry again, voice low. You were worse than Ron, she whispered. Ron bristled. Oi. Hermione ignored him. You heard things, she said to Harry. You went gray. Harry met her gaze calmly. It's fine, he said. Hermione shook her head. It's not fine, she snapped, then softened fast. We should learn the Patronus charm. Ron groaned. That's advanced. Hermione glared. So is dying. Harry watched them. The Dementors were not a problem he could solve with a simple whisper. He could not make them see what he wanted, not easily. They did not care about stories. They cared about emptiness. Harry thought about that later, alone. He lay awake and stared at the ceiling. He pictured emptiness. Not the kind that hurt. The kind that simply was. A dark, quiet space where nothing could hook into him. He practiced building it, thread by thread, until the baby's cry faded into something distant. He did not become happy. He became unreachable. That year ended with blood on stone, and a man's name cleared in whispers and secrets. Harry let it happen. He kept Sirius Black alive. Not out of kindness, out of use. A godfather was a lever. A man loyal to the Potters was a lever. A link to the past was a lever. Harry liked levers. Fourth year arrived like a knife. The Triwizard Tournament was announced. The castle buzzed. Students argued. Teachers looked tense. Harry watched it all and waited. When the Goblet of Fire spat out his name, the hall erupted. Shouts, gasps, accusations. Harry sat still, heart steady, and let his face show confusion, then reluctant fear, then a quiet kind of bravery. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Harry smiled faintly. Dumbledore looked troubled. Perfect. That night, Ron exploded. They were in the dorm, curtains drawn. Seamus and Dean were hovering awkwardly, pretending they were not listening. Neville looked like he wanted to disappear into his mattress. Ron's voice shook with anger. "You put your name in," he snapped. Harry looked at him, calm. "No," Ron laughed, sharp and ugly. "Don't lie. You always—" He stopped, searching for a word. "You always do something. You always have a plan." Hermione stepped between them. "He didn't," she snapped. "He couldn't." The age line. Ron rounded on her. "Of course you'd say that," he spat. "You always say he's right." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Because he usually is." Ron's face reddened. "So what, you think I'm stupid?" Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it, because she could not lie convincingly. Ron's jaw clenched. He looked at Harry again, hurt sitting under the anger. "You didn't even tell me," he said, voice cracking. "If you did it, you didn't even tell me." Harry stepped closer, voice low and steady. "Ron," he said, "I didn't do it." Ron's eyes were wet. He looked away fast. Harry watched him struggle. Ron wanted to believe him. Ron also wanted to be the main character in his own life, and Harry kept stealing the spotlight just by breathing. Harry let his expression soften. He let his voice drop. "I wish you'd trust me," he said quietly. Ron flinched like the words hit him. Hermione's eyes softened instantly. She turned toward Ron, voice gentler. "Ron," she began. Ron jerked his head up, anger flaring again because he hated feeling guilty. "No," he snapped. "No, I'm not doing this. I'm not." He waved a hand. "I'm not playing his sidekick while he wins everything." Harry stayed still. He did not argue. Arguing would make Ron dig in. He let Ron walk out. The door slammed. Neville whispered, "Should we go after him?" Hermione's voice shook. "He's being ridiculous." Harry sat on his bed slowly and let his shoulders sag like he was exhausted. Hermione turned to him instantly. "Harry," she said, voice fierce, "you didn't do anything wrong." Harry nodded, silent. Hermione's eyes shone. "We'll get through it," she promised. Harry nodded again. Ron's jealousy was not a surprise. It was a pressure point. Harry had finally pushed it hard enough that it snapped. Now Ron would either break away or crawl back. Either option was useful. The next day, a girl blocked Harry's path outside the Great Hall. She was in Slytherin robes. Tall, pale but not sickly. Her hair was dark and neat, and her eyes were clear, a cool gray that did not waste motion. She looked at Harry like she was not afraid to. "Potter," she said. Harry stopped. Students flowed around them, whispering, staring. Harry tilted his head slightly. "Yes." The girl's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Daphne Greengrass," she said. Harry knew the name. Pure blood. Old family. Not loud like Malfoy, not desperate like some of the others. A quiet player. Harry kept his face polite. Hi. Daphne's gaze flicked to his scar, then to his eyes, and she held it longer than most people dared. You made a mess, she said. Harry's expression stayed blank. I didn't. Daphne's mouth curved. That's the official line, she said. Not the only one. Harry watched her. She was not trying to impress him. She was not trying to scare him. She was simply talking like she expected him to keep up. Harry liked that. What do you want? He asked softly. Daphne leaned in slightly, voice low. Your little stunt with the goblet has Slytherin twitching, she said. Malfoy is making noises. He wants to decide whether you are a threat or an asset. Harry's eyes stayed calm. And you? Daphne's gaze did not move. I prefer assets, she said. Harry smiled faintly. Do you? Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. I prefer winning, she corrected. Harry nodded as if that was reasonable. Daphne continued, voice steady. If you want to survive this tournament without every snake in my house trying to bite you, you need information, she said. And you need someone who can walk into a room full of purebloods without them pretending you smell like mud. Harry's smile widened a fraction. And you want, he said. What? Daphne's gaze flicked to the crowd, then back. I want leverage, she said simply. I want a seat at the table you are building. Harry watched her say it so plainly. Most people tried to dress up their hunger. Daphne did not. Harry respected that. He nodded once. All right, he said. What do you offer first? Daphne's mouth twitched again. Direct, she said. Good. She leaned in closer. The first task is dragons, she whispered. Harry's eyes sharpened. Daphne pulled back slightly, watching his reaction. Harry kept his face calm. Inside, his mind clicked into place. Dragons. Heat. Teeth. Smoke. Fear. A predator that did not care about stories. That would be a problem. Daphne watched him for another beat, then said, Meet me tonight. Library. Back tables. After dinner. Harry nodded. Fine. Daphne turned to go. Harry spoke softly. Why are you doing this? Daphne paused, half-turned. Her eyes flicked back to him. For the first time, something like humor flashed there. Because you're the first person in this school who looks at danger and smiles like it's a puzzle, she said. And because if you win, the board changes. I intend to be on the winning side when it does. Then she walked away, Slytherin robes swaying, and the crowd swallowed her. Harry stood still for a moment. Hermione hurried up to him, cheeks flushed. Where have you been? She demanded. Karkaroff and Maxime are staring at you like... She stopped, then noticed the direction Harry had been looking. Who was that? Harry kept his voice mild. Daphne Greengrass. Hermione's eyes narrowed. A Slytherin. Harry nodded. Yes. Hermione bristled. What did she want? Harry smiled faintly. A conversation. Hermione's voice sharpened. Harry, you cannot trust Slytherins. Harry met her gaze, calm. You can't trust anyone, he said gently. Hermione flinched like the truth bothered her. Harry softened his voice. But you can understand them, he added. That's different. Hermione's shoulders loosened a fraction. Harry watched her cling to the difference. That night, the library smelled like old paper and candle wax. Harry sat at the back table Daphne had chosen. He kept his posture relaxed. He did not arrive early. He did not arrive late. He arrived exactly on time. Daphne arrived 2 minutes later. She slid into the chair opposite him like she had always belonged there. She did not start with small talk. Dragons, she said quietly. Harry nodded. Tell me what you know. Daphne's eyes flicked to the surrounding tables. A few students were scattered around, heads down, whispering. No one was close enough to hear. Daphne lowered her voice anyway. The champions will face a dragon each, she said. You will have to retrieve something. An egg. They want spectacle. They want danger. Harry felt his chest tighten slightly. Daphne watched him. You can't charm a dragon with school spells, she said. Not for long. Harry's eyes narrowed. Who told you? Daphne's mouth curved. Someone who owes my mother, she said. Harry nodded. And what do you want in return? Daphne leaned in slightly. Access, she said. I want to know what you are planning. I want to know what you can do. Harry smiled faintly. If I told you that, he said softly, it wouldn't be an alliance. It would be me handing you a knife. Daphne's eyes held his. I already have knives, she said. I want a map. Harry's smile widened a fraction. She was good. Harry leaned forward slightly, voice low. You can have a map, he said. But you don't get the whole thing. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Fair, Harry continued, calm. I will tell you what you need to know to keep yourself safe, he said. And in return you tell me what your house knows. Not rumors. Facts. Daphne nodded once. Done. Harry watched her agree without flinching. No drama. No pretending. Harry liked her more already. Daphne studied him for a beat. Malfoy thinks you are playing hero, she said. He thinks you are desperate for approval. Harry's eyes flicked up, mild. Is that what you think? Daphne's mouth twitched again. No, she said. I think you are polite the way a knife is polite. Harry held her gaze. Daphne continued, voice steady. You're making Granger cling to you. You're making Weasley resent you. You made the teachers believe you are reckless when you are actually careful. Harry stayed still. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Am I wrong? Harry smiled faintly. No, he said. Daphne's eyebrows lifted slightly, surprised by the honesty. Harry leaned back. What do you want, Daphne? He asked softly. Really? Daphne's expression tightened. For the first time she looked her age. Not a child, but not an adult either. Just a girl who had learned early that weakness got used. I want my family safe, she said. I want my name to mean something that isn't. She stopped, jaw tightening. Isn't whatever the Dark Lord decided it meant. Harry watched her. There was anger there buried. Not loyalty to Voldemort. Resentment. Harry nodded slowly. All right, he said. Then we want similar things. Daphne's gaze held his. Do we? Harry smiled, small. You want safety, he said. I want control. Safety is easier when you control the room. Daphne's mouth curved again. You say that like it's simple. Harry's eyes stayed calm. It is, he said. If you have the right tools. Daphne glanced at his wand. And you think you do, she said. Harry nodded. I do. Daphne stared at him for another beat, then looked down at the table. So, she said, voice shifting back to business. How do you beat a dragon? Harry did not answer immediately. He pictured the basilisk's mind. He pictured heat and hunger. He pictured the web. Not by fighting it straight, he said finally. Predators don't like uncertainty. Daphne's eyes lifted. Illusions, she said. Harry nodded. Daphne's voice went quieter. How far can you push it? Harry held her gaze. Far, he said. Daphne's mouth tightened. Show me, she said. Harry did not wave his wand. He just looked at her. He let his eyes hold hers for a heartbeat longer than normal. Daphne's pupils widened slightly. Harry whispered. So softly it barely moved air. Shatter. For a heartbeat. The candlelight on the table fractured. Not physically. In Daphne's perception. She blinked once, and for a split second, she saw the library empty. Shelves stretched into darkness, and everyone around them gone. Then it snapped back. Daphne's breath caught. Her hand tightened on the edge of the table. Harry watched her fight the instinct to show fear. Daphne swallowed, voice steady but quieter. That, she said, was a warning. Harry smiled faintly. That was a tap, he corrected. Daphne stared at him, eyes bright now with something like excitement and dread. Fine, Daphne said after a beat. You get your map. I'll get you your facts. Harry nodded. Daphne leaned in again, voice almost amused. Also, she said, if you are going to keep pretending you don't know what you are doing, you need to stop smiling when people panic. Harry's smile widened slightly. Do I? Daphne's eyes narrowed. Yes, she said. It's unsettling. Harry nodded as if he would consider it. He did not promise. When Daphne left, Harry sat for a moment and listened to the library. Hermione would ask questions tomorrow. Ron would glare from across the table. Teachers would watch him like he was a spark near oil. Harry would keep the mask. But now he had something else. A Slytherin ally. Not Draco's kind of Slytherin. Sharper. More honest. more dangerous. The first task arrived faster than people expected. The days leading up to it were full of pressure. Teachers stopped smiling. Students whispered. The air felt tighter. Ron did not speak to Harry. Hermione tried to act like it did not bother her, but she kept glancing toward the portrait hole when she thought Harry was not looking. Harry watched her anxiety rise. He soothed it with calm answers, with quiet reassurance, with just enough warmth to keep her close. It worked. 2 nights before the task, Hermione cornered Harry in the common room. Her eyes were bright with urgency. "Harry," she hissed, "I found something." Harry looked up from his book. "What?" Hermione shoved a parchment at him. "Dragons," she said. "They breathe fire hot enough to melt stone. Their scales repel most spells. You cannot just—" She made a frustrated sound. "You cannot just wing it." Harry glanced at the parchment. "I know," he said. Hermione blinked. "You know." Harry met her eyes, calm. "I know." Hermione's mouth opened. "How?" she began, then snapped her mouth shut like she realized something. "You've been—" She stopped, eyes narrowing. "You've known for days." Harry did not deny it. Hermione's voice rose slightly. "And you didn't tell me." Harry lowered his voice, forcing her to match it. "Hermione," he said gently, "you're already stressed." Hermione's breath hitched, anger fighting with worry. Harry continued, calm. "I didn't want to make you panic more." Hermione's anger faltered. She hated that she was easy to soothe. She hated that it worked. Harry watched her fight it, then lose. Hermione swallowed. "What are you going to do?" she whispered. Harry tilted his head slightly. "What do you think I should do?" Hermione's eyes sharpened automatically. "Strategy mode. Control mode." "A broom," she said immediately. "You're good at flying. If you can get into the air, you can stay out of reach. You can use spells to distract. Conjure things. Anything. Keep it away from the egg." Harry nodded slowly, as if he was considering it. He already had his own plan. He liked Hermione's plan too, not because he would follow it exactly, but because it would give him an excuse to do what he wanted while looking like he was doing what everyone expected. Harry leaned forward slightly. "All right," he said. "A broom." Hermione's shoulders loosened. Relief flashed across her face. Harry added softly, "Will you help me practice?" Hermione nodded instantly. "Yes," she said. "Of course." Harry smiled, small. Ron watched from across the common room, face tight. Harry let Ron watch. He let Ron feel excluded. He let Ron blame Hermione for choosing Harry again. Tighten the web. The night before the task, Harry met Daphne in an empty classroom near the dungeons. The room smelled faintly of chalk and cold stone. Daphne shut the door behind her. "You look too calm," she said. Harry smiled faintly. "Do I?" Daphne stepped closer, eyes scanning him. "You're sweating," she said. "You're just pretending you're not." Harry did not deny it. Daphne leaned on a desk, posture casual, eyes sharp. "If you die," she said, "I lose my seat at the table." Harry's mouth twitched. Touching. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Don't," she said. "Not tonight." Harry watched her, amused and curious. Daphne inhaled slowly. "You're going to mess with its mind," she said. Harry nodded. Daphne's gaze held his. "Do you have a trigger?" Harry's fingers brushed his wand. "I do," he said. Daphne's mouth tightened. "You will not say it out loud," she warned. "Not in the arena. Not with everyone watching. If they hear a pattern, they will study it." Harry nodded. "I know." Daphne's eyes softened slightly, almost. "Then what?" she asked. Harry leaned in slightly, voice low. "A predator," he said. Daphne's eyebrows lifted. "A bigger dragon," she guessed. Harry shook his head. "Too obvious," he said. "It would feel fake." Daphne stared at him, thinking. "So what?" she asked. Harry's voice stayed calm. "Something ancient," he said. "Something that makes it move without thinking." Daphne's gaze sharpened. "Fear," she said. Harry nodded. Daphne's mouth curved faintly. "And you're sure you can do it?" Harry met her eyes. "No," he said honestly. Daphne blinked. "You're not sure?" Harry smiled, small. "I'm sure I can try." he said. Trying is enough. Most people break before they try. Daphne stared at him for a beat, then huffed a quiet laugh. You're insane, she murmured. Harry's smile widened slightly. Yes, he agreed. Daphne looked away for a second, then back. Her voice dropped. If you win, she said, everyone will look at you differently. Harry nodded. Good. Daphne's gaze held his. And if you lose, she added, they'll tear you apart. Harry's eyes stayed calm. Then I won't lose. Daphne stared at him for another beat. Then she stepped closer, close enough that Harry could smell the faint clean scent of her soap. Her voice went quiet. After tomorrow, she said, we need to talk about what comes next. Harry nodded. We will. Daphne hesitated, then lifted her hand and touched Harry's sleeve, brief and deliberate. It was not a shy touch. It was a claim. Then she stepped back, mask sliding back onto her face. Don't die, she said flatly. Harry smiled faintly. Try not to miss me, he said. Daphne rolled her eyes and left. Harry stood alone for a moment, chest tight with adrenaline and something else he did not bother naming. The next morning, the arena smelled like smoke and excitement. Students packed the stands. Teachers sat stiffly. The other schools watched, faces sharp. Harry stood in the champions' tent with Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Crumb. Cedric looked tense but steady. Fleur looked irritated like the whole thing was beneath her. Crumb looked quiet, eyes heavy. Harry listened to the crowd roar outside. It sounded like waves. His palms were damp. His stomach twisted. He kept his breathing steady. A dragon did not care about him being calm. A dragon cared about fire. Bagman's voice boomed. Champions! Ready? Cedric swallowed. Fleur muttered something in French under her breath. Crumb rolled his shoulders. Harry felt the web around him, all those eyes, all those expectations, all those stories. He let them wrap him. He would use them. The first champion went. The roar of the crowd spiked. A blast of heat rolled in. Minutes later, Fleur returned. Hair singed, face furious, breathing hard. Then Crumb went. Then Cedric. Cedric returned with his face scratched, robes torn, but the golden egg clutched in his hands. Cedric looked relieved and dazed. Then Bagman called Harry's name. The tent flap lifted. Heat hit Harry's face. The arena opened up, bright and brutal. The dragon was already there, huge, crouched near a nest of eggs, smoke curling from its nostrils. A Hungarian horntail. The scales were dark. Its tail ended in spikes that looked like knives. Its eyes were bright, predatory. Harry's heart kicked hard. The crowd blurred into a wall of noise. Harry stepped forward. He could feel the dragon's gaze lock onto him. A threat. A thief. The dragon's wings shifted. Massive. Its claws dug into the dirt. Harry raised his wand slowly, keeping it visible. He did not want to startle it too fast. The dragon's head lowered slightly. Smoke puffed from its nose. Harry's throat went dry. Sweat rolled down his back. He could not do this with bravery alone. He needed the dragon to move. He needed it to leave the nest, to turn, to make a mistake. Harry drew a slow breath. He pictured the basilisk again. Not the fight. The feel of it. The old hunger. The cold certainty. Dragons and basilisks were both old. Both scaled. Both violent. He needed to find what a dragon feared. Not logically. Instinctively. Harry stepped closer, careful. The dragon's head snapped forward, jaws opening. Harry felt the heat blast him. Fire swelled in its throat. Harry snapped his wand up. Accio Firebolt. The words cracked out of him. The spell shot away unseen. The dragon roared and unleashed fire. Harry dove. The flames roared overhead, hot enough to sting his skin even as he rolled away. The smell of burning dirt and smoke hit him hard. His lungs tightened. He scrambled up, panting. The dragon swung its tail. Spikes whistled past Harry's head. He ducked, felt the air move. His hands shook. Not fear. Heat. Adrenaline. The dragon's head swung back toward him, eyes bright with rage. Harry forced his mind still. He could not push a delicate illusion into a mind that was trying to kill him if his own fear was screaming. He built the emptiness, the quiet space, the unreachable place. Then he pushed. He did not try to make the dragon see a person. He made it sense something. Presence. A larger presence behind it. A cold, ancient coil sliding under the dirt. Under the nest. Under its eggs. The dragon froze for a fraction. His nostrils flared. His head twitched, listening, sensing. Harry whispered. So softly it was almost only thought. Shatter. The world around the dragon cracked. Not for the crowd. For the dragon. The ground behind its nest seemed to bulge. A shadow moved under the dirt. A hiss rose, deep and wrong, like stone grinding. The dragon's eyes widened. For the first time it looked uncertain. It jerked its head, scanning, wings lifting slightly. Harry moved. His firebolt shot into the arena from the side like a bullet. Harry caught it by instinct, fingers clamping hard. He kicked off the ground and shot upward. The crowd roared, but the sound felt distant. The dragon snapped its head toward him, fury returning, and blasted fire upward. Harry swerved hard. Heat washed his legs. His robe smoked. He hissed through his teeth, pain flashing. He forced himself to keep moving. Below, the dragon shifted, torn between its instinct to chase the flying thief and its new fear of the thing behind its eggs. It glanced back at the nest. Harry pushed again. He made the shadow under the nest move closer. He made the hiss louder. He made the dragon feel the pressure of something older, something that would eat its young. The dragon roared, not just angry now, but panicked. It spun, wings flaring, tail whipping, trying to protect the nest from a threat that was not there. In doing so, it moved. It lifted off the nest, just enough. The golden egg was exposed. Harry dove. The dragon snapped back toward him too late. Harry's broom screamed downward. Wind tore at his face. His eyes watered. His lungs burned. He reached. The golden egg gleamed, bright against dark dirt. Harry's fingers closed around it. The dragon roared and slammed down, claws digging, snapping at him. Harry yanked up on the broom handle hard. The broom shot upward. The dragon's teeth snapped shut inches below Harry's boot. Harry's stomach lurched. He heard the crowd roar like thunder. He did not look at them. He forced his mind to stay on the dragon, because the illusion had to hold until he was out. The dragon reared, eyes wide, still sensing that hidden predator. Harry pushed one last time. He made the shadow slide away, retreating, like it had been scared off. The hiss faded. The dragon's panic shifted back into rage. It roared at Harry as he climbed, then slammed its claws into the dirt, furious that it had been tricked, though it could not understand how. Harry flew hard toward the judge's platform, egg clutched tight. His hands were shaking now. Sweat ran into his eyes. His breath came in harsh bursts. When he landed, his legs nearly gave out. He forced them steady. He held the egg up. The crowd screamed. Bagman shouted his name like he had won a war. Harry smiled, small and polite, mask back in place. Inside, his stomach rolled. He swallowed down nausea. He could feel the aftertaste of the illusion in his mind, like smoke stuck in his throat. He had pushed hard. It had worked. He glanced up at the stands. Hermione's face was lit with relief and pride. She was clapping so hard her hands must have hurt. Ron was there too, a few rows away. His face was pale, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. He looked like he had forgotten how to be angry. Harry met Ron's gaze for a heartbeat. Ron swallowed. Harry gave him a small nod, like they were still on the same side. Ron's expression cracked into something like guilt. Harry looked away. He did not need Ron's apology yet. He needed Ron back in the web. After the judges finished, after the roar faded into buzzing noise, Harry was pulled into corridors full of teachers and students and reporters. Madame Pomfrey checked his burns, muttering at him for being reckless. Harry let her fuss. It made him look human. Later, when the corridors quieted, Daphne appeared beside him like she had been waiting in the stone. She looked at him, eyes sharp, then down at his singed robes. "You smell like smoke," she said. Harry's mouth twitched. "I noticed." Daphne's gaze lifted to his eyes. "You did it," she said softly. Harry nodded once. Daphne's voice went quieter. "They all think you flew better than the dragon," she said. "They think you were lucky." Brave. Fast. Harry's eyes stayed calm. Let them, he said. Daphne studied him. What did you do? She asked. Harry held her gaze. He could tell her. She had earned a peace. He leaned closer slightly, voice low. I made it feel hunted, he said. Daphne's breath caught just a fraction. Her hand tightened on her sleeve. Then her mouth curved faintly. That's disgusting, she murmured. Harry smiled faintly. Yes. Daphne stared at him, then stepped closer, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. Her voice was almost a whisper. You changed the room, she said. Harry looked at her. Good, he replied. Daphne's eyes held his for a beat. Then she kissed him. It was not soft and dreamy. It was quick, deliberate. A sharp press of lips that felt like a pact more than romance. Harry's breath hitched. For a second, he forgot the crowd, the tournament, the web. Then his mind snapped back. He kept his hands at his sides. He did not grab her. He did not chase it. He let her set the terms. Daphne pulled back, eyes bright, cheeks slightly flushed, and she looked annoyed with herself for it. That, she said, voice flat, was not sentiment. Harry's mouth curved. Of course not, he said. Daphne rolled her eyes. Don't get smug, she muttered. Harry's smile widened a fraction. Too late, he said. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Listen, she said, business again. You won the first task. Now everyone will start watching your hands. They will study your spells. They will try to see a pattern. Harry nodded. Daphne continued, voice low. So stop giving them one, she said. Change your shape. Change your rhythm. Make them chase shadows. Harry looked at her, calm. I always do, he said. Daphne stared at him for a beat, then exhaled. Slow. Good, she murmured. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Daphne stepped back instantly, mask snapping onto her face. Harry's mask stayed on too. Hermione appeared, rushing toward him, eyes wide. Harry? She breathed, relief flooding her voice. You were brilliant. You were absolutely brilliant. I told you the broom would work. I mean you? She stopped, breathless. You did it. Harry smiled softly at her. I had help, he said, and he meant the words in a way she would never hear. Hermione's face softened, proud and grateful. Ron followed behind her, slower. He stopped a few feet away, hands shoved in his pockets, eyes down. Harry watched him, patient. Ron swallowed. That, he said, voice rough, was mad. Harry nodded. Yeah. Ron's eyes flicked up, quick. He began, then stopped. His ears went red. I thought you, he swallowed hard. I thought you put your name in. Hermione's face tightened, ready to bite. Harry lifted a hand slightly, calming. Ron's voice cracked. I was wrong, he forced out. He stopped, jaw clenched. I'm sorry. Harry held his gaze. He let the silence stretch just long enough to make Ron feel it. Then Harry nodded once, simple. All right, he said. Ron's shoulders dropped like he had been holding his breath for weeks. Hermione's eyes softened too. Harry smiled faintly at both of them. They thought this was repair. They thought it was friendship snapping back into place. Harry felt the web tighten again. One thread. Another. Behind them, down the corridor, Professor Moody watched from the shadows. His magical eye stared at Harry without blinking. Harry did not look back. He did not need to. He could feel the weight of that gaze like a hook in the air. He kept walking anyway, egg tucked under his arm. Friends on either side, smiles and relief and applause following him. He kept the mask on. But inside, as the castle stones swallowed their footsteps, Harry's thoughts stayed cold and clean. Someone was watching him properly now, and the game was finally starting. The golden egg sat on Harry's bed like it was watching him. Ron hovered by the window, pretending he wasn't. Hermione was on the desk chair with a book open and her fingers stuck on the same line, like she could pin the world down if she pressed hard enough. Harry let the silence stretch until Ron couldn't stand it. I was a right idiot, Ron blurted, ears going red. I was jealous and I acted like you did it to annoy me. Then you nearly got roasted and I realized I'm awful. Hermione's head snapped up. Ron, I'm talking, Ron said, voice cracking. He looked at Harry. I'm sorry, mate. Harry could have made him work for it. He didn't. It's done, Harry said quietly. I want you with me. Ron's shoulders dropped like someone cut a rope. Yeah, he said fast. Always. Hermione exhaled, then glared at Ron like she was trying to stop herself from smiling. Don't do it again. Yeah, Ron muttered. Mom, Hermione's eyes flashed. I am not. Harry listened to them bicker and let it settle. The trio looked fixed. Under it, the crack stayed. A crack was useful. That night, Harry took the egg to the common room, sat by the dying fire, and opened it. A sound poured out like something drowning. Harry's stomach tightened. He shut it, opened it again, forced his mind empty, then imagined water pressing on his ears. The scream shifted into words. Come seek us where our voices sound. A lake. Footsteps behind him, heavy and uneven. Harry didn't jump. Professor Moody's voice, low. Up late, Potter. Harry turned, face mild. Couldn't sleep. Moody's real eye watched him. The magical one spun and fixed on the egg. Good, Moody said. You're not stupid. Keep it that way. Second task's in the lake. You'll need air. You'll need sight. You'll need speed. Harry kept his voice calm. How do you know? Moody snorted. I know tournaments. And I know people. Don't take help that comes too easy. He limped away, cane tapping. Harry watched him go and stored the warning. It wasn't clean. It never was. The days after were research and rumors. Hermione went full machine. Bubblehead charm is possible, she said, shoving books into Harry's arms. But holding it under pressure is hard. Gillyweed is rare. Transfiguration is dangerous. Partial. Ron made a face. Gillyweed sounds like something that grows in toilets. Hermione glared. Ron grinned anyway. What it does. Harry let them fill the space. He kept his own mind quiet. When the Yule Ball was announced, the castle turned strange. People started acting like they lived in a different world where dancing mattered more than staying alive. Hermione cornered Harry. You have to ask someone. You're a champion. You open the ball. Harry asked Parvati. She said yes, bright and thrilled. It was easy. It was also cover. That night, Harry met Daphne behind the library where the shelves swallowed sound. Daphne didn't waste time. She pressed something cold into his palm. It was a chipped silver coin, dull at the edges. What's this? Harry asked. A tell, Daphne said. If you start doubting what you're seeing, rub it. Feel the damage. Reality has rough bits. Your tricks don't. Harry closed his fingers around it. You think I'll need that? He asked. Daphne's mouth tightened. Everyone needs it eventually. You asked Parvati, Daphne said flatly. Cover, Harry replied. For what? Harry looked at her. For you. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You're playing two sides. It's one room, Harry said. I'm standing in the right spot. Daphne scoffed, then stepped close and kissed him fast, like she was daring herself to do it. When she pulled back, her voice was sharp. Don't make me look stupid, Potter. Harry's mouth twitched. I won't. The ball came with too much perfume and a great hall that looked like a trap dressed up as winter. Harry did the opening dance with Parvati, stiff but clean. People stared. He smiled when he needed to. Across the room, Hermione was with Victor Crumb. Ron looked like he'd been punched. Harry didn't rush to fix it. He let the lesson sit in Ron's stomach. Later, when Ron was near the edge of the dance floor, jaw clenched, Harry stepped in front of him. You look like you're about to do something stupid, Harry said. Ron glared. I'm fine. Harry kept his voice soft. If you like her, tell her. If you don't, stop acting like she owes you. Ron's face went red. He looked away hard. Shut it. Harry didn't push. He just stayed there until Ron's shoulders dropped. On his way back through the crowd, Harry found Daphne near a pillar. He kissed her again. Not hidden, just tucked behind bodies and music. He felt eyes on them, felt gossip forming, and let it. Dumbledore could watch the wrong thing too. The second task arrived with frost and a black lake that looked like it could swallow the whole school. Bagman's voice boomed. Champions, you have 1 hour to retrieve what has been taken from you. Taken from you. Harry's stomach tightened. He scanned the shore. Hermione's smile was too tight. Ron looked nervous in a way he was trying to hide. The whistle blew. Harry rubbed the chipped coin once, hard enough to bite his skin, then shoved gillyweed into his mouth at the edge of the water. Tasted like mud. His throat burned. Gills tore open along his neck with a wet pull that nearly made him gag. He dove. Cold hit like a punch. Darkness swallowed sound. Weeds brushed his arm. Something moved in the shadows. Harry's heart hammered once, hard, then steadied. A Grindylow lunged, fingers hooked. Harry flicked his wand. Light burst, weak but enough. He pushed a simple illusion into its small mind. Predator. Teeth. A bigger shadow. The Grindylow froze, then fled. Harry kicked deeper. He found the hostages tied to a statue, hair floating like seaweed. Ron. Hermione. Cho-Chang. A pale girl from Beauxbatons. Harry's jaw tightened. He cut Ron free first, then Hermione. Both bodies sagged in the water, limp and heavy. He knew the choice they wanted him to make. He could grab Ron and go. He could grab Hermione and go. He could be selfish and still win. He wanted the story. Harry cut the Beauxbatons girl free too. He wrapped weeds around their wrists, linking them in a loose chain and anchoring the other end around his own forearm. It wasn't pretty. It was enough. Cho was still there. A dark blur surged in. Victor Crumb, half shark, teeth bared, eyes wild. He grabbed Cho's rope and yanked her free with brute strength, hauling her upward without looking back. Harry didn't waste time. He kicked for the surface, towing Ron, Hermione, and the Beauxbatons girl behind him. His arm burned. His legs cramped. Panic rose, then slid off the empty place in his mind. He broke the surface and dragged bodies onto the ice edge with shaking hands. Ron coughed and spluttered. "What the?" Hermione gasped, eyes wide. "Harry!" Fleur burst up a moment later, screaming, and spotted her sister already safe. Shock snapped across her face, then relief she tried to hide. Cedric surfaced too, hauling his hostage. The crowd roared. Bagman shouted about points. Harry barely heard it. Hermione found him later in the changing area, voice quiet and sharp at the same time. "You didn't have to take Fleur's sister." Harry kept his face mild. "Couldn't leave her." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "That's not how you think." Harry met her gaze. "They watch everything," he said softly. "I'm not giving them an easy story." Hermione stared at him, then nodded once, like it hurt to understand. The third task came with summer heat and hedges that rose like walls. Harry stood with the champions at the entrance. Cedric glanced at him, kind and nervous. "If it gets nasty," Cedric said quietly, "we look out for each other." Harry nodded. "Sure." The whistle blew. Harry stepped into the maze. Sound died inside. The air was humid and close. Dirt smell. Leaf smell. Something bitter underneath. Harry moved fast, cutting corners, listening for breath and footsteps. A boggart burst out and became a Dementor. Cold slammed into him. His chest tightened. The baby cry sliced through his head. Harry's hands shook. He didn't try a Patronus. He made the emptiness, then whispered, "Shatter." The Dementor flickered, cracked for his eyes only. The boggart hesitated, confused. "Ridiculous," Harry snapped. The Dementor warped into something ridiculous, hood sagging, making a wheezing sound like a cough. Harry didn't laugh. He ran past. He heard a scream ahead and saw Fleur moving down a corridor. Wand up. Harry flicked his wand and sent the scream behind her instead. A whisper of sound that pulled her the wrong way. Fleur spun and ran toward it. Harry kept going. A red spell flashed from a side path. Harry ducked. Victor Crumb stepped out, breathing hard, wand raised, eyes wrong. "Out!" Crumb snarled. "Move!" Harry felt the foreign intent under the anger. Someone else pulling him. Harry stepped aside like he was giving Crumb room, then whispered, "Shatter!" Crumb blinked. Harry fed the moment. He made Crumb see Cedric sprinting toward the cup. Crumb bolted. Harry stunned him in the back. Crumb collapsed face down in the dirt. Harry dragged him into a side path and left him breathing, hidden. He didn't waste time feeling anything about it. The maze threw more at him, a mist that made his thoughts slip. Harry rubbed the chipped coin until his palm stung. Then he held a false image in his mind, a warm fire in the common room, and used it like a handhold while he pushed through. A spider dropped from above, legs clicking. Harry sent fire at its legs and ran when it recoiled. Footsteps. Cedric, panting, robes torn. Crumb attacked me, Cedric said, eyes wide, like he'd lost his mind. Harry kept his voice calm. He attacked me too, Cedric swallowed. We should stick together. Harry nodded. All right. They moved together, wands up, shoulders close. A hedge behind them surged, branches twisting, trying to grab. Cedric slashed at it, but it reached wrong, grabbing air. Harry pushed an illusion into the hedge's magic, just enough to make it misjudge distance. Cedric's sleeve slipped free. Harry grabbed Cedric and yanked. Run! They burst into an open patch. In the center, the Triwizard Cup sat on a plinth, gleaming. Cedric stopped, breath hitching. Harry's skin prickled. It was too easy. Cedric whispered, You should take it. You've been forced into this. It's not fair. Harry watched him, then said softly, We take it together. Cedric blinked. Together. Harry nodded. Together. Cedric's face twisted like he wanted to argue. Then he nodded, still kind even when it cost him. They stepped forward. Harry's fingers touched the cup. The world yanked. Cold air slammed into Harry's face. Dirt under his knees. Mist crawling over ground. Graveyard. Cedric groaned beside him. Where are we? Footsteps crunched. A man stepped out of the mist, dragging a bundle of rags. Wormtail. Cedric stared. What is that? Harry's voice was steady. Get behind me. Wormtail lifted his wand. Kill the spare. Cedric's head snapped toward Harry. What? Green light flashed. Cedric's body jerked once, then collapsed like someone cut the strings. Harry's breath stopped. Hot anger surged, sharp and fast. Harry rubbed the chipped coin against his thumb until the edge hurt, then crushed the anger down. Wormtail's wand snapped toward Harry. Ropes shot out and wrapped Harry tight, pinning his arms to his sides. Wormtail dragged him toward a stone cauldron in the center of the graveyard. Harry didn't fight, not because he couldn't, because Voldemort returning was a lever. If Voldemort stayed myth, the world stayed lazy. If Voldemort returned, the world broke. Broken worlds were easy to reshape. The bundle in Wormtail's arms twitched. A high voice hissed. Begin. Wormtail lit a fire under the cauldron. Flames flared green. He poured dust into the potion, whispering, Bone of the Father, unknowingly given. He lifted a knife and cut his own hand, sobbing as blood hit the brew. Then he turned toward Harry, knife shaking. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, Wormtail whispered. He stepped close. Harry met his gaze and whispered, almost kindly, Shatter. Wormtail blinked and saw someone else for a heartbeat. James Potter, laughing, wand raised. Wormtail whimpered. His knife hand wavered. Harry used the beat to loosen one strand of rope, not to escape, just to move. Wormtail forced himself forward and slashed Harry's arm. Pain flared hot. Blood ran down and dripped into the cauldron. The potion boiled. Smoke surged. Wormtail dumped the small bundle into the cauldron. Something rose out of it. A body forming. Bone. Skin. A face like a skull stretched too tight. Voldemort stood. Harry's scar burned like fire. He clenched his jaw and stayed still. Wormtail sobbed. Master. Voldemort ignored him. Red eyes fixed on Harry. Harry Potter. Voldemort whispered, voice high and cold. The boy who thinks he can cheat death. Harry held his gaze. Voldemort circled him like a spider. You brought me back, he said, sweet with cruelty. And you didn't even know. Harry's mouth twitched faintly. I knew. Voldemort stopped. Wormtail sucked in a breath. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. What did you say? I knew, Harry repeated. Voldemort laughed. Sharp. Lies. Harry's voice stayed calm. You want control, he said. You want fear. That's all this is. Voldemort hissed. You dare. Harry didn't flinch. You talk about conquering death, he said. But you're running from it. Rage twisted Voldemort's face. Crucio. Pain exploded through Harry's body. His back arched. Teeth clenched. blood in his mouth. He didn't scream. Voldemort watched, annoyed. Still trying to be noble, Harry coughed, breath harsh. Smoke swirled. Death Eaters appeared, one by one, masked, robed, forming a circle. Voldemort's voice rang out. Look, this is the boy who lived. Masks turned toward Harry. He felt their eyes on him, hungry and afraid. Voldemort stepped close, wand tip inches from Harry's face. Bow! Harry lifted his chin. No, Voldemort smiled. Then die. Avada Kedavra. Green light blasted toward Harry. Harry didn't dodge. He released Kyoka Suigetsu. The curse passed through him like he was smoke. Harry's body fell anyway. He made it fall. He made it limp. He made his eyes stare without focus. For them, Harry Potter was dead. Voldemort turned away, pleased. Simple, he whispered. Harry stayed still. He listened to their breathing, to the way confidence rose when they thought the threat was gone. He waited until they looked at Voldemort instead of the body. Then Harry sat up. Silence hit the graveyard like a slap. Masks snapped toward him. Voldemort turned, slow, like his mind refused what his eyes were saying. Harry wiped blood from his lip and looked at Voldemort, calm and pale and steady. Is that all? Harry said. Voldemort's wand hand shook. Fear cracked through his rage. Voldemort hissed. What are you? Harry stood. The ropes slid off like they were never there. His arm bled. His body shook from the curse and the cut. He stood anyway. Harry smiled faintly. You don't know, he said softly. And that's the problem. Voldemort's eyes darted around like the graveyard might betray him. Harry pushed a suggestion into Voldemort's mind, small and clean, like planting a seed. When you look away, you are blind. When you blink, you miss it. When you trust your eyes, you die. Voldemort's pupils widened. Voldemort snarled, forcing anger back over fear. Crucio, pain hit again. Harry let his body jerk this time, gave Voldemort the reaction he wanted, while slipping another thread into his mind. A trigger, a word, shatter, not spoken, not heard, just lodged under skin. Voldemort's curse stopped. Sudden. Voldemort stared at his wand like it had betrayed him. Harry's voice was quiet. You feel it, he said. Voldemort roared and fired a blasting curse. Stone exploded. Dirt sprayed. Harry grabbed the Triwizard Cup where it had rolled in the grass. He glanced at Cedric's body. A bead of Real anger hit him again, sharp and bitter, then got crushed down. Harry grabbed Cedric by the robe collar and hauled him, gritting his teeth. The cup yanked. The graveyard vanished. Harry hit the ground in the maze, cup in hand, Cedric's body slamming beside him. Noise crashed back. The crowd, the sky, the heat. Harry's breath came in harsh bursts. He stared at Cedric's face, then screamed. Teachers rushed in. Dumbledore's face appeared, pale and hard. Harry, Dumbledore said, voice tight. What happened? Harry shook, eyes wide, tears spilling. He's back, Harry whispered. Voldemort's back. The words hit the air like a curse. Fudge shoved forward, face red. Nonsense, he snapped. The boy's hysterical. Dumbledore's eyes locked on Harry's cut arm, on the blood, on the burned scar. His voice dropped, sharp. Take him. Hands lifted Harry. Harry let them. He woke in the hospital wing with a bandage on his arm and a bitter taste in his mouth. Hermione was at his bedside, eyes red. Ron sat on the other side, face pale, fists clenched. Hermione made a broken sound when Harry opened his eyes and grabbed his hand. You're alive, she whispered. Ron's voice cracked. Mate, Harry swallowed. Cedric, Hermione's face twisted. She shook her head, tears falling. He didn't make it. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He let grief show real enough. Then he opened them. He killed him, Harry said quietly. Hermione nodded. Who? Harry met her gaze. Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione's voice shook. What happened? Harry gave them enough. Cup took us. Graveyard. Wormtail. Ritual. He used my blood. Ron's jaw clenched like it hurt. Hermione's fingers tightened around Harry's hand. Madame Pomfrey stormed in. No talking. Rest. Hermione nodded, biting her lip. Ron stood slowly. We're here, he said hoarse. They left. The curtain fell. Harry stared at the ceiling and listened to voices outside. Dumbledore, sharp. Fudge, denying. Snape, cold. McGonagall, tight with fear. And somewhere in the castle, Moody moving. Harry's mind turned. The gillyweed that appeared too neatly. Crumb attacking like a puppet. The cup waiting at the perfect time. Someone had guided him. Harry could feel the shape of it now. Moody. Harry closed his eyes and let the emptiness settle. Then he smiled, faint and unseen. Because if Moody was the hand behind this, then Moody could be used. And Voldemort, with doubt lodged under his skin, would never trust his own eyes again. Outside, Fudge snapped. He's a child. He's delirious. Dumbledore's voice cut through, sharp as a blade. He is not lying. Harry listened while the world split. He didn't need them to believe him tonight. He just needed them to choose sides. And they were. Dudley's laugh cut off like someone had grabbed it by the throat. Harry was already moving. He did not sprint in a panic. He moved like he'd expected the street to turn wrong. 1 second he was on the pavement with Dudley whining about the heat. The next the air dropped 10 degrees and the lamps along Magnolia Crescent looked dimmer, like they were embarrassed to be on. Dudley made a wet sound in his mouth. "Mom," he said, even though his mum was nowhere near him. Harry's breath came out in a white puff. He felt the pressure first, the way a Dementor made your ribs tighten around your lungs. Then he saw it, gliding at the far end of the road, taller than a man, cloak trailing, hood empty. Dudley stumbled backward and hit the fence. His hands scrabbled up the wood like it was going to save him. Harry's pulse spiked anyway. His body did what bodies did when the world turned into a nightmare. Heart racing, fingers cold, sweat gathering under his shirt, even in the freezing air. He kept his wand low at his thigh. "Harry?" Dudley croaked, voice cracking, like the name hurt to say. "What is that?" The second Dementor slid out from behind a car. It moved without sound. The street smelled wrong, like damp wool and old smoke. Harry's stomach rolled. He could have blasted it. He could have thrown light. He could have made a bright silver stag and watched both of them flinch in relief. He did none of that for 1 long second. He watched Dudley's face collapse as the memory got ripped out of him. Dudley's eyes went glassy. His mouth hung open. His knees shook. Harry stepped between them anyway. Not because he cared about Dudley. Because this was his street. His stage. His rules. The Dementor rushed. Harry's wand lifted. But not at the Dementor's body. At the space in front of it. The air there rippled like heat haze. The Dementor froze. It tilted its hood, like it had just smelled blood. Harry pushed his will forward hard and clean. Not a spell, not a charm. Command. The street changed. The lamp posts flared, not into warm light, but into the kind of harsh white glare you got in a courtroom, that made you feel guilty just for breathing. The air filled with the sound of a crowd murmuring, thousands of voices talking over each other, disapproving, hungry. The Dementor flinched. The second one hissed, a sound like fabric tearing. Harry's voice was quiet. "Not here." The Dementor drifted closer anyway. Stubborn, violent, like it wanted to prove it was not afraid of anything. Harry let it. He let it get close enough that he could feel the cold under his skin. Close enough that Dudley started sobbing behind him, choking on it. Then Harry shifted the illusion again. He did not make fire. He did not make a Patronus. He made something older than fear. He made certainty. The Dementor's senses filled with a presence that was not human, not animal, not prey. A pressure in the air that said, "You are small." The Dementor jerked back like it had been slapped. Harry leaned in, eyes steady behind his glasses. "Go!" The Dementor recoiled. Both of them did. They did not flee like frightened things. They slid away like they had been dismissed. The temperature lifted a fraction, like the street took a breath again. Dudley sagged to the ground, arms wrapped around himself, making pathetic little sounds. Harry turned his head slightly. "Get up." Dudley blinked at him like he was seeing Harry for the first time. "I saw," Dudley whispered. "I saw things." "Yeah," Harry said flatly. "That's what they do." Dudley tried to stand. His legs wobbled. Harry grabbed his arm and hauled him upright with one hard yank. Dudley yelped. "Don't touch me," Dudley said automatically, reflex. Then his voice broke and he added, "Smaller, please." Harry released him. A figure came running from a side street, panting. Mrs. Figg. Hair messy, cardigan crooked, face pinched with terror. "Oh, thank goodness," she gasped. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry's expression softened in an instant. The mask slid into place like it had always been there. He looked shaken, pale, like a boy who had just been attacked. "I'm fine," he said, voice tight. "Dudley's not." Mrs. Figg's eyes flicked to Dudley's slack face. "Poor lamb," she whispered. Dudley made a small sound that might have been agreement or might have been him trying not to throw up. Harry stared down the road where the Dementors had gone. He imagined the leash they were on. He imagined the hand holding it. He smiled, just a little, where no one could see. Later, in the kitchen, Petunia shrieked until her voice cracked. Vernon bellowed. Dudley sat at the table staring at a corner like the corner had personally offended him. An owl slammed into the window. Harry opened it calmly. The letter was crisp, formal, threatening. Expulsion. Wand snapped. Proceedings begun. Vernon's mustache twitched like it was trying to escape his face. "Out!" he roared, spittle flying. "Out of my house!" Harry looked at him and let the air in the room go just slightly heavy. Vernon swallowed mid-shout. His eyes darted. His pupils shrank. He stared at Harry's glasses as if they were reflecting something behind him. Petunia grabbed Vernon's sleeve. "Vernon," she hissed. "Don't." Harry's voice stayed polite. "I'll handle it." Dudley flinched at the word handle. Harry went upstairs, closed his bedroom door, and sat on the edge of the bed. His hands were steady, but his forearms still ached where the graveyard curse had burned him months ago. It was a dull reminder that pain could exist even when you controlled the room. Another owl arrived an hour later. Then another. Then a third. Harry read, sorted, decided. By the time the scarlet one arrived, the one that told him to report for a hearing, Harry already had the scene written in his head. He arrived at the ministry with a face that looked tired, angry, scared. A boy pushed too far. Amelia Bones looked at him like she wanted the truth. Cornelius Fudge looked at him like the truth was poison. Dumbledore arrived with calm eyes and a voice like he owned the room, even when he pretended he did not. Harry played his part perfectly. He spoke about Dementors. He spoke about Dudley. He spoke about fear. He did not speak about the leash. Fudge accused. Dumbledore countered. The Wizengamot murmured. Harry's pulse went quick when the memories of the street tried to press in again. Cold and tight, but he kept his gaze steady. He added one small thing. He did not force it. He just slid it into the room, gentle as a rumor. "Minister," Harry said, voice quiet. "If Dementors are attacking in Muggle areas, doesn't that mean someone's lost control of them?" Fudge snapped. "The Dementors are under ministry authority." Harry nodded like he believed him. Amelia Bones' eyes narrowed. Fudge's jaw tightened. It was nothing, just a question. But questions were knives. They stayed in you. Harry was cleared. The papers would talk. The minister would deny. Dumbledore would watch. And Umbridge would be sent. By the time Harry stepped into Grimmauld Place, the air smelled of dust and old cooking. Sirius was waiting in the drawing room, pacing like a caged dog. "You all right?" Sirius demanded, grabbing Harry's shoulders. Harry let himself look shaky. He let himself look like he needed this. Sirius needed to be needed. "I'm fine," Harry said, soft. "They're using Dementors now." Sirius swore under his breath. Molly appeared from the doorway, face hard. "Oh, Harry, love," she said, fussing instantly. "Look at you, you're skin and bone. Sit down. I've got soup." Ron was behind her, ears red, eyes bright with outrage. "Mum, let him breathe." "Harry, that hearing was mental. Fred and George said the prophet's already spinning it like you're nuts." "Language, Ronald." Hermione snapped automatically, coming in with a stack of papers clutched to her chest. Then she looked at Harry properly and her face changed. "Harry, are you actually okay?" Harry gave her a tired smile. Yeah. Just sick of people calling me a liar. Hermione's mouth tightened. It's ridiculous. There's evidence. There's logic. There's eyewitness testimony. Ron scoffed. Logic doesn't work on the Ministry. They've got brains like pudding. Sirius barked a laugh. Then it died. They're scared, Sirius said. They can't handle Voldemort being back. So they're pretending you're the problem. Harry's eyes dropped. He let the sadness sit there like a weight. Inside, he noted the pieces lining up. Molly, protective. Sirius, reckless. Ron, angry. Hermione, certain. Dumbledore, silent. They were all so easy when you knew what they needed to hear. Later that night, when the house had quieted, Harry slipped into the hallway and touched the edge of his glasses. He did not need a mirror. He did not need a wand. He just needed contact, a thread. The coin in his pocket warmed. He did not take it out. He did not look at it. He did not want a habit that could be noticed. He whispered, barely audible, train compartment. First day. The coin cooled. Decision made. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry walked past the familiar noise and found the compartment he wanted. Daphne Greengrass sat alone, reading, legs crossed, expression bored enough to kill a man. She looked up when the door slid shut. Her eyes flicked over him once, quick and sharp. That's bold. Harry sat opposite her. I'm always bold. People just notice it now. Daphne's mouth twitched. You got dragged to court and didn't even get expelled. The minister's losing his mind. The prophet's calling you unstable. And you're here like you own the train. Harry leaned back. Do I look stressed? You look, Daphne said carefully, like you're acting stressed. Harry's smile was polite. Good. Daphne shut her book. What do you want? Harry didn't waste time. Umbridge is coming. She'll be placed at Hogwarts. She'll be given authority. She'll be a knife with a smile. Daphne's eyebrows lifted. And you want me to do what exactly? Harry watched the corridor through the glass, even though he didn't need to. Watch Slytherin. Who bends first, who resists, who wants favor. Who will sell their friends for a scrap of safety. Daphne's voice stayed mild. You assume I care. I assume you're smart, Harry corrected softly. And I assume you're tired of being told what your future looks like. Daphne stared at him for a long second. Then she said, That's a pretty speech. Harry's eyes didn't blink. It's also true. The door slid open and Ron's head popped in. There you are, mate. Hermione was going mad. She thought you'd fallen asleep somewhere. Ron's gaze landed on Daphne. His face did a confused twist, like he'd walked into the wrong room. Daphne's expression turned blank and polite. We were speaking. Ron's ears went red. Yeah, right. Cool. Harry. Come on. Harry stood. He gave Daphne a small nod that looked meaningless to anyone else. Daphne's eyes followed him out. Her voice, quiet as he passed the door, said, Don't make it boring, Potter. Harry didn't turn. I don't. Hogwarts felt the same the first day and also not the same at all. Students whispered as Harry walked past. Some stared with the kind of hungry fascination people had for accidents on the road. Some looked away like looking at him might curse them. In the great hall, Umbridge stood at the staff table in pink that looked like it had been ironed onto her body. Her smile was syrup. She spoke like she was talking to toddlers. We must not, she cooed, have any silliness this year. Harry watched her as if he were listening. Beside him, Hermione's hand clenched around her goblet. She's awful, Hermione hissed. Ron muttered. She looks like a bloody marshmallow. Hermione kicked him under the table. Ron. Ow, Hermione. Harry's face stayed politely blank. Inside, he measured Umbridge's rhythm, her breath, the way she paused for reactions. She liked control. She liked attention. She liked fear. Fear was easy to feed. Detention came fast. Not because Harry shouted. He didn't. Not because he fought. He didn't. He just refused to apologize for telling the truth. Umbridge smiled at him in her office, cat plates staring down like 100 watchful eyes. The room smelled like perfume and ink and something sour underneath. Now, Harry, she said sweetly, I want you to write a line for me. Harry glanced at the quill. It looked ordinary. That was what made it nasty. What line? Harry asked, voice calm. Umbridge's smile widened. I must not tell lies. Harry picked up the quill. It sliced into his skin the moment it touched. Pain flared up his arm. Hot, sharp, immediate. His breath hitched. His fingers tightened until his knuckles went white. Umbridge watched him like she was watching a dog learn. Harry's hand wrote the words. Blood welled. The letters cut in deeper. His stomach twisted. Sweat broke across his back. He swallowed hard and forced his expression steady. Umbridge leaned forward slightly. Again, Harry wrote again. He could have snapped her right there. He could have shoved her mind into a box and watched her beg. Instead, he let his face go pale. He let his eyes shine a little, as if he were scared. He gave her what she wanted. It was the first night. The second night, when Harry stepped into her office, the cat plates were not cats anymore. Umbridge did not notice at first. She was too busy smiling. Harry sat. He picked up the quill. He began to write. Behind Umbridge, one plate shifted. The painted kitten blinked. His eyes widened. Its mouth stretched into something that was not a kitten's mouth at all. Umbridge's smile faltered. She turned her head. The kitten's painted fur crawled, like spiders under skin. His face lengthened. Too many legs unfolded from the frame, black and slick and moving. Umbridge jerked back. Her chair scraped the floor. Harry kept writing. His hand burned. His pulse slammed in his ears. Umbridge's eyes darted to him, then back to the plate. What is that? Harry blinked up at her, innocent. What, Professor? The spider in the frame twitched. It made a dry clicking sound. Umbridge's breath went quick. She grabbed her wand. Ridiculous, she snapped, voice shaking. This is ridiculous. Harry's quill carved the words into his skin again and again. Umbridge pointed her wand at the plate. Finite. The plate showed a kitten. Umbridge stared, confused, then furious. She looked at Harry like he'd done it. Harry looked back like he had no idea what she meant. Umbridge's lips pressed tight. Continue, Harry continued. When he left, his hand throbbed so badly he had to clench his jaw just to keep walking normally. He tucked it into his pocket and went straight to the corridor where Hermione was waiting. Hermione's eyes went straight to his hand. Harry, you're hiding it again. It's nothing, Harry said quickly. Ron frowned. Mate, your face looks gray. Hermione grabbed his wrist before he could dodge properly. Harry James Potter, stop lying. Don't, Harry said. But his voice came out sharper than he meant. Hermione froze. Ron's expression darkened, hurt mixing with anger. Harry fixed it instantly. He softened his voice. Sorry. I'm just tired. Hermione's fingers loosened. Let me see. Harry let her. He let her gasp. He let her get angry. That's illegal, Hermione snapped, voice shaking. She can't do that. It's torture. Ron's hands curled. I'll hex her. I swear I will. Harry's face looked grateful. Don't. Please. It'll make it worse. Hermione swallowed hard. We should tell Dumbledore. Harry hesitated, just long enough to look conflicted. He already knows. He can't do anything. Not yet. Hermione's eyes flashed. That's not an answer. Someone has to do something. Harry nodded slowly. Then we will. That was how you sold it. Not with orders. With a shared anger. With the feeling that they were choosing it. Dumbledore's army began in a pub room that smelled of old beer and smoke and damp coats. Hermione talked fast, laying out reasons. Ron made jokes to cover nerves. Neville looked like he wanted to run and also like he would rather die than run again. Luna Lovegood watched Harry like she was watching a cloud drift into a shape only she could see. Hello, Harry, Luna said dreamily. Like they'd been friends forever. Harry smiled politely. Hi, Luna. I think, Luna said, voice soft, that people like you because you feel safe. But I don't think you are safe. I think you are sharp. Ron blinked. What? Hermione hissed. Luna. That's not helpful. Luna tilted her head. It's true though. Harry's smile didn't move. Thanks. Ginny Weasley leaned on the table, arms crossed. So are we doing this or not? Because I'm not getting tortured all year while you lot argue. Ron's ears went red. No one's torturing you. Ginny shot him a look. I'm not talking about me, you idiot. Hermione's cheeks flushed. Ginny shrugged. What? It's happening. Harry watched them all. The fear, the anger, the loyalty, the need to belong. He gave them a leader, place, purpose, and he kept his tone humble. I'm not, Harry began, then let his voice wobble like it was hard to admit. I'm not brilliant. I don't know everything, but I've fought things. I've seen what happens when you freeze. Neville swallowed, nodding hard. I can teach you what I know, Harry continued. Not because I'm special. Because if we don't do it, no one will. Hermione's eyes shone. Ron looked proud. Ginny looked satisfied. Luna looked amused in a way that made Harry's neck prickle. The first meetings were messy. Spells went wide. People got bruised. They laughed when they shouldn't and swore when they missed. Harry corrected calmly. Wrist, Neville. Not your whole arm. Smaller. Neville's hands shook. Sorry. I'm trying. I know, Harry said, voice gentle. Hermione snapped at Seamus for being careless. Seamus snapped back. Ron made a joke about Seamus blowing up his own eyebrows again. Everyone laughed. Hermione didn't, but her mouth twitched. Harry watched them breathe easier. That was the real spell, not the hexes. The belief that they were not alone. And it was an illusion he could keep up for as long as he wanted. Umbridge fought back with decrees and smiles and power trips. Harry fought back with silence and spiders. Started small. A whisper in the corridor outside her office. Soft enough that she thought it was just the castle settling. Dolores, the whisper said. Umbridge stopped walking. No one was there. She shook her head and marched on, chin high. The next day she heard it again. Closer. Dolores. She spun, wand out. Who is there? Filch peeked around a corner, startled. Professor. Umbridge forced a smile that looked like it hurt. Nothing, Argus. Just the castle. Filch shuffled away, muttering. Umbridge stood alone. Her fingers trembled around her wand. Harry watched from the far end of the corridor with a face that looked innocent and slightly tired. Hermione bumped his shoulder. You're staring. Harry blinked. Sorry. Just thinking. Hermione's eyes narrowed. About what? Harry smiled gently. About how to survive this year. Hermione's expression softened. We will. Together. Harry nodded. Behind Umbridge, a cat plate in her office cracked down the middle. Just a hairline fracture. Just enough that she noticed it when she sat down later, and her eyes kept flicking to it as if it might widen when she wasn't looking. He didn't push her all at once. He fed her paranoia like a pet. By October, Umbridge was sleeping badly. You could see it in the way her smile got tighter, her eyes a little glassy. By November, she started snapping at the staff. By December, she flinched when she heard her own name. Dumbledore watched her once in the corridor, face calm, eyes sharp. His gaze slid briefly to Harry. Harry gave him a polite nod. Dumbledore nodded back. They were both smiling. Snape's occlumency lessons were a different kind of battlefield. Harry stood in the dim room while Snape circled him like a predator, robes whispering. Clear your mind, Snape said, voice like a blade. Do not let me in. Harry did not clear his mind. He opened a door on purpose. Snape's eyes narrowed. Legilimens. Harry's world flashed. Not into memories, into a constructed room. Neat, quiet. A boy sitting at a desk writing homework. Cupboard, yes, but clean. Aunts and uncles who spoke politely. A childhood that made sense. Snape's face twisted in confusion. He pushed harder. The room warped. The desk turned. The cupboard became a bedroom. Vernon's voice echoed, muffled, like it was behind glass. Snape's jaw tightened. He shoved again. Harry let him. Snape saw a memory of the graveyard, but wrong. Voldemort rising and laughing, and Harry terrified and helpless. Exactly how the prophet wanted it. Snape's eyes snapped open. His breathing was harsh. That is not, Snape hissed, stepping close. What happened? Harry blinked at him, wide-eyed. Yes, it is. Snape's nostrils flared. You are lying. Harry's voice stayed small. Why would I lie to you? Snape stared at him like he wanted to slam him into the wall. You cannot even lie properly, Snape spat. Your mind is a childish play, a stage set. It reeks of fabrication. Harry's heart hammered, not from fear, but from the thrill of someone noticing and still being too late. He let his hands shake. He let his breath hitch. I don't know what you want from me, Harry whispered. Snape's eyes narrowed. I want the truth. Harry held his gaze. Then stop trying to take it. Snape's wand jerked up. Legilimens. This time Snape hit something that felt like ice. Not a memory. Not a lie. A wall. Snape's eyes widened for half a second. Then his face hardened. He stumbled back, furious. Again, Harry's scar prickled, like a needle under skin. Snape watched him carefully now. Not like a teacher. Like a man trying to decide if the boy in front of him was a threat or a weapon. Harry kept his expression strained. He let his breath go quick. He let his hands clench and unclench. He played the student. Inside, he catalogued Snape's reactions with cold interest. The Order thought Snape was on their side. Voldemort thought Snape was on his. Snape belonged to whoever believed him most. That was a weakness. The night Umbridge tried to use the Cruciatus curse on Harry in her office, it happened exactly as Harry wanted it to. She had cornered him with her little squad, Slytherins with badges and smug faces. Draco's eyes slid to Harry and away again, uneasy. Umbridge's voice was sugary. Where is it, Harry? Harry's hand throbbed under his sleeve. The words on it had healed, but the skin felt tight, angry. I don't know what you mean, Harry said, voice steady. Do not lie to me, Umbridge said, smile snapping. You've been leading an illegal group. You've been undermining this school. You've been spreading dangerous lies. Harry met her eyes. You mean the truth. Umbridge's smile vanished. She raised her wand. Hermione's breath caught beside Harry. Ron's hands went up automatically, like he was about to lunge. Harry didn't look at them. He kept his eyes on Umbridge. Crucio, Umbridge said. Pain slammed into Harry's body like someone had poured boiling water through his bones. His muscles locked. His lungs seized. A strangled sound tore out of him. His vision blurred. Spots flashed behind his eyes. Sweat exploded across his skin. His stomach clenched so hard he thought he might vomit. Hermione screamed. Stop! Ron shouted. You sick cow! Language! Hermione snapped automatically. Then she looked like she might cry because she couldn't stop herself correcting him even now. Harry hit the floor hard. His cheek smacked the carpet. His mouth filled with the taste of dust. Umbridge stopped, breathing a little fast. Harry rolled onto his back, chest heaving. He forced his face into pain, real enough because pain was real. He let tears sting his eyes. Umbridge stared down at him, something hungry in her gaze. You will tell me, Harry coughed, throat raw. No, Umbridge's lips peeled back. She lifted her wand again. Harry whispered, barely moving his mouth. Now, the room shifted. Umbridge blinked. Her office stretched longer, darker. The cat plates seemed to stare with accusing eyes. The air filled with the sound of hooves on stone. Umbridge froze. What is that? Hermione looked around wildly. Ron's face went pale. Harry forced himself up to his knees, shaking. Professor, he gasped. They're coming. Umbridge spun toward the door. The corridor beyond looked wrong. It looked like the forest had grown right up to the office entrance. The smell of earth and damp leaves poured in. Shadows moved. A low voice rumbled from nowhere and everywhere. Blood. Umbridge's breath came out in a squeak. Who said that? Harry's voice shook. Centaurs. They're in the castle. They hate humans who hurt children. Umbridge's face went white. Hermione stared at Harry, confused, but she was too scared to question it. Ron's eyes were wide, locked on the moving shadows. Umbridge ran. She shoved past them into the corridor, wand raised, shouting, Ridiculous! This is ridiculous! The hooves thundered louder. The shadows surged. Harry pushed himself up fully, wobbling like he could barely stand. He grabbed Hermione's sleeve with a trembling hand. Come on! They ran. They did not run all the way to the forest. They ran to a corridor with a window, and Harry made sure the window showed moonlight and moving trees, even though they were nowhere near the grounds. Umbridge's scream echoed down the hallway, high and cracked. No, 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 stop! Then it cut off. Hermione's chest was heaving. She clutched her throat. Harry, she whispered. What just happened? Ron swallowed hard. That was Ron said, voice shaking. That was mental. Harry leaned against the wall and let himself shake. He let his legs almost give out. He let Hermione grab his arm to steady him. Umbridge, Harry said hoarsely. She was going to. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. I know. Ron's jaw tightened. We have to tell someone. Harry nodded, breathing hard. We will. He did not tell them how Umbridge was currently on her knees in an empty corridor, shaking, hearing hooves that were not there and voices that were not real. Her mind chewing itself up because she had no idea what was true anymore. He did not tell them that he would let her live, because madness was cleaner than a body. He saved that truth for later. The romance happened in the quiet spaces, not in public, not in the common room, in corners that belonged to Harry because he decided they did. The room of requirement smelled like old wood and dust, and something metallic like magic had a taste. Daphne stood by a table covered in scattered parchment. Her hair was pulled back, sleeves rolled up, expression focused. Harry shut the door behind him. You're early. Daphne didn't look up. You're late. Harry walked to the table. His hand still ached where the blood quill had cut him. His body still remembered the cruciatus. He ignored both. Daphne slid a parchment toward him. Umbridge Squad. Names. Who's using it for protection, who's using it because they enjoy it. Harry scanned the list. Pansy, he murmured. Daphne's mouth twisted. Of course, Draco's not on it, Harry noted. Daphne's eyes flicked up. He's scared. He's also not brave enough to say no. He's hovering. Harry nodded. Useful. Daphne stepped closer. You're going to pull something at the Ministry. Harry looked at her. Not yet. You're lying, Daphne said calmly. Harry's smile was small. I'm planning. Daphne's voice dropped. I heard from my father. The Ministry's pushing harder. They're raiding houses. They're pretending it's for safety. Harry's eyes stayed steady. Good. Daphne stared at him like she was trying to find the line. You don't care who gets hurt. Harry's voice was quiet. I care who gets hurt when it matters. Daphne took another step, close enough that Harry could smell her shampoo. Something clean and sharp. And does it matter? She asked. When it's me. Harry's fingers touched her wrist. Gentle. It matters. Daphne's throat moved. She looked away for a second, like she hated herself for wanting to believe him. Harry tilted his head. You still think I'm going to save the world because I'm good? Daphne's eyes snapped back. No. I think you're going to save it because you hate it. Harry's smile widened, just a fraction. Better. Daphne let out a short laugh. Then it died in her throat. You're insane. Harry's hand slid up her arm. And you're still here. Daphne's lips parted like she was going to argue. Instead, she grabbed the front of his shirt and yanked him down into a kiss. It wasn't gentle. It was sharp. It was a challenge. Harry kissed back, controlled at first, then more like a teenager who had been starving and only just realized it. Daphne's fingers tightened in his shirt. Harry's hand went to her waist, pulling her closer until there was no space left to pretend. When they broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. Daphne's forehead rested against his for a second. Her voice was a whisper. Tell me the plan. Harry's voice was calm again, but his hand stayed at her waist. Department of Mysteries. Daphne's eyes narrowed. That's classified. Harry shrugged slightly. Nothing stays secret forever. Daphne swallowed. Why there? Harry's gaze drifted past her shoulder like he could already see the corridor of the Ministry. Because the Order will run there when they think they're saving someone. And the Death Eaters will run there when they think they're gaining something. And in the middle, the Ministry will finally see what it's pretending not to see. Daphne's voice was low. People will die. Harry looked at her. Yes. Daphne's breath shook. And you're fine with that. Harry's thumb brushed her hip. Slow. Are you? Daphne's jaw clenched. She didn't answer right away. Then she said, if it ends with you on top. Harry's smile was almost warm. Good girl. Daphne's eyes flashed. Don't. Harry's tone stayed mild. Then don't act like one. Daphne shoved him lightly. Harry caught her wrists and pinned them gently against the table. Not hurting her, just holding. Daphne's breath hitched. Her eyes stayed locked on his. Harry leaned in. We do this together. That's the deal. Daphne's voice came out rough. Together, Harry kissed her again, slower this time. When he pulled back, he said softly, "Then trust me." Daphne stared at him. "You don't trust anyone." Harry's eyes didn't blink. "I trust you to choose me." Daphne's throat moved again. Then she nodded once. That was the closest thing to honesty either of them had. The vision came in late spring, sharp enough to make Harry's scar burn like someone had pressed a hot coin to it. He was sitting in the common room. Ron was half asleep on the sofa. Hermione was writing a letter, tongue poking out slightly, annoyed at her own handwriting. Harry's hand went to his forehead. His breath caught. The room tilted. He saw the Department of Mysteries, the archway, the veil, fluttering like it was breathing. He saw Sirius. Sirius was on the floor, blood on his face, laughing like it didn't matter. A cold voice echoed. Voldemort's voice. Come. Harry's fingers tightened in his hair. His heart slammed so hard it hurt. Sweat broke at the base of his neck. Hermione looked up instantly. "Harry!" Ron blinked awake. "What?" Harry forced his breath steady. He let his eyes go wide. He let panic show real enough because bodies did panic. "It's Sirius," Harry said hoarsely. "He's at the ministry. Hermione shot to her feet. "How do you know that?" Harry swallowed hard. "I saw it. It's the connection. The scar." Ron stood too, face alarmed. "We've got to tell Dumbledore." Harry's voice shook. "He's gone. He left the school." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Harry, we don't even know if this is real. Could be a trap." Harry looked at her like she'd just punched him. He let his voice crack. "If it's real and we do nothing, he dies." Ron's face twisted. "Hermione, we can't just sit here." Hermione's hands shook around her wand. "I'm not saying we sit here. I'm saying we think. We check. We contact someone." Harry's eyes flicked to the fireplace. "Flew. Grimmauld Place." They ran. Creature lied through his teeth with a bow and a smile. Sirius was not home. Sirius had gone out. Hermione's face went white. "Harry, that proves nothing." Harry's voice was tight. "It proves he's not safe." Ron punched the wall in frustration. "Bloody hell, what do we do then?" Ginny arrived like she'd been following the noise, eyes sharp. "We go," she said immediately. "If it's a trap, we fight our way out." Hermione's lips parted. "Ginny, you can't just..." "Watch me," Ginny snapped. Neville was behind her, pale but determined. Luna drifted in too, calm, like this was a normal afternoon. Luna blinked at Harry. "It's true, isn't it? You're going to go even if it kills you." Harry nodded once. "Yeah." Luna smiled faintly. "Okay." Hermione looked around at them all, horrified and furious and scared. "This is insane." Ron put a hand on her shoulder. "Hermione, please." Hermione's eyes shone. She closed them for a second, then opened them and nodded sharply. "Fine, but we do it smart." Harry's chest eased, like relief. He made sure it looked like relief. They rode Thestrals through cold air, clinging tight as the world blurred beneath them. Ginny swore when the wind slapped her face. Ron gagged once and then made a joke about it because he didn't want anyone to see he was scared. Neville breathed hard, hands shaking on the reins. Luna hummed like it was soothing her. Hermione kept shouting instructions that no one could fully hear over the wind. "Stay close. Do not split up. Harry, stop looking down." Harry wasn't looking down. He was watching the dark line of London growing closer. The ministry was empty in the way a place got empty when it was waiting. They slipped in through a phone box, breathless, adrenaline buzzing in their blood. Their footsteps echoed too loud. Hermione whispered, "This is wrong. Where are the workers?" Ron's voice came out shaky. "Maybe it's after hours," Ginny muttered. "Or maybe it's a trap." Shocking. Harry led them through corridors like he knew the way. Hermione noticed and frowned, but she didn't stop him. The Department of Mysteries corridor was long and dim. Doors lined both sides, identical, silent. Harry's scar burned again. He put a hand to it, breathing hard. "Harry," Hermione whispered, "listen to me. If Voldemort is feeding you this, you can't trust it." Harry turned to her. His eyes looked wet. "And if you're wrong," Hermione flinched. "That did it. That was the crack. They moved. The first Death Eater appeared without warning, mask gleaming, wand raised. Potter! The Death Eater hissed, voice thick with delight. Ron shouted, "Stupefy!" The red spell hit the Death Eater in the chest. He slammed into the wall. Another Death Eater stepped out, then another, then 5 more surrounding them. Ginny's face hardened. "Okay," she said, voice flat. "Here we go." Neville's breath came in short bursts. "I can do this," he whispered to himself. "I can do this." Hermione's wand was up, arm steady even though her hands were shaking. "Stay together," she snapped. "Harry, where is Sirius?" A laugh echoed down the corridor. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped into view like she belonged there. Her eyes were bright, wild, thrilled. "Oh, little Harry," she purred. "Did you come to play?" Harry's breath caught. He let fear show, real enough because Bellatrix made people fear by existing. "Where is he?" Harry demanded, voice tight. Bellatrix giggled. "Oh, you'll see him. You'll see him fly." Ron snarled. "Shut up." Bellatrix's eyes flicked to Ron like he was a bug. "You're the red one." "Cute." She raised her wand. Hermione shouted, "Protego!" The shield flared. Bellatrix's spell slammed into it with a bang that rattled Harry's teeth. Chaos exploded. Spells flashed. People shouted. Ron cursed. Ginny yelled. Neville screamed when a curse clipped his shoulder and sent him spinning. Harry moved through it like he was in water. He cast defensive spells, real ones, visible ones, because it sold the idea that he was fighting like everyone else. But underneath that, his other magic spread, quiet, invasive. A Death Eater lunged at Hermione. Harry twisted his fingers slightly. The Death Eater's eyes went glassy. He swung at Hermione and hit the wall instead, smashing his own wrist. He howled. Ginny laughed once. Sharp. "Nice." Hermione glanced at Harry, confused. "Harry, did you?" Harry shouted. "Duck." Hermione ducked. A curse flew over her head. Bellatrix darted toward Harry, laughing like it was a dance. "Come on, baby boy. Fight me," Ron shouted. "Leave him alone." Bellatrix flicked her wand lazily. Ron went flying, slamming into a door. He groaned, trying to get up. Harry's chest tightened. Not with care. With irritation. Ron was a piece on the board, and pieces didn't get to break. Harry raised his wand at Bellatrix. Bellatrix's eyes widened a little, delighted. There he is. Harry didn't give her what she wanted. He didn't duel her properly. He didn't get theatrical. He made the corridor shift. Bellatrix blinked and then laughed harder. "Oh, that's cute. You think you can trick me?" She threw a curse at him. It hit Harry in the chest. Harry fell backward. Hermione screamed. "Harry!" Ron shouted. "No!" Ginny swore and fired a curse at Bellatrix. Bellatrix danced aside, laughing. Harry lay still, his eyes closed. Hermione rushed to him, dropping to her knees. Her hands shook as she grabbed his shoulders. Harry, talk to me." Ron dragged himself closer, breathing hard. "Mate, come on." Harry's eyes opened. He was standing behind them. Hermione froze, hands still clutching an empty patch of floor. Her face went slack with shock. Ron's mouth fell open. "What the?" Harry's voice was quiet, right behind Hermione's ear. "Get up." Hermione jerked around, staring at him like she'd never seen him before. Bellatrix's laugh faltered. Just for a second. Harry stepped forward. His eyes met Bellatrix's. He whispered one word, so softly it barely carried. But Bellatrix heard it anyway. "Shatter." Bellatrix blinked. The corridor cracked. Not physically. Not with rubble. In her head. In her senses. Her vision fractured like glass. She saw herself laughing at Harry's body on the floor. Then she saw that she'd been aiming at the wrong spot the whole time. She'd been dancing with an empty space. Harry stood untouched, wand raised, calm as if he'd been bored. Bellatrix's grin stretched again, but this time it was uneasy. "That's not possible." Harry's voice stayed mild. "You say that a lot." Bellatrix lunged. Harry flicked his wand. Bellatrix's feet hit something that wasn't there, and she stumbled, crashing shoulder first into the wall. She snarled, furious. "Stop!" she hissed. Stop that. Harry didn't stop. He let the Death Eaters see each other as threats. He let them hear whispers of betrayal in each other's voices. He let their masks become slightly wrong, their footsteps out of sync, their shadows moving a second late. A Death Eater fired a curse at Ron and hit his own ally in the back. Someone screamed. Neville crawled behind a statue, panting, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Ginny dragged him by the collar, teeth gritted. Move. Come on, move. Neville gasped. I'm trying. Luna stood oddly still, eyes wide, watching the corridor like she could see the strings. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. What did you just do? Harry yanked his arm free, sharp. Not now. Hermione flinched, hurt flashing across her face. Then she forced herself to focus. Fine. Just, Harry, where is Sirius? A door at the end of the corridor burst open. Sirius Black ran out, wand up, hair wild, eyes blazing. Relief hit Ron so hard he actually laughed. Sirius, Ron shouted. Sirius saw Harry and his face softened instantly. Harry! Harry's chest tightened. Not with affection, with recognition of what this meant. Sirius was the last chain. The last person who could have made Harry hesitate if he were the kind of person who hesitated. Bellatrix's eyes lit up like Christmas. Cousin, she sang. Sirius snarled. Bellatrix. They collided in the middle of the corridor like two storms. Spells cracked. The sound was loud enough to make Harry's ears ring. Sirius moved fast, reckless, laughing once in that old way that made him look young and alive. Bellatrix laughed back, wild, thrilled. Come on then, Sirius shouted. Come on. Bellatrix's eyes flicked past him to Harry, for half a heartbeat, like she was checking if Harry was watching. Harry watched. He did not move to stop it. Hermione shouted, Sirius, get back. Sirius didn't listen. Bellatrix fired a curse. Sirius threw up a shield. The curse ricocheted, slammed into the wall, sparks flying. Ron fired at a Death Eater, yelling, Get off him. Ginny's curses flew fast and sharp. Neville tried to stand, wobbling, face white. Harry's scar burned again, hard. He saw the veil in his mind. He saw the archway. He saw the fall. He could have altered it. He could have shifted one step, one wand angle, one breath. He didn't. Bellatrix's curse came again, different this time. A flash of light that hit Sirius square in the chest. Sirius' face went blank with shock. He stumbled backward. Harry's body reacted before his mind chose. His stomach dropped. His chest went tight. His breath caught like he was falling too. Sirius tipped back into the archway. The veil fluttered. Sirius fell through. For a second, there was no sound. Then Harry screamed. It was a raw sound, ripped out of him. It shook his throat. It made Hermione flinch. It made Ron's face crumple. It made Ginny's eyes go wide. Harry's hands shook. His heart slammed so hard it hurt. His eyes burned. His vision blurred. He screamed again. Bellatrix laughed, high and delighted. I killed Sirius Black. Harry's scream turned into a sobbing gasp. He lurched forward. Hermione grabbed him around the waist, trying to hold him back. Harry, no. Ron's voice broke. Harry, mate. Stop, you can't. Harry shook them off like an animal. Bellatrix threw her head back and laughed again. Harry's face lifted. His eyes locked on her. Bellatrix's laugh faltered. Just a little. Harry moved. He did not run like a boy. He moved like he had decided Bellatrix no longer deserved to exist. Bellatrix fired curses at him. They hit the air. They hit walls. They hit her own allies. Bellatrix's smile cracked. Stop moving. Harry's voice was quiet, deadly. You're not even looking at me. Bellatrix's eyes went wide with fury. Crucio, pain should have hit. Didn't. Bellatrix blinked, confused. Harry was right in front of her now. He leaned in, voice almost gentle. You should have stayed laughing. Bellatrix hissed, wand jerking up again. Harry's hand grabbed her wand arm and twisted. Her wrist snapped. Bellatrix screamed. Real this time, shock and pain and rage. Harry's wand pressed to her throat. His breath came hard, chest heaving. Sweat ran down his spine. Hermione's voice was screaming behind him. Harry! Don't! Ron shouted. Harry! Ginny yelled. Harry! Get back! Harry's eyes stayed on Bellatrix. Bellatrix's face was twisted, tears of pain in her eyes, but her grin returned, trembling. Do it! She whispered. Do it! Harry smiled at her. Then he stepped back. He did not kill her. He turned his head slightly, and Bellatrix saw the corridor behind Harry fill with oars. Real oars. Wands out. Shouting. Bellatrix froze. What? The oars surged forward. Bellatrix stumbled, clutching her broken wrist, eyes darting. For 1 second she looked scared. Then the illusion shifted again and she saw herself escape down a different corridor. Laughing. Safe. She ran toward that corridor. It wasn't there. She slammed into a wall hard, face first, teeth cracking. She screamed again, muffled. Oars grabbed her. Hermione rushed to Harry, shaking, and grabbed his shoulders. Harry, what are you doing? Harry stared past her at the veil. His breathing was ragged. His eyes were wet. His face looked wrecked. He let it, because Sirius had died, and even if it was useful, it still tore something loose in the room. The body did not care that the mind was cold. The body mourned anyway. Harry's voice came out broken. He's gone, Hermione sobbed. Ron wiped his face roughly with his sleeve, furious at himself for crying. Ginny stared at the veil with her jaw clenched, eyes shiny. Luna whispered, almost to herself. People go through. They don't come back. The Aurors shouted orders. Someone grabbed Harry's arm and tried to pull him away. Harry didn't fight it. He let them drag him into the light. He let the Ministry see him as a devastated boy. He let the Minister see Voldemort for a split second, real and undeniable, because Harry made sure of it. He made sure the room held the right angle, the right timing, the right scream. The Ministry could not deny anymore. When it was over, when the adrenaline crashed and the shock settled like lead, Harry lay in the hospital wing with bandages on his hand and a hollow ache behind his eyes that felt almost human. Ron was asleep in a chair, face puffy from crying. Ginny sat on the edge of another bed, silent, staring at her hands. Neville was pale, shoulder-wrapped, eyes fixed on the ceiling like he couldn't trust his own thoughts. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor, humming softly. Hermione sat by Harry's bed, eyes red, jaw tight with grief and anger. Harry turned his head slightly. Hermione. Hermione's voice came out sharp. Don't. Harry blinked. What? Hermione swallowed. Her hands were clenched in her lap so hard her knuckles were white. You knew, she whispered. You knew where to go. You knew what to do. And you didn't tell me anything. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice gentle. I was scared. Hermione shook her head fast. No, that's not it. When Sirius fell, you screamed, and I believed it, I did, but then you changed. You went. Hermione's voice broke, furious at herself for not having better words. You went empty for a second, like you weren't even there. Harry's pulse ticked up. Hermione's eyes locked onto his. And the way those Death Eaters hit each other. The way Bellatrix ran into a wall. That wasn't luck. Harry let silence sit. Hermione's voice was shaking now. Harry, what are you? Ron stirred in his chair, blinking blearily. What's happening? Hermione looked at Ron, then back at Harry. Ron, wake up properly. I need you to listen. Ron rubbed his face. Hermione, not now. Sirius is dead. Hermione's eyes flashed. I know. That's why now. Because something is wrong. Ginny looked up sharply. Neville's eyes shifted. Luna watched without blinking. Ron looked at Harry, confused and tired and hurt. Harry, what's she on about? Harry took a slow breath. He felt his heart beat steady. He felt the room, the bodies, the grief, the fear. This was the moment the outline had promised. The betrayal you cannot see until you see it. He looked at Hermione first, because she would understand the words, even if they broke her. Then he looked at Ron because Ron would feel it like a punch. Harry's voice was quiet. Close the curtains. Hermione's mouth opened. What? Harry didn't raise his voice. Close them. Ginny stared. Neville swallowed. Luna stood, calm, and walked to the window and pulled the curtains shut. The hospital wing dimmed. The lamps hummed. Harry sat up slowly, hand bandaged, shoulders still aching. He looked like a boy. He sounded like a boy, but his eyes were not a boy's eyes anymore. Ron's voice was uncertain. Mate, Hermione's breath hitched. Harry, please. Harry smiled. Not kind. Not cruel. Just polite. You've been asking me what I am, Harry said softly. So I'll answer. Hermione's hands shook. No. Ron stared at him, eyes wide. Harry, stop messing about. Harry's smile didn't move. You thought I was your friend. Ron's face crumpled instantly. You are my friend. Hermione's voice broke. Harry, we have done everything together. We have nearly died together. Harry nodded like he agreed. Yes, Hermione's eyes pleaded. Then why are you talking like this? Harry's voice stayed even. Because you're finally noticing. Ron stood up, chair scraping. Noticing what? Noticing that you're upset. Noticing that Sirius died. We're all upset. Harry's gaze flicked to Ron. Sit down. Ron didn't. Harry's eyes stayed on him. Ron. Ron's knees buckled. Ron dropped back into the chair hard, shock on his face. What the hell? Hermione shot forward, grabbing Ron's arm. Ron. Ron tried to stand again. He couldn't. His limbs trembled like they were asleep. Hermione stared at Harry in horror. Harry, what are you doing to him? Harry's voice was gentle, keeping him still, so he listens. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. Stop it. Please. Stop it. Harry's expression softened, almost sympathetic. Hermione. Hermione flinched like hearing her name from him hurt. Harry continued. You are brilliant. You are loyal. You are exhausting. And you have always needed to believe that if you follow the rules, the world will reward you. Hermione's face twisted. That's not true. It is, Harry said quietly. That's why you kept trying to make me make sense. Ron's voice was shaking, trapped. Harry, you're scaring me. Harry looked at Ron like he was studying him. You've been scared your whole life. You just hide it behind jokes. Ron's eyes went wet. You're being a right. Hermione snapped. Even now. Ron. Finish the sentence properly or don't say it. Ron made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh and might have been a sob. Harry's gaze slid past them to Ginny, to Neville, to Luna. Ginny's eyes were sharp, but her hands were shaking. Neville looked like he might throw up. Luna looked calm, which was almost worse. Harry's voice stayed steady. You thought you were my equal partners. You thought we were a trio. Hermione whispered. We are. Harry shook his head once. No. Hermione's tears spilled. Harry, don't do this. Not tonight. Not after Sirius. Harry's eyes flicked to the empty space behind him where the veil would be, if the hospital wing were honest. Sirius was the last thing keeping me tied to the story you wanted. Ron's face twisted. What does that even mean? Harry leaned forward slightly. It means you wanted a hero, someone to follow, someone to save you, someone to take the blame while you stayed good. Hermione's voice cracked. That is not fair. Harry's voice stayed calm. Fair is a word people use when they don't have power. Hermione stared at him like he'd slapped her. Ron's voice was small. Harry, please. Just stop. Just be Harry. Harry's smile returned, polite and empty. That was always the point. Hermione whispered, shaking. Who are you? Harry's eyes stayed steady. I was your shepherd. Ron made a broken sound. No. Hermione's hands clenched into fists. You used us. Harry nodded. Yes. Hermione staggered back a step like the word hit her in the chest. For what? For your ego. For attention. Harry's eyes were calm. For control. Ron's voice cracked. You don't mean that. Harry's tone stayed gentle. I do. Hermione's breath came in harsh bursts. All those times. All those nights. All the fear. All the things we did for you. You're telling me that was nothing. Harry's voice softened. Almost kind. It was something to you. Hermione's face crumpled. Ron tried to move again, desperate. Harry, please. If you're angry, yell. If you're hurt, say it. Don't do this cold thing. You're not him, you're not. Harry cut in quietly. Not Voldemort. Ron flinched. Harry's gaze didn't move. You were always so sure I was different from him because you liked me. That's not a reason. That's just a feeling. Hermione wiped at her face roughly, furious at herself for crying. So what now? You're just going to abandon us? After everything? Harry's eyes flicked to the doorway. Daphne Greengrass stood there, barely visible in the dim, expression unreadable. Hermione saw her and froze. Daphne! Ron's eyes widened. What's she doing here? Harry's voice stayed calm. She's here because she's awake. Hermione's voice came out thin. Harry, no. Don't do this. Don't turn this into some sick little speech. Harry stood up. His legs were steady. His body was tired, bruised, grieving in its own way, but his balance did not falter. He stepped close to Hermione, close enough that she could see her own reflection in his glasses. His voice was almost gentle. You will be fine. You will tell yourselves a story where this makes sense. You will call me broken. You will call me corrupted. You will call me manipulated. Hermione's eyes filled again. Because you are. Harry's smile was small. Maybe. He glanced at Ron. Ron's face was wet. He looked like a kid again, not a boy who'd fought in the ministry. Harry's voice softened a fraction. Ron, I did like you. In my own way. Ron sobbed. That's not helping. Harry nodded. I know. Hermione shook her head, voice cracking. Let him go. Let him stand up. Stop doing this to him. Harry didn't move his wand. He didn't need to. Ron's body stayed pinned by a pressure he couldn't understand. Harry turned back to Hermione. You two are alive because you were useful, and because you were loyal. That's the truth. Hermione whispered. That's disgusting. Harry's eyes didn't blink. You'll live. Hermione's breath hitched, rage and grief mixing. You're a monster. Harry leaned in, voice low. Not yet. Hermione flinched like that was the worst thing he could have said. Harry stepped back. Daphne moved closer, silent. Ginny's voice came out raw. Harry, what the hell are you doing? Harry looked at Ginny. His voice stayed calm. This is bigger than you. Ginny's eyes flashed. Don't talk to me like that. Harry nodded once, acknowledging her spine. Good. Neville's voice shook. Harry, please. We trusted you. Harry's gaze slid to Neville. Trust is how people get used. Neville's face crumpled. He looked away, swallowing hard like he was trying not to be sick. Luna spoke softly. I wondered when you'd stop pretending. Hermione snapped. Luna. Luna blinked. What? It's true. Harry's eyes flicked to Luna, then away. He didn't comment. He didn't need to. He moved toward the door. Hermione stumbled after him, desperate. Harry, wait. Please. Just talk to me. Just tell me why. Harry paused at the doorway. He didn't turn fully. Just enough that his profile caught the dim light. His voice was quiet. Because someone has to hold the world still long enough to fix it. Hermione whispered. Broken. That's not you. Harry's smile returned, polite as ever. You don't get to decide that. He walked out. Daphne followed. Ron tried to scream. He couldn't. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Hermione sank to the floor, hands over her mouth, shaking. Ginny stared at the door, fury and fear warring on her face. Neville's breathing came fast, like he was on the edge of a panic attack. Luna sat back down on the floor and hummed softly, like she was trying to keep the world from cracking further. In the corridor, Daphne's voice was low. You broke them. Harry's voice was calm. They'll survive. They always do. Daphne's fingers brushed his bandaged hand. And you? Harry didn't look at her. I'm done pretending. Daphne's mouth twitched. Good. Harry's eyes lifted toward the dark stretch of corridor ahead, as if he could see the ministry, the school, the whole country laid out like a board. He kept walking. Behind him, in the hospital wing, Hermione's sob finally broke loose, loud and ugly and real. Harry didn't slow down. The first time Harry sees the dark mark over London, it is not dramatic. It is just there. Green smoke, a skull, a snake, hanging over the rooftops like somebody has pinned a threat to the sky. People in the street stop walking. Someone drops a bag of flour and it bursts white on the pavement. A man starts laughing like he has lost his mind. Then he realizes nobody else is laughing and the sound turns into a cough. Harry stands in the shadow of a shop doorway with his hood up, and he watches the panic spread. Daphne is beside him. Her shoulder brushes his. She does not cling or flinch. She just breathes, slow and controlled, like she is counting down in her head. Scrimgeour will lock it all down by morning, Daphne says quietly. Harry's eyes track a witch sprinting past with her toddler in her arms, both of them crying. He can lock doors, Harry says. He cannot lock fear. A curse cracks somewhere further down the road. Glass shatters. People scream. Daphne's fingers twitch near her wand. Are we stepping in or are we watching? Harry does not answer straight away. He feels his heart punching against his ribs. He feels the cold sweat between his shoulder blades. He hates that the body still does this even when the mind is calm. A second curse slams into the front of a bakery and blows hot air out into the street. The smell of burnt sugar and smoke hits Harry's throat. His stomach turns. He steps forward. Not running. Not rushing. Just deciding. The alley mouth beside them looks empty. Harry touches Daphne's elbow once. Stay behind me, he says. Daphne's mouth twitches. You say that like I am going to listen. Harry does not look back. Listen anyway. They move into the street. A masked Death Eater is standing on a toppled cart, wand raised, laughing. Another is down on the ground, dragging a shopkeeper by the hair. The shopkeeper's face is bloodied. His hands are shaking so hard he cannot even get his wand up properly. Please, the man gasps. Please, I have kids. The Death Eater tilts his head. Then they will learn. Harry's wand is already in his hand. He does not shout. He does not announce himself. He does not do the hero thing. He flicks his wrist and lets the street bend. The Death Eater on the cart blinks, and the crowd he is feeding on changes. For him, the faces become oars. Rows of them, wands up, silent, waiting. His laugh dies in his throat. The Death Eater on the ground hears footsteps behind him, heavy boots, and he whips around to curse the threat. There is nobody there. His curse flies into the air and hits nothing. Sparks burst against the wall. Daphne steps out behind Harry and fires a clean stunning spell at the Death Eater on the cart. It hits him in the chest and he drops like a stone, limbs loose, mask clacking against the cobbles. The second Death Eater panics, spins, fires again and again, trying to hit enemies that are not real. Harry walks toward him, calm. The Death Eater sees Harry, finally, and relief flashes through him because at least this is one real target. He points his wand. Avada! Harry's body reacts, sharp and fast. Breath caught. Muscles tightening. Harry's eyes stay steady. The curse does not leave the wand. The Death Eater's mouth hangs open. He tries again, desperate. Nothing. Harry steps closer until he is within arm's reach. He can smell sweat inside the mask. He can hear the man's breath scraping. Harry whispers, "You cannot do it while you are unsure." The Death Eater's voice shakes. "What did you do to me?" Harry tilts his head like he is genuinely thinking about it. "I let you see what you deserve," he says. "Now you cannot decide which of your fears is the real one." Daphne's voice comes from behind. Flat. "Finish it." Harry's wand lifts. He does not kill. He stuns hard, and the Death Eater goes limp. The shopkeeper is still on the ground, blinking, stunned by the sudden shift. Blood runs down his cheek. His hands tremble around his wand. Harry crouches, grabs the man's collar, and hauls him upright. "Go," Harry says. The man stares at him, confused. Then his eyes widen. "Potter." Harry's gaze does not move. "Go," he repeats, sharper. The man staggers back, swallows and runs. Around them, the street slowly remembers how to breathe. People whisper. Someone starts to clap, then stops like they are embarrassed. A woman sobs into her hands. A child stares at Harry with wide eyes, then buries their face in their mother's skirt. Daphne leans in, voice low. "If they keep recognizing you, it becomes harder." Harry stands. His hand is steady. His pulse is not. "Let them recognize me," Harry says. "It makes them predictable." Daphne's eyes narrow. "And it makes you visible." Harry looks up at the dark mark still hanging over the skyline. "Good," he says softly. "Let them look at me. Let them stop looking at what is moving behind them." Daphne watches his face for a second, and her voice comes out quieter. You did not blink once. Harry finally looks at her. Did you count? Daphne's lips press together. No, Harry does not call her on the lie. He just turns away. We are leaving, he says. Where? Daphne asks. Harry starts walking and the crowd parts without meaning to. Hogwarts, he says. The school is still the center. Dumbledore will want to see me. Daphne's tone sharpens. And you will go. Harry's mouth twitches. I always go when someone thinks they are calling me. They apparate from a side alley, the air cracking around them, and land on a damp patch of grass outside Hogsmeade. The smell of wet earth hits Harry's nose. His lungs expand, then tighten again when he hears distant shouting from the village. Daphne brushes dirt off her robe. Your friends, she says, not quite a question. Harry does not answer straight away. He can picture Hermione's face. He can picture Ron's eyes. He can picture the hospital wing, the grief, the crack he widened. He walks toward the castle. They will be where they belong, he says. Daphne's voice is dry. That is a very neat way to say you do not care. Harry's tone stays calm. It is a very real way. They reach the gates. The school looks the same. Stone. Towers. The lake flashing in the distance. That should feel safe. It does not. The air hums with tension. Students are moving in tight groups, heads down. Some glance at Harry and then look away quickly, like looking at him too long might pull them into trouble. 2 Aurors stand near the entrance now. Ministry guards. Wands visible. Faces hard. Harry walks past them like they are scenery. One of the Aurors shifts, eyes narrowing. Potter. Harry stops. He turns his head. Yes. The Auror hesitates, then says, Stay out of London. The minister does not want you making things worse. Harry smiles politely. I will do my best. He walks on before the Auror can decide if that was an answer. Daphne falls into step beside him again. You are enjoying this, she mutters. Harry's voice stays mild. I am observing. Daphne's eyes flick to him. You are lying. Harry does not deny it. Inside the castle, McGonagall catches him in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Her mouth tightens the moment she sees him. Mr. Potter, she says sharply. Headmaster's office. Now. Harry nods like he is obedient. Of course, Professor. Daphne keeps walking. She does not look back. The way she trusts him to handle his own mess is the most intimate thing about her. Harry climbs the moving staircase alone. Portraits watch him. Some glare. Some whisper. He reaches the gargoyle. Sherbet lemon, he says. The gargoyle jumps aside. Dumbledore's office smells like lemon drops and parchment and old wood. Fawkes watches from his perch, eyes bright. Dumbledore is not smiling when Harry walks in. His right hand is on the desk, and even from here Harry can see it. Blackened skin. Cracked. Like the rot is trying to crawl up his arm. Harry's eyes flick to it for half a second. Dumbledore notices. Sit, Harry, Dumbledore says. Harry sits. He does not slump or fidget. He sits like he belongs there, like he is not a boy being summoned. Dumbledore watches him for a long moment. You have been busy, he says quietly. Harry tilts his head. So have you. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. You know about my hand. Harry shrugs slightly. You are dying. Everyone pretends not to see it. That does not change it. Fawkes makes a soft sound. Uneasy. Dumbledore's voice stays calm, but there is a tension underneath. You have changed. Harry's mouth twitches. You have said that before. Dumbledore leans back slightly. You frightened Hermione. Harry does not blink. Hermione frightens herself. Dumbledore's gaze does not move. You hurt Ronald. Harry's voice stays even. Ronald will survive being hurt. He has survived worse. Dumbledore's eyes flash. A quick flicker of anger he tries to hide. You speak about them like objects. Harry's smile is polite. You taught me that, Headmaster. Silence stretches. The ticking of something on a shelf fills the space. Dumbledore's fingers tighten on the desk. I did not teach you cruelty. Harry's tone stays light. You taught me necessity. You called it the greater good. You took children and shaped them into tools. You just did it with kinder words. Dumbledore's jaw tightens. And you think your words are kinder. Harry leans forward slightly. His glasses catch the office light. "No," he says. "I think my words are honest." Dumbledore's voice softens. "Dangerous. Honesty without love is simply a blade." Harry nods once. "Yes." Dumbledore's eyes narrow. "So you admit it." Harry does not look away. "I do not need you to approve of me," Harry says. "I need you to understand what is happening." Dumbledore's voice turns quiet. "Then tell me." Harry exhales slowly. He feels the ache behind his eyes. He feels the vacuum that Sirius Death left in the center of his chest, like a missing organ that the body keeps trying to find. "You are dying," Harry says plainly. "Voldemort is moving openly. The Ministry is scared. People are looking for someone to fill the space you used to take up. You are still trying to control the story from this office like it is a chess game." Dumbledore's eyes flicker. "It is a chess game." Harry's voice stays calm. "No, it is a fire, and you have been standing in the middle of it, pretending the smoke is strategy." Dumbledore's expression shifts, and for the first time there is something like sadness there. "Harry," he says quietly, "what do you want?" Harry's smile almost looks tired. "You still think this is about what I want?" Dumbledore's gaze is steady. "Is it not?" Harry leans back in his chair. "This is about what comes after you," he says. "And you know that. That is why you called me here." Dumbledore's voice is soft. "I called you here because you are walking toward darkness and you do not seem to care." Harry's eyes flick to the blackened hand again. "You walked toward darkness with a smile," Harry says. "You just did it earlier, and you had better manners." Dumbledore's face tightens. "You are angry." Harry's voice drops. "Yes." Dumbledore nods slightly, as if that is progress. "Then say it." Harry's hands tighten on the arms of the chair. The body remembers the Ministry, the veil, Sirius falling. Hermione soube. Ron's broken face. Harry speaks anyway because pain is useful if you point it properly. "You built a world on you," Harry says. "You made yourself the ceiling, the last authority, the one everyone waits for, and then you left gaps. You left holes. You left people hanging off your choices without telling them why." Dumbledore's eyes hold his. "I did what I could." Harry's voice stays even. "You did what you wanted." Dumbledore's lips part, but Harry keeps going, because he can feel the moment opening. "You call it heaven," Harry says, and his tone turns colder, sharper. "Not in words, in the way you act, in the way people whisper your name like it fixes things. And now you are dying, and the world is looking up and finding nothing. That is what you made. A vacuum." Dumbledore's face goes still. "Vacuum," he repeats. Harry nods. "A space where something has to rush in. You can pretend it will be love. You can pretend it will be courage. You can pretend it will be some tidy hero who saves everyone without changing anything." Harry's voice turns quiet. "But vacuums do not fill with nice things. They fill with whatever is strong enough to move first." Dumbledore's eyes sharpen again. "And you believe you are that?" Harry does not deny it. "I am already moving," he says. Fox shifts, feathers rustling. The sound is loud in the silence. Dumbledore's voice turns careful. "This is why you terrify me." Harry smiles faintly. "You are finally honest." Dumbledore's gaze drops to his own hand for a second. When he looks back up, he looks older. Tired. Not the sparkling, kindly headmaster. Just a man who has been holding too much for too long. "You think you are correcting me," Dumbledore says quietly. "But you are becoming what I have spent my life fighting." Harry's voice stays calm. "You fought Voldemort," he says. "You did not fight the world that made him possible. You protected it. You held it together with your hands until your fingers started bleeding. That is not fighting. That is maintenance." Dumbledore's jaw tightens. "And you will burn it." Harry leans forward again. "I will change it," he says. "If it burns, that is because it was built on rot." Dumbledore's eyes flash. "You speak like Tom." Harry's smile does not move. "Tom speaks like a child who wants to be feared," Harry says. "I do not want fear. I want obedience." Dumbledore flinches, just slightly. It is the first real crack Harry has seen in him in years. The door behind Harry clicks open. Snape steps in, robes whispering. His eyes land on Harry first, then Dumbledore, then the blackened hand. Snape's mouth tightens. You sent for me. Dumbledore does not look away from Harry. Yes, he says. Sit, Severus. Snape does not sit. He stands like he is ready to leave the moment this becomes a waste of his time. Harry watches him. Snape's face is controlled. His hands are still. His eyes are sharp. But there is tension there, and it is not just hatred. Snape is afraid of something. Not Voldemort. Not Dumbledore. Harry. Snape's gaze flicks to Harry's eyes. Potter, he says, voice like ice. Harry smiles politely. Professor. Snape's nostrils flare. You have the nerve to show your face. Harry's tone stays mild. I have always had nerve. Snape's jaw tightens like he wants to spit something. But he does not. That restraint tells Harry everything. Dumbledore finally looks at Snape. Severus, he says quietly. Tell Harry what we discussed. Snape's eyes flash. You cannot be serious. Dumbledore's voice stays calm. Tell him. Snape's gaze snaps back to Harry. You are to meet with the headmaster weekly, Snape says, clipped. You will learn what he deems necessary. You will do as you are told. Harry does not move. Or what? He asks softly. Snape's hand twitches toward his wand. Or you will die, Snape snaps. Or your friends will. Or everyone will. Pick one. Harry lets the words sit. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Neville. Luna. Names that still exist in his head like pieces he has not thrown away yet. Harry's voice stays quiet. You keep trying to buy me with bodies. Dumbledore's expression hardens. It is not buying. It is reality. Harry nods once. Reality is a word you use when you want people to stop arguing. Snape's eyes narrow. You think you are above consequence. Harry's gaze stays on Snape. No, he says. I think I am above your consequence. Snape looks like he wants to lunge. His voice comes out low and venomous. You are a boy. Harry smiles. You keep saying that, he says softly. Like it is a spell. Dumbledore's voice cuts in, calmer but sharper. Enough, he says. He looks at Harry again. I am dying, Dumbledore says. I have little time. Whatever you are planning, whatever you are becoming, you will not do it without knowing what you are stepping into. Harry's eyes do not blink. You mean Voldemort? Dumbledore nods. Horcruxes, he says. Snape's eyes flicker, quick. He does not hide it fast enough. Harry notices. Harry's smile is almost amused. So that is the secret you are carrying, he says. Dumbledore's voice stays steady. Yes, and you will learn it. Harry leans back. I already know enough, he says. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. Do you? Harry's gaze drifts to the blackened hand again, then back to Dumbledore's face. You touched a ring, Harry says. You did it because you could not resist. You did it because you are still just a man. Snape's face goes still. Dumbledore's expression tightens. Harry keeps his tone calm, like he is discussing homework. You were supposed to be heaven, Harry says. You were supposed to be above temptation. And yet you put on a cursed ring because you wanted what it offered. Dumbledore's voice turns quiet. Do not. Harry tilts his head. Do not what? He asks. Tell the truth. Dumbledore's eyes harden. You do not know what I wanted. Harry's voice stays soft. Ariana, he says. The office goes silent in a different way. Even the portraits seem to stop breathing. Dumbledore's face goes white. Snape's eyes widen, then narrow again. Furious. Harry watches Dumbledore's throat move. He watches his fingers tighten on the desk until his knuckles pale. That, Dumbledore says, voice tight, is not your business. Harry nods once. No, he says. It is the whole point. Dumbledore's voice shakes, just slightly. Leave. Harry stands smoothly. He does not hesitate. He does not bow. He looks at Dumbledore. You created a vacuum, he says quiet. Now watch what fills it. Harry turns and walks out. Snape's voice snaps behind him. Potter, he says. Harry stops in the doorway and looks back. Snape's eyes are burning. If you get him killed, Snape says low, I will cut you open myself. Harry smiles politely. You will try, he says. He leaves before Snape can answer. Because Snape's answers are not the interesting part. Snape's choices are. In the corridor, Harry's lungs finally pull in a full breath. His hands tremble once, just once, then go still again. The body is angry. The body is tired. The body still remembers Sirius. Harry keeps walking. Later that evening, in a quiet stretch of corridor near an unused classroom, Daphne is waiting. She is leaning against the wall like she has been there for an hour, but her eyes flick to him instantly. Well, she says. Did he beg? Harry's mouth twitches. He tried. Daphne pushes off the wall. And you? Harry's voice stays calm. I told him the truth. Daphne studies his face. How did he take it? Harry pauses. He thinks of Dumbledore's white face. The way Ariana's name hit him like a curse. The way the old man tried to hold control and lost it in the same breath. He is afraid, Harry says. Daphne exhales through her nose. Good. Harry starts to walk again. Daphne falls into step beside him. You are going to keep going to his lessons, Daphne says. Harry nods. Yes. Daphne's eyes narrow. You said you already know enough. Harry glances at her. Knowing is not the same as watching, he says. He will show me what he thinks matters. That tells me what he fears. Daphne's mouth twitches. You are horrible. Harry's tone stays mild. You kissed me anyway. Daphne's eyes flash. Do not get smug. Harry stops in a darker alcove where the torchlight does not reach properly. He turns toward her. You came with me to London, he says quietly. You did not ask if it was safe. You did not ask if it was right. Daphne's jaw tightens. What is your point? Harry steps closer. My point is you are not innocent, he says. So stop pretending you are above it. Daphne's breath catches. Her eyes flick to his mouth, then back to his eyes like she hates that she did that. Harry's voice drops. Do you want to stop? Daphne swallows. No. Harry's hand lifts, slow, and touches her cheek. He feels her skin warm under his fingers. He feels her breath quicken. He kisses her, and it is not a challenge this time. It is quiet, controlled. It lasts just long enough to make her lean into it before he pulls away. Daphne stares at him, annoyed and shaken. You always do that, she mutters. Harry's eyes are steady. Do what? Make it feel like I chose it, Daphne says. Harry's smile is faint. You did. Daphne scoffs, but her hand catches his sleeve for half a second before she lets go. We need to talk about Draco, she says. Harry's expression does not change. Yes, he says. We do. Daphne's voice turns practical. He is being dragged into something. He is not hiding it well. Harry starts walking again. He is desperate, he says. Desperate people are easy to steer. Daphne's eyes flick to him. You are going to steer him. Harry's tone stays calm. Voldemort is steering him already, he says. I am just deciding where the road ends. The first lesson with Dumbledore happens 2 nights later. Dumbledore's face looks older than it did in the office. The blackened hand is hidden under a glove now, but Harry can still see the stiffness in his posture. I am not here to argue, Dumbledore says quietly, as Harry sits opposite him. Harry's voice stays mild. Good. I hate arguing. Dumbledore's eyes flicker. No, he says. You hate losing. Harry smiles faintly. Same thing. Dumbledore waves his wand and silver mist pours into the air. A memory forms, clear as glass. A small orphanage room. A boy with dark hair sitting too still. Tom Riddle. Harry watches without blinking. Dumbledore narrates. He speaks about charm and coldness. About stolen things. About the way Tom looked at people like they were furniture. Harry's stomach twists a little anyway. Not because he feels pity. Because he recognizes the shape. When the memory ends, Dumbledore looks at Harry. This is what Voldemort was before he was Voldemort, he says. A boy who decided the world owed him. Harry's tone stays calm. You are trying to warn me, he says. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. I am trying to save you. Harry's eyes stay on Dumbledore's face. You cannot save me, Harry says. Dumbledore's shoulders sag, just a fraction. Then let me save others from you, he says. And the words are not cruel, just tired. Harry's smile is polite. Try, he says. Dumbledore's jaw tightens. He lifts his wand again. Another memory blooms. Tom older in Borgin and Burke's. Tom charming a woman with a soft voice. Tom's eyes flat when her back turns. Harry watches the little details. The timing. The pauses. The way Tom sells safety. When the memory fades, Dumbledore's voice drops. Horcruxes, he says. Harry's gaze stays steady. I know the word, Harry says. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. Then you know what it means. Harry nods once. You want me to hunt them, he says. Dumbledore's voice turns quiet. I want you to end him. Harry leans back. No, he says. Dumbledore's face tightens. No, Harry's voice stays calm. Voldemort is a symptom, Harry says. If I cut him out and leave the rest, the disease stays. Someone else grows in his place. Dumbledore's voice hardens. And your answer is to become the disease yourself. Harry's mouth twitches. My answer is to become the immune system, he says. Dumbledore's eyes close for a second. When he opens them, there is pain there. That is the most frightening thing you have said. He murmurs. Harry's tone stays mild. You have heard worse, he says. Dumbledore's voice turns sharp. You do not get to decide who lives and dies. Harry's eyes do not blink. You already did, he says. You just called it sacrifice. Silence stretches again. Dumbledore's voice softens. And it is the softness of a man trying one last time. Harry, he says, you are not alone. You do not have to do this by yourself. Harry's smile is faint. You mean I should let you hold the leash, he says. Dumbledore flinches. I mean I should help you. Harry's gaze slides to the glove hiding the blackened hand. You cannot even help yourself, Harry says. Dumbledore's face goes still. Harry stands. Thank you for the memories, he says politely. They are useful. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. Useful, he repeats. Harry nods. Good night, headmaster. Harry leaves the office without rushing. He walks the corridor like he owns it. Behind him, Dumbledore sits alone, staring at the empty air where the memories had been. His breathing is uneven. For the first time in years, he does not know what comes next. Potions class becomes a different kind of war. Slughorn fusses and laughs and pretends his eyes are not constantly measuring. He wants to collect people. He wants to be close to power without admitting he wants it. Harry lets him. The first day, Slughorn announces a contest. A vial of Felix Felicis, liquid luck, sitting on his desk like a prize. You will brew draught of living death, Slughorn says, eyes twinkling. Whoever does it best wins. Hermione's eyes light up. Ron groans softly like he already knows this will be unbearable. Harry takes a seat near the back, not with Ron and Hermione. That is a choice that still stings when he sees Ron's face twist. But he does not move. Daphne sits with the Slytherins, expression bored. Draco is pale, jaw tight, eyes darting. Slughorn claps his hands. Begin. Harry opens his textbook and pauses. His book is not his book. It is battered, old, covered in neat handwriting that is not printed. Notes in the margins. Corrections. Short instructions. Not pretty. Useful. Harry flips a page and sees a signature written small near the bottom. The prince. Hermione notices instantly. Her eyes narrow. She leans toward Ron, whispering fast. Ron mutters something back, but his gaze keeps sliding to Harry, like he is trying to decide if he should be angry or worried. Harry ignores them. He follows the notes. He adjusts one ingredient slightly. He stirs differently. He controls the heat with small flicks of his wand instead of guessing. The potion goes dark, smooth, perfect. Slughorn makes a pleased little sound. He glides between benches, sniffing, complimenting, making jokes. He stops at Harry's cauldron and his eyes widen. Well, Slughorn says, delighted. Harry, my boy, that is very, very good. Hermione's quill pauses mid-note. Ron's mouth falls open. Harry keeps his face mild. Lucky, he says. Slughorn chuckles. Nonsense. Talent. He looks around. Come now, let us see the others. Harry watches Hermione's face tighten as she leans over her cauldron, working harder, jaw set. He watches Ron grimace when his potion bubbles wrong. He watches Draco's hands shake slightly as he chops roots too roughly, then forces himself to calm down. Slughorn returns to Harry and lifts the vial of Felix Felicis. "Winner," he announces. Hermione's face goes red. "But," she starts. Then she clamps her mouth shut like she is choking on the word. Ron blurts, "How did you do that?" Harry looks at him. His eyes are steady. His voice is calm. "I read," Harry says. Ron's face crumples with frustration. "Yeah, well, so does Hermione." Hermione's voice snaps, sharp with humiliation. "Ron." Harry picks up the Felix Felicis vial. The glass is cool against his fingers. He can feel the weight of it. The tool. Slughorn beams. "Excellent," he says. "Excellent. You must come to dinner sometime, Harry. I will invite a few special friends." Harry nods politely. "Sure," he says. "I would love that." Hermione stares at him like she wants to ask something and does not dare. That night, in the corridor outside the Slytherin common room, Draco corners Daphne with a sharp whisper. Harry is there, but Draco does not see him. Harry stands half behind a suit of armor. The torchlight makes shadows across his glasses. Draco's face is tense. "You are spending time with him," Draco hisses. Daphne's expression stays blank. "With who?" Draco's eyes flash. "Do not do that," he snaps. "Potter. You are with Potter." Daphne's voice stays calm. "So," Draco swallows. "You do not understand," he says. "You think this is a game." Daphne's eyes narrow slightly. "I think you are panicking." Draco's mouth twists. "I am not panicking." Daphne tilts her head. Then stops sweating. Draco's hand tightens on his wand. His voice drops. "My father is in Azkaban," he says. "The Dark Lord blames him. He is making me fix it." Daphne's face does not change, but her eyes sharpen. "What is he making you do?" Draco's throat moves. He looks around the corridor like the stones might be listening. "Kill him," Draco whispers. Daphne's breath catches, just slightly. "Dumbledore." Draco nods, jaw shaking with anger and fear. "And if I do not?" he says, voice cracking. "He will kill my mother." Daphne's face goes cold. "Then do not fail," she says simply. Draco stares at her like she has slapped him. "What?" Daphne's voice stays flat. "Do you want pity?" she asks. "Or do you want to live?" Draco's eyes flash. "You are heartless." Daphne's mouth twitches. "You are slow," she says. "That is worse." Draco's shoulders tense. He looks like he might shout. Then he lowers his voice again. "Potter knows," he says suddenly. Daphne does not react. "Why would he?" she says calmly. Draco leans in, eyes bright with panic. "Because he is everywhere," he hisses. "Because things happen and he is always near it. Because he looks at me like he is waiting." Daphne's voice turns quiet. "Maybe he is." Draco swallows hard. "Tell him to stop watching me." Daphne's eyes are steady. "He will not," she says. Draco's face twists. He looks like he might cry. Then he shoves it down and backs away, leaving fast, robe flapping. Daphne stands still for a moment, then turns her head slightly. Harry steps out of the shadow. Daphne exhales. "That went well," she says dryly. Harry's voice stays mild. "He will do it," Harry says. Daphne's eyebrows lift. "You are sure?" Harry nods once. "Yes." Daphne's eyes narrow. "You are going to help him?" Harry's gaze is calm. "I am going to let him succeed," he says. Daphne's voice turns low. "That means Dumbledore dies." Harry's expression does not change. "Yes." Daphne studies his face. "You really mean it," she says. Harry looks at her. "You said you wanted me on top," he says quietly. "This is how." Daphne's jaw tightens. "Do not use my words like that." Harry's mouth twitches. "Then do not say them," he replies. Daphne takes a breath, then steps closer, voice dropping. "What about your friends?" she asks. Harry's eyes stay steady. "They will try to stop him," he says. "They will fail. That will teach them what the world actually is." Daphne's throat moves. "And the boy," she says. "Draco." Harry's voice stays calm. "He will live," he says. "He will think he chose it. That will keep him loyal to his own lie. Daphne stares at him for a long second. Then she shakes her head once, like she is trying to clear it. You are terrifying, she mutters. Harry steps close enough that she has to tilt her head up to look at him. You are still here, he says. Daphne's breath catches. She looks away for half a second, then back. Do not make me regret it, she says. Harry's hand slides to her waist, gentle. If you regret it, he says quietly, you will leave. I will not chase you. Daphne's eyes narrow. That is meant to sound generous. Harry's voice stays mild. It is meant to sound true. Daphne grabs his shirt and kisses him hard, like she is angry at him and herself in the world. Harry kisses back, controlled at first, then rougher because the body still wants what it wants. When they pull apart, Daphne's voice is tight. We need to move faster, she says. The Ministry will start hunting shadows. Harry's eyes are calm. Let them, he says. I will give them something to catch. The Slug Club dinner comes a week later. Harry sits at the table, smiling politely, letting Slughorn brag and gossip. Hermione is not there. Ron is not there. That is a statement all by itself. Ginny is there, face tight, eyes watching Harry with a sharpness that was not there before. She leans in when Slughorn's attention drifts away. I don't like this, Ginny says quietly. Harry keeps his voice calm. Then leave, he says. Ginny's eyes flash. Do not talk to me like I am stupid, she snaps under her breath. I know you are doing something. Harry glances at her. And yet you are here, he says. Ginny's jaw tightens. Hermione is losing her mind, she says. Ron is pretending he is fine. Neville keeps asking if you are going to come back. Luna says you are becoming yourself. Harry's mouth twitches. Luna sees too much, he says. Ginny's voice drops. Are you going to hurt them? Harry's gaze stays steady. I already did, he says. Ginny flinches. Real. Harry, she whispers, voice cracked with anger. What happened to you? Harry's voice stays calm. You mean what happened to your idea of me? He says. Ginny's eyes shine. Yeah, she says. That. Harry looks back at the table as Slughorn laughs loudly about some old story. People die, Harry says quietly. People lie. People take what they want. I just stopped pretending otherwise. Ginny swallows hard. You sound like him, she whispers. Harry's eyes flick to her again. If you mean Voldemort, Harry says softly, you do not understand the difference. Ginny's mouth opens, then closes. She looks shaken. Harry's voice stays gentle, in a way that is almost cruel because it feels like comfort. Go back to them, Harry says. Protect them. Keep them human. That is your job. Ginny stares. My job, she repeats. Harry nods once. Yes. Ginny's hands clench on her lap. She looks like she wants to hit him. She does not. She stands abruptly, chair scraping. Slughorn blinks. Miss Weasley, he says. Leaving so soon. Ginny forces a smile that looks like it hurts. Just tired, she says. She walks out without looking at Harry again. Harry watches her go. He does not stop her. That is the point. The memory happens the next night. Harry takes Felix Felicis, just a mouthful, not enough to make him sloppy. He feels the warmth spread through his chest. He feels the strange calm settle over him like everything in the world has clicked into place. He walks to Slughorn's office with no plan that looks like a plan. He just follows the feeling. Slughorn opens the door looking surprised, then pleased. Harry, he says delighted. My boy. What a treat. Harry smiles easy, like luck is doing the talking. Professor, he says. I wanted to ask you something. Slughorn fusses him inside, offering treats, drinks, comforts. The room smells like candied pineapple and old wine. Harry sits, relaxed, and speaks softly. You were afraid of Tom Riddle, Harry says. Slughorn's smile freezes. Now, Harry, he says, chuckling too hard. I do not know what you mean. Harry tilts his head. You do, he says, voice light. He asked you about Horcruxes. Slughorn's face goes pale. His hands tighten on his chair. That is not, he starts. Harry's voice stays calm. I am not judging you, he says. I am asking you for the truth. Slughorn's breath comes quick. Why? He whispers. Harry leans forward slightly. His eyes are steady. Because Dumbledore is dying, Harry says. Because Voldemort is winning, he adds, and he watches Slughorn flinch at the name. Because your fear helped make this, Harry finishes. Slughorn's eyes fill with tears. He looks old suddenly. I was flattered, he whispers. I was stupid. Harry's voice softens. Then fix it, he says. Slughorn's shoulders sag. He reaches into a drawer with shaking hands and pulls out a vial. Do not, Slughorn whispers, voice breaking. Tell anyone you got it from me. Harry takes the vial. He does not smile. Of course, he says. He leaves the office with the memory in his pocket and the luck still humming in his veins. In the corridor, he whispers into the empty air. Now, Daphne steps out of a shadowed alcove. She looks at him like she has been waiting. Harry holds up the vial. We have it, he says. Daphne's eyes narrow. And Dumbledore. Harry's tone stays mild. He will learn it, Harry says. He will think it matters. Daphne studies his face. Does it? She asks. Harry's eyes are calm. Not the way he thinks, he says. The night Dumbledore asks Harry to come with him, Harry says yes. That is what makes it work. Harry meets him at the gates, cloak on, wand ready. Dumbledore's face is pale. His glove is on. His eyes are tired. You do not trust me, Dumbledore says quietly as they walk. Harry's voice stays calm. No, he says. Dumbledore nods. Good, he says, and there is a strange honesty in it. Then you will watch carefully. They apparate to a cliff above a black lake. The air is cold and wet, salt and rot. The cave mouth gapes like an open throat. Harry's stomach tightens. He can feel the magic there, heavy and old. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. This is one of his hiding places, he says. One of the things that keeps him tethered. Harry's gaze stays on the cave. And you are showing it to me now, Harry says. Because you want me to carry it when you cannot. Dumbledore does not deny it. Yes, he says. Harry follows him into the dark. The boat is small. The water is black. Harry can hear it lapping against stone like something breathing. They cross in silence. Harry's skin prickles. He tastes metal on his tongue. On the far side, the basin waits. Dumbledore's voice is calm. There is a potion, he says. It must be drunk. Harry watches his face. You are going to do it, Harry says. Dumbledore nods. Yes, Harry could stop him. He does not. Dumbledore scoops, drinks. His face tightens. His breath catches. His shoulders stiffen. The second swallow makes his hand tremble. Again. Dumbledore whispers, voice strained. Harry scoops. He holds the cup to Dumbledore's mouth. Dumbledore drinks. His face twists in pain. His breathing goes ragged. Sweat breaks on his forehead. Harry watches it all. The old man struggling. The old man still pushing. Dumbledore's voice cracks. Kill me, he whispers. Harry's eyes stay steady. No, he says softly. Dumbledore's eyes flash open. Wild. Please, he gasps. Please. Harry's voice stays calm. Drink, he says. Dumbledore's breath shudders. He drinks again, shaking. When the basin finally empties, Dumbledore sags like his bones have turned to water. His head lolls. His mouth moves like he is trying to speak. Water, Dumbledore whispers. Harry's stomach tightens. He remembers the lake, the hands, the cold, the dragging. He does not hesitate. He conjures water. He presses it to Dumbledore's lips. Dumbledore drinks greedily, choking, spluttering. The lake erupts. Inferi surge up, pale bodies dragging themselves toward the boat. Fingers scraping stone. Mouths open. Harry's heart slams. His breath catches. The body wants to run. He does not run. He raises his wand and the cave becomes a nightmare for the dead. The Inferi blink, and the stone walls turn into blazing sunlight. The water turns into fire. The air fills with a pressure that says leave. They hesitate. They twitch. They drag slower, confused. Dumbledore forces himself upright, wand shaking. He fires a ring of flame that burns bright, real, brutal. Inferi scream without sound, bodies jerking. Harry steps in front of Dumbledore. He does not use pretty spells. He uses certainty. He makes the Inferi see a wall they cannot cross. A line in the air that feels like punishment. They crawl toward it, hit it, recoil, then try again like animals. Harry's voice is low. Go back down, he whispers. Some of them do. Not because they obey him. Because they cannot decide if disobeying him is worth the pain. They get into the boat. They push off. Inferi claw at the sides, fingers scraping. Harry's shoulder jolts as a hand grabs his robe. Cold shoots through him. His stomach flips. He slashes the hand off with a sharp curse and the fingers drop back into the water with a splash. Dumbledore's breath is harsh. You are, he wheezes, strong. Harry's voice stays calm. You are weak, he replies. Dumbledore laughs once. Broken. Yes, he whispers. I am. They reach the cliff again and apparate back to Hogsmeade. The village is dark and quiet. Too quiet. Harry smells smoke. He turns his head and sees it. The castle in the distance. Faint flickers of light. Movement. Shouts carried by the wind. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. They are here, he says. Harry's pulse spikes again. He feels his stomach drop. He feels sweat on his palms. Dumbledore sways. The potion has wrecked him. His breathing is uneven. His hand trembles. Harry looks at him. You cannot fight like this, Harry says. Dumbledore's voice is hoarse. Then you will, he says. Harry does not answer. He starts moving toward the castle fast. They slip in through the gates. The air is filled with running footsteps, distant screams, the crack of spells. Harry keeps track of where Dumbledore is. Dumbledore is behind him, leaning on the wall for half a second, then forcing himself forward. They reach the astronomy tower stairs. Harry hears voices above. Draco, a group of Death Eaters, breathing hard. Harry's hand tightens on his wand. His scar prickles. His skin feels too tight. They climb. On the top, Draco is there, wand aimed at Dumbledore. Draco's face is soaked with sweat. His eyes are wide, wild, terrified. Behind Draco, Death Eaters hover at the door, masks gleaming. Draco's voice cracks. I did it, he gasps. I got you here. Dumbledore's face is pale. He does not look surprised. He looks tired. Draco's wand shakes. You are going to die, Draco whispers. Like he cannot believe the words are real. Dumbledore's voice is gentle. Draco, he says. You are not a killer. Draco's breath shudders. You do not know what he will do, Draco spits. You do not know what he will do to my mother. Harry watches Draco's eyes. He watches the fear, the shame, the desperate need to not be weak. Harry lets Draco feel like this is his moment. That is the gift. Dumbledore's voice stays calm. I can protect you, he says. Draco laughs, sharp and broken. You could not even protect yourself, he snaps, and his eyes flick to the glove. He knows. Somehow he knows. Dumbledore's gaze slides to Harry for the first time since the tower, remember. It is quick. It is heavy. Harry does not move. Draco's wand lifts higher. Say it, Draco whispers. Beg. Dumbledore closes his eyes for a second, then opens them. Please, he says softly, and it is not fear. It is a choice. Draco's face twists. His mouth opens like he is going to sob. I cannot, he whispers. One of the Death Eaters behind him snarls. Then move. The Death Eater spits. A figure steps out of the darkness behind them. Snape. His face is blank. His eyes are sharp. He walks forward like he owns the tower. Draco turns, frantic. Professor, he gasps. He told me to. Snape's voice is low. Be silent, he says. Draco freezes. Dumbledore's gaze locks on Snape. There is a moment. A quiet exchange. Something unspoken. Harry watches it with cold interest. Dumbledore's mouth moves. Barely. Severus, he whispers. Snape's jaw tightens. Harry feels the tension in the air like a wire pulled too tight. This is where it breaks. Harry does not step forward. He does not scream. He does not throw himself between them. He lifts his wand slightly, hidden by his sleeve, and pushes a soft illusion into the space around Dumbledore. Not for Draco. Not for Snape. For Dumbledore. The tower shifts just for Dumbledore's eyes. The cold stone warms. The night air smells like summer grass. A small girl appears in the corner of Dumbledore's vision. Pale hair, soft eyes. Ariana. Dumbledore's breath catches. His shoulders sag and it looks like relief. Snape's eyes narrow like he senses something, but he cannot see it. Not this. Dumbledore's lips part. I am sorry, he whispers, not to Snape, not to Draco, but to the girl only he can see. Harry keeps the illusion steady. He holds it like a hand on the back of Dumbledore's neck. Snape's wand lifts. His voice shakes, just slightly. Avada Kedavra, Snape says. Green light slams into Dumbledore's chest. Dumbledore's body jerks, then goes still. For a second, Dumbledore's face is peaceful. His eyes are on Ariana. His mouth is soft, like he has finally stopped carrying the weight. Then he tips backward. He falls. His body hits the stones below with a dull, final sound. Draco makes a small noise like he is choking. One of the Death Eaters laughs. Another swears. Snape's face is white, jaw clenched so hard it looks painful. Harry stands in the shadows of the tower, still and silent. The vacuum opens. It is not a metaphor. It is a real feeling in the air, like the castle has lost its center of gravity and everything is about to tumble. Draco turns on Snape, wild. You stole it, he hisses. You stole my... Snape's voice snaps. You are alive, he says. That is what matters. Move. The Death Eaters surge toward the stairs. Harry steps out now, calm, wand up. The Death Eaters freeze when they see him. One of them spits. Potter. Harry's voice is quiet. Leave, he says. The Death Eater laughs. Nervous. Or what? Harry's eyes do not blink. Or you will not know if you have left, Harry says. The Death Eaters laugh dies. Harry flicks his wand, and the stairwell behind them stretches, warps, becomes a corridor that loops back on itself. The Death Eaters step forward and feel like they are walking and getting nowhere. Panic hits fast. One Death Eater fires a curse wildly. It hits the wall and sparks shower down. Harry moves through them, not rushing, just closing distance. He grabs one by the front of the robe and slams him into the stone. Hard enough that the man's head cracks against it and his body goes limp. He does not kill. He leaves bodies. Fear. Confusion. Snape watches him, eyes burning. Harry's gaze meets Snape's. Snape's voice is low, furious. What have you done? Harry's mouth twitches. I gave him peace, Harry says. Snape's jaw tightens. You have no right. Harry's eyes stay steady. You did the spell, Harry replies. Snape's breathing goes harsh. For a second he looks like he might curse Harry. Then Snape turns sharply and runs down the stairs, cloak snapping behind him. Harry does not chase. Below, the castle fills with shouting. McGonagall's voice echoes. To me! To me! Students scream. Teachers shout orders. Spells crack through corridors. Harry moves through it all like a ghost. He finds Ron in the corridor near the Great Hall, wand up, face white. Ron sees Harry and freezes like his brain cannot decide if it is relief or rage. Harry, Ron chokes out. Dumbledore is. Harry's voice stays calm. Dead, he says. Ron's face crumples. Snape did it, Ron gasps. Harry's eyes flick toward the tower. Yes, Harry says. Hermione appears beside Ron, breathless, hair messy, eyes wild. She looks at Harry and her face tightens, like pain just from seeing him. You were with him, Hermione says, voice shaking. You were with Dumbledore. Harry nods once. Yes, Hermione's eyes shine with tears. Did you? She whispers. Did you try to stop it? Harry looks at her for a long second. Ron's breathing goes fast. Harry, he whispers. Mate, tell me you tried. Harry's voice stays quiet. I did what I chose, he says. Hermione flinches like he has hit her. Ron's face twists. What does that mean? Ron snaps, voice cracking. What does that mean? He was Dumbledore. Harry's eyes stay steady. He was a man, Harry says. Hermione's voice breaks. Harry, please, she whispers. Not now. Just not now. Harry watches her hands shaking around her wand. He watches Ron's chest heaving. He watches the fear, the grief. He could soften it. He could lie. He could give them the hero answer. He could make them feel better. He does not. He speaks calmly, because calm is the knife. This is what you wanted, Harry says. Ron stares, stunned. What? Harry's voice stays even. You wanted the war to have a clear villain, he says. You wanted the story to make sense. Dumbledore dead makes it simpler for you. Hermione's tears spill. That is disgusting, she whispers. Harry nods once. Yes, he says. And you will still use it. Ron's hands shake. He looks like he might lunge. You, he chokes out. You are sick. Harry's gaze does not move. Go help the students, Harry says calm. Do something useful. Hermione's voice is raw. Harry, she whispers. Tell me you are not doing this. Tell me you are not filling the space he left. Harry's mouth twitches faintly. That space was always going to be filled, he says. It might as well be me. Hermione stares at him, horrified. Ron's eyes go wet. You are not him, Ron whispers. Harry's voice stays quiet. No, he says. I am worse. Hermione makes a broken sound. Harry turns and walks away before they can answer, because their answers do not matter tonight. Their grief does. At the foot of the tower, Draco is sitting on the floor, back against the wall, breathing like he has been running for hours. His hands shake. His wand is loose in his grip. Harry crouches in front of him. Draco flinches, eyes snapping up. You, Draco gasps. You were there. Harry's voice stays calm. Yes, he says. Draco's throat moves. Did you? He whispers. Did you help him kill Dumbledore? Harry tilts his head. Did you? He asks softly. Want to? Draco's face twists. I did not want to do anything. He snaps. Then his voice cracks. I did not want any of this. Harry's gaze stays steady. And yet you brought Death Eaters into the school, Harry says. Draco's eyes fill with tears. He hates it. He hates himself for it. I had to, Draco whispers. He would have killed my mum. Harry nods once. Yes, he says. He would have. Draco's breath shudders. So what now? Draco whispers. Harry's voice is quiet. Now you live, Harry says. Now you learn what it costs. Draco stares. You are not going to turn me in, Draco says, voice shaking. Harry's mouth twitches faintly. If I turn you in, Harry says, you become a lesson for the Ministry. If I keep you free, you become a lesson for yourself. Draco swallows hard. Why? He whispers. Why are you talking to me like this? Harry's eyes are calm. Because you are useful, he says simply. Draco flinches like the honesty hurts more than any insult. Harry stands. Go, he says. Go to your dorm. Do not speak to anyone. Do not be brave. Just be quiet. Draco stares up at him, mouth trembling. I hate you, Draco whispers. Harry nods once. Good, he says. Hold on to that. It will keep you sharp. He leaves Draco shaking in the corridor and walks into the night air outside the castle. The sky is black. The stars look cold. The wind smells like smoke from the battle. Daphne is waiting near the edge of the grounds, wand in her hand, hair slightly messy, eyes sharp. She studies Harry's face. It is done, she says. Harry nods once. Daphne's voice is quiet. How did it feel? Harry pauses. He thinks of Ariana in Dumbledore's eyes. He thinks of the way the old man's face softened at the end. He thinks of the dull sound of the body hitting stone. Harry's voice stays calm. Like the world exhaled, he says. Daphne's throat moves. And you? Harry looks at her. I am not sad, he says. Daphne's eyes narrow. That is not what I asked. Harry's mouth twitches faintly. I am tired, he says. Daphne steps closer. Her hand touches his sleeve. Light. Come with me, she says. Harry follows her across the grass to a small stand of trees where the castle light does not reach properly. The air is colder here. Leaves rustle. The world feels quieter, like it is holding its breath. Daphne turns, eyes on his face. You are shaking, she says. Harry looks down at his hands and realizes she is right. His fingers tremble slightly. He hates it. Daphne's voice stays flat. "Do not pretend you are above it," she says. Harry's eyes lift to hers. "I am not above the body," he says quietly. "I am above regret." Daphne's mouth tightens. "You sound like you are trying to convince yourself," she says. Harry steps closer. "Maybe," he says. Daphne's hand slides to his jaw. She kisses him, slower than usual, not a challenge, not a game. It is a grounding thing. It makes his breathing steady for a second. When she pulls back, her voice is low. "The ministry will break," she says. "They will scramble. They will grab power. They will make stupid laws. They will blame everyone they can." Harry's eyes are calm again. "Yes," he says. "That is the vacuum." Daphne swallows. "And you are going to fill it." Harry nods. "From the shadows," he says. Daphne's eyes sharpen. "How?" Harry's voice stays quiet. "We start with a few," he says. "A handful of officials. People who sign papers. People who move oars. People who decide what is true." Daphne's jaw tightens. "You are going to put them under." Harry's mouth twitches. "I already have," he says. Daphne freezes. "When?" Harry's eyes do not blink. "London," he says softly. "You watched me stop 2 Death Eaters. You did not watch me touch everyone else." Daphne's breath catches. For the first time, she looks genuinely unsettled. "How many?" she whispers. Harry's voice is calm. "Enough," he says. Daphne stares at him. Then she exhales slowly. "You are going to get caught," she mutters. Harry smiles faintly. "No," he says. "They need a villain they can see. I will give them one." Daphne's eyes narrow. "Who?" Harry's gaze lifts toward the castle. "Snape," he says. Daphne's mouth twists. "He will not like that." Harry's voice stays mild. "He does not like anything," he says. Daphne's eyes search his face. "And your friends?" she asks quietly. "What will they do?" Harry's expression stays calm. "They will hunt Horcruxes," he says. "They will chase the story Dumbledore left them. They will believe it is the only way." Daphne's voice is low. "And you are letting them." Harry nods once. "They need a purpose," he says. "If I take it from them, they break. If they chase it, they stay moving. Moving people are easier to guide." Daphne's throat moves. "Do you care if they die?" Harry's eyes stay steady. "I care if they die before they are useful," he says. Daphne flinches, small. "Merlin," she whispers. Harry's voice softens, almost gentle. "You asked for truth," he says. Daphne's jaw tightens. Then she steps closer, voice sharp. "If I become inconvenient," she says, "will you cut me out too?" Harry looks at her for a long moment. Then he lifts his hand and touches her cheek again. "If you betray me," he says quietly, "I will end you." Daphne's eyes widen, then narrow. She does not step back. Harry's voice stays calm. "If you stay," he adds, "you will be safe." Daphne's breath shudders. "That is the most romantic thing you have ever said," she mutters. Harry's mouth twitches. "I know," he says. Daphne's hand grabs his robe and pulls him in for another kiss. Harder. Like she is trying to swallow the fear and replace it with something she can control. Harry lets her. He kisses back. And above them, Hogwarts stands silent. Its headmaster dead. Its walls full of grief and confusion. The vacuum is open, and Harry has already started filling it. Burning pine from the forbidden forest. Hot stone from curses hitting the walls. Blood, sharp and metallic, mixed with smoke so thick it feels like chewing. A giant roars somewhere below the battlements and the sound shakes the castle. Students scream back. A spell cracks like a whip. Another explodes into green sparks over the courtyard, bright enough to light faces for half a second, terrified and smeared with soot. Harry is already on the highest walkway when the next impact hits. The stones under his boots jump. Dust rains from the crenellations. Someone behind him coughs hard and keeps coughing. Daphne is at his right shoulder, cloak thrown back, wand in hand. Her eyes are bright in the firelight, not scared, just alert, like she is watching a puzzle. "You can feel it," she says. Harry watches the grounds. Dark figures in masks pushing in waves. Spells slamming into shields. Dementors drifting at the edge like stains in the air. Aurors dueling in tight clusters. Backs pressed together, breathing hard. I can, Harry says. A curse streaks past their heads and smashes into the parapet behind them. Stone chips fly. Daphne flinches on instinct, then forces herself still.